I knew that name very well. A swordsman unable to control himself, locked away in his own room. A madman, mad enough to shake heaven and earth. Gitlin, the useless eldest son of House Defium. You mean the North's strongest knight, the mightiest knight in the North, was defeated by that worthless bastard? A cloaked figure of unknown identity appeared and spoke in a bizarrely mocking tone. Warm, isn't it? Comfortable, isn't it? I spent quite a lot of money setting that trap. The figure slowly approached, gradually revealing himself as a hooded knight, radiating an overwhelmingly majestic and terrifying presence. A pair of icy blue eyes flashed with killing intent. He opened his mouth and asked in a threatening voice, "Did you enjoy it?" The North's strongest knight trembled nonstop. "Why you? Are you really that useless wretch, Gitlin? A trap? You mean you knew my plan from the start?" Amid the corpses of soldiers strewn across the ground, the hooded knight remained calm and composed. "Not only that, I also know exactly how many men you have, who among them is a spy, and who sent reinforcements to aid you. I knew everything from the very beginning." Those words filled the other man with utter helplessness. "Impossible. I was clearly your hidden trump card all along. How could you? How could a useless fool like you dare?" Before he could finish speaking, the hooded knight decisively kicked him. The heavy blow sent the northern knight flying backward, and he fell unconscious on the spot. At the same time, the mysterious knight coldly warned him, "Shut up." After knocking down his opponent, he suddenly burst into laughter the next moment, removed his knight's helmet, and threw it to the ground. "Invade as many times as you want. Next time, and the time after that, and in every war to come, I will still be the winner. Do you know why? Because every scheme lies in my hands." The scene gradually shifted. 1 year earlier, the kingdom of Lithuania, near Defium territory. The sound of hurried breathing rang out non-stop, growing louder and louder. He lay on the bed, his hands still trembling faintly. What just happened?" It was Gitlin, his face full of shock. "I'm still alive? That's impossible. Just now, I clearly..." Cruel memories immediately flooded his mind. A sword was knocked away, spinning several times through the air. The long sword fell, stabbing straight into the ground. The surrounding scene gradually came into focus. Gitlin had snow-white hair, a scar running across his face, and blood still trickling from his shoulder. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it," the moment the words left his mouth. The wound left by his opponent's slash suddenly tore through his whole body, spraying blood everywhere. He threw his head back and coughed up blood, then dropped painfully to his knees as the enemy slowly approached, wearing an arrogant expression. "It's over, Gitlin, leader of the mercenaries and one of the continent's 7 great powers. The war is over." That man was Aiden, one of the continent's 7 illustrious knights. He stepped in front of Gitlin, drew his sword, and pointed it at him, asking any last words. But the reply he received was astonishingly resolute. "Damn it, what a shame. I still haven't completed my revenge. Go to hell, bastard. I am Gitlin, one of the 7 strongest mercenaries on the continent." Hearing that, Aiden only looked at Gitlin with contempt. How absurdly arrogant. "I never expected you to be the eldest son of the destroyed House Defium. After your older sister died, you left home, didn't you?" Gitlin glared at him suspiciously. "How do you know that? You're clearly from another kingdom." Aiden slightly raised a hand and answered coldly, "Of course I know. I've been investigating you with great effort for a long time, because the ones who joined hands with Duke Delphine to overthrow your family were us." Gitlin was instantly shaken by those words. Us? He thought. Besides Duke Delphine, were there others behind it too? While Gitlin was still thinking, Aiden had already circled behind him. "TCH, there's no point explaining more. You're gonna die anyway, so just accept your fate." Gitlin roared in fury, "Damn you. I will never forgive you." Aiden's eyes instantly turned wild with excitement. Good. The moment he said that, he swung his sword without mercy and decisively severed Gitlin's head. Back to the present. Gitlin looked at his reflection in a basin of water. Back then, he had clearly cut off my head, but now I'm still alive, and it's still sitting safely on my shoulders. Could all have been an illusion? I even look younger. It's absurdly unreal, but it doesn't feel like I've seen a ghost. Did I accidentally eat some cursed mushroom or something? Or was I captured as a prisoner and used for experiments by those mages? Those arrogant bastards. I'll make them regret it. Regret ever letting me survive. Just then, a voice came from outside. Young master. Please come outside, young master. I know you're awake. This man was Rickadoo, a guardhouse defium. The moment he finished speaking, before Rickadoo could even react, a sword was already pressed to his neck, along with a threat. Shoo. As long as you answer my question, I'll spare you. Or maybe I won't. It was enough to make anyone angry on his behalf. Rickadoo looked up in fright and stammered, "Why, young master?" Then he let out a long sigh of relief. Don't you think this is going too far? No means no. Gitlin was inwardly puzzled. Why is he reacting like that? He's clearly being threatened. Thinking that, Gitlin couldn't help asking, why you? What are you talking about? Rickadoo waved him off and complained, you exhausted yourself after throwing a fit just now and fell asleep on the spot. Hearing that, Gitlin became even more confused. What? I fell asleep? As Rickadoo answered, he lightly touched the spot on his neck where the sword had just been. Did you forget everything after closing your eyes for a bit? Good grief. Just a moment ago, you were flying into a rage, saying you wanted to personally lead the unit to ambush those goblins. Gitlin stared blankly, utterly baffled. Goblins? What? I was really angry? This is ridiculous. At that moment, Rickadoo merely bowed calmly, tidying the luggage as he reminded him, please pack your things too, young master. Everyone is waiting for you. Gitlin still couldn't help pressing the issue. Our things? Where are we going? Where? Back to Defium territory, of course. He looked at the man suspiciously, his heart suddenly jolting. What? Gitlin turned and grabbed Rickadoo by the shoulders. Say that again. Rickadoo was startled too. Huh? Gitlin repeated himself, suspicion written all over his face. Defium? You mean the Defium territory that was destroyed? The moment he said that, he immediately rushed outside. Looking down from the cliffside, a magnificent scene burst into view. A vast, peaceful estate, and in the distance, a massive castle. Gitlin was utterly stunned. It really is Defium territory. Why is it still intact? I clearly saw it burn to the ground with my own eyes. Rickadoo quickly came up behind Gitlin and spoke softly. Did you have a nightmare? You just said your family had been destroyed. If the Count hears that, you'll be thrown out. Gitlin still couldn't hide his doubt and immediately pinched his own cheek hard. Am I dreaming? Apparently not. Seeing his master do something like that, Rickadoo grew a little alarmed and nervously stepped aside. At that moment, Gitlin gradually calmed down. A younger face. The territory still intact. That means I've returned to the past. Back when I was young, I hated my family. That immaturity born from my inferiority complex eventually caused trouble. Unable to endure the criticism, I ran away from home. A few years later, I became a mercenary. I survived countless battles, honed my skills, and built a reputation for myself. I returned to Defium to make up for the mistakes of the past, but by the time I came back, my family had already been completely destroyed. I lost everything, but now, everything is still here. The people I love are all still alive. I can hardly believe any of this. I want to sing for joy, but now isn't the time to celebrate. You said we came here to ambush goblins, right? That's right. I will never forget that day. It was the day the unit suffered the most casualties. In my previous life, trying to build a name for myself, I led the unit in pursuit of those goblins. At the time, the intelligence said there were only 3 goblins. I thought that with the combat experience I gained through countless fights, dealing with them would be easy. But when we arrived, I discovered there were over 30 goblins. Nearly the whole unit died because of my reckless order to attack. Actually, there was still a chance back then, because those goblins had no tactics at all. The problem was that everyone thought I was useless, so no one trusted me. Just then, a loud noise cut through Gitlin's thoughts. Above his head, a watchtower was ripped from the ground by something and hurled straight into the air. The tower crashed down right in front of Gitlin. One of the guards noticed what was happening and immediately shouted the alarm. Goblins! The goblins are here. Before he could finish, a group of massive, fully armed goblins charged in savagely. Even Gitlin couldn't help being startled. This fast. Did they come this quickly in my previous life too? Relying on their monstrous strength and huge bodies, The goblins brutally pierced through the camp's defensive line. Anything that dare block their way was sent flying. The battle was completely one-sided. Then a loud voice shouted, "Positions. Don't panic. Get into defensive formation at once." This man was Skovan, the raid commander. But the moment he finished speaking, the soldier in front of him was flung into the air on the spot by a gigantic goblin. The sheer force made even Skovan stagger back several steps. Cries of agony rang out one after another. The sight before him made even him, as commander, feel apprehensive. Damn it, we were far too careless. The unit isn't even fully prepared yet. There are far more of them than the report said. If this keeps up, everyone will die. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, snapping his mind back to reality. "Commander, behind you." In that very instant, something shot over from afar at terrifying speed, so fast it didn't even leave an afterimage. In the next blink, that person grabbed Skovan by the shoulder and hurled him aside. It was Gitlin. Everything that had just happened took place in the blink of an eye. Skovan turned his head in shock. "Huh, young master?" The giant goblin swung its axe and brought it down viciously toward the tiny human in front of it. At the same time, Gitlin swung his sword. The blade swept past the goblin's muscular arm that was gripping the weapon, and blood instantly sprayed out. Gitlin put all his strength into an upward slash. That sharp stroke cleanly severed half the giant goblin's arm. The sight left Skovan and all the nearby soldiers with their mouths hanging open, unable to believe their eyes. The goblin, whose arm Gitlin had severed with a single strike, spurted blood from the wound like a fountain. It let out a scream of pain, then crashed heavily to the ground. The impact of its massive body split the earth and shook the ground. Gitlin simply stood there, calmly looking at the fallen enemy. He casually flicked his sword and clicked his tongue. "TCH, as I thought, I still can't use my power. It would have been nice if I'd returned a little earlier." After saying that, Gitlin turned to look behind him. "You're the commander, right?" At this moment, Skovan was still lying flat on the ground. "Why, young master?" he replied. Gitlin held out his hand and ordered, "Give it to me." Skovan didn't understand at first and immediately asked suspiciously. Gitlin's expression turned serious, his gaze steady as he said in a low voice, "Command. Hand command over to me." As soon as he heard that, dissatisfaction immediately appeared on Skovan's face. "What? Command?" I knew he was an idiot, but at a moment when the soldiers' lives are hanging by a thread, he's really running over here asking for command? Thinking that, Skovan sprang to his feet, turned his head away, and answered stiffly, "I can't do that." That response surprised Gitlin a little. "What?" Skovan turned and walked forward, muttering, "Do you think this is some kind of joke? Even if you are the eldest young master, I can't just hand over the command my lord entrusted to me so easily." After hearing that, Gitlin didn't know what to say and could only look at his back. All he felt was annoyance. What a hassle. If it were me, and some idiot came running over demanding command, I'd probably react the same way. The next second, another giant goblin came roaring toward them, startling both men. Skovan immediately rushed forward and planted himself in front of Gitlin, shouting, "Fall back. Leave this to me. You're still too green. You're not qualified to lead our soldiers." Being looked down on like that, Gitlin naturally felt irritated. In the end, he lost patience and swung his sword behind him. "Looks like I have no choice." With that, Gitlin decisively hurled the sword in his hand. Skovan was startled and hurriedly dodged aside, barely managing to avoid it. He immediately flew into a rage, almost wanted to throw Gitlin back into his mother's womb. "What the hell are you doing, brat?" Just then, a strange sound suddenly came from ahead, making his whole body stiffen. Skovan turned to look at the goblin from before, and his eyes instantly widened, his face full of horror. What? Right before him, the goblin that had been rampaging moments ago now had a sword buried straight into the top of its skull. It had taken a devastating high-speed, fatal hit on the spot and died instantly. The goblin managed only a miserable howl before its eyes rolled back and its consciousness vanished. It collapsed heavily to the ground, the sword still buried deep in its forehead. Witnessing that scene, Skovan was utterly shaken, a flood of questions running through his mind. How is that possible? How did he hit its weak point? Gitlin cut off his thoughts. Skovan, was it? Do you know what matters most on the battlefield? If our side is completely swallowed by fear, then victory in war is impossible. We have to seize the winning momentum first. The moment he finished speaking, he immediately charged out, pulling the sword from the unfortunate goblin's head as he did so, and under Skovan's astonished gaze, plunged straight into the fight ahead. In a flash, using his incredible speed, Gitlin rushed up above the heads of the goblins about to crash into the soldiers. Then leapt. To everyone's shock, Gitlin dove straight down from the air and drove his long sword with perfect precision through a goblin's head. In the distance, Commander Skovan saw the scene and was so alarmed his eyes nearly popped out. Gitlin pulled out the sword, already drenched in blood, and taunted them. "Come on, goblins. I'll kill every last one of you." After saying that, Gitlin immediately lowered his stance, bending his knees for momentum, preparing to charge straight into the goblin horde. In just a short moment, with his unbelievably sharp swordsmanship, he slaughtered one goblin after another in rapid succession. Skovan stood rooted to the spot, eyes wide as he watched it all. Am I dreaming? It was like watching an action film so intense he forgot to breathe. Even with brute strength, it would be hard to do that much. How could that useless straw-brained young master possibly do such things? I can tell he's already exhausted, and yet he's using only the smallest possible movements to evade, then striking their weak points with perfect accuracy. Like a swordsmanship master who cannot use power, or perhaps an existence even greater than that. On the other side, Gitlin's battle spirit was still blazing. Is that all you've got? I haven't even warmed up yet. You don't deserve to be called a warrior race. Over here, Rikidu watched with a face full of worry. They're all charging at the young master. Another soldier asked in confusion, "Is the young master running away?" Rikidu immediately turned and shouted toward Skovan, "Commander." Skovan just stood there in a daze, both shocked and confused. "What exactly are you thinking?" Charging into the middle of the goblins to draw their attention. That part was right, but now you're running away. And that direction is the cliff's edge. Wait, the cliff's edge? Skovan's mouth immediately fell open, too shocked to speak. You don't tell me. As if he had finally understood Gitlin's intention, Skovan immediately gave the order, "Soldiers, shield wall. We follow the eldest young master." Meanwhile, on the other side, the goblins were still chasing Gitlin relentlessly. Gitlin suddenly turned around, tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, and pointed it at the goblin pack. "Skovan, if you're truly a competent commander, then you should have seen through my plan by now. Originally, I wanted to slaughter them all with my own hands, but this pathetic body of mine won't hold out. Even so, this should be enough for you to use." Behind those goblins, something was slowly approaching. The huge commotion drew their attention, and they curiously turned around one after another. It was Commander Skovan, Rikidu, and all the soldiers. With long spears and shields in hand, they charged forward all at once. Seeing this, Gitlin smiled faintly. Perfect. As he spoke, taking advantage of the goblins being distracted, he suddenly leaped backward and threw himself straight off the edge of the cliff. Then now, as he spoke, he jumped down the cliff face, his face full of satisfaction. On the other side, Skovan shouted himself hoarse as he gave the order, "Soldiers, push them off the cliff." At the command, the entire unit exerted force at the same time, driving the unprepared goblins back step by step. Everyone roared together, pouring every bit of strength in their bodies into that final decisive shove. United as one, they hurled the entire pack of giant goblins down the cliff in a single instant. One giant goblin after another fell, and when they hit the ground, thunderous explosions rang out. On the cliffside, all the soldiers were panting from exhaustion, then began to stir in excitement. "We did it, we really did it, we wiped out all those goblins." Just then, Skovan ran to the cliff's edge and shouted down below, "Young master." Fortunately, Gitlin had managed to drive his sword deep into the cliff wall in time, leaving his whole body hanging there, waiting to be rescued. He too was utterly exhausted, gasping violently, but his face still carried a smug look and a resolute gaze as he looked up. When Skovan saw that his master was still below, he was immediately taken aback, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly into a smile. He bent down and reached a hand toward Gitlin. Come on, take my hand. After supporting himself for so long, Gitlin's arm had begun to lose all strength. He hesitated and said, I can't hold on anymore. Before he could finish, Gitlin's stamina was completely spent. His hand slipped from his sword hilt, and he fell straight into the abyss before the horrified eyes of all the soldiers. No one had time to react. They could only stare wide-eyed at the scene. Everyone cried out in panic, "Young master!" In an endless darkness, a gentle, familiar voice slowly echoed out. Brother Gitlin. Gitlin said in confusion. Elena? In that void, scenes from the past were reflected in the shattered fragments. Has Mother left? Thank you, brother. What is wrong with you lately? I hate you the most. He stood there blankly, unable to come to his senses for a long time. One of the fragments fell into Gitlin's hand. These are my memories of Elena. Suddenly, someone grabbed Gitlin hard from behind. Brother, it was Elena. She clutched Gitlin's arm tightly, her face full of urgency. Come with me. In the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, waking in shock. A warm cloth lay across his forehead. As Gitlin gradually regained his senses, he realized he was lying in his bedroom. Right after that, he slowly raised his hand and stared at his palm. I'm still alive. It seems they risked their lives to bring me back. Was that a dream just now? Suddenly, pain spread through his entire body in an instant, making him shudder. Gitlin curled up from the pain and could not help but groan, my whole body hurts. It looks like this body really has reached its limit. But because of that, I can feel even more clearly that I'm still alive. Just then, someone pushed open the door and stepped inside. Young master, you're awake. The moment he saw who it was, Gitlin's whole body froze for several seconds. Belinda, she set a wooden basin on the table and scolded him. Do you know how worried I was about you? Didn't I already tell you? You should have let the soldiers deal with those goblins. Before she could finish, Gitlin suddenly lunged forward and threw his arms around Belinda, catching her completely off guard. Belinda was startled out of her wits. Why, young master, what are you doing? Did I do something wrong? Gitlin replied, No, I'm just very happy to see you again. My personal nanny, Belinda. When I was little, no matter how many foolish things I did, she was always by my side. But after the family was destroyed, she disappeared, and I never saw her again. I never thought I would be able to meet her again like this. At this moment, Gitlin was still holding Belinda tightly. She said softly, Don't we see each other every day? Why are you this happy? Gitlin's gaze suddenly turned resolute, and his brows drew together slightly as he made a silent decision. I have to tell Belinda the truth. Gitlin placed his hands on her shoulders and said seriously, Listen carefully. Before long, a disaster is going to fall upon Defium. Hearing this, Belinda was utterly shocked and widened her eyes. Huh? What are you talking about? He hesitated for a moment, but in the end decided to reveal the truth. Actually, I already died once, then came back to life. Before she could fully understand what he meant, Belinda immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, that goblin nearly killed you. Gitlin helplessly corrected her at once. What? That's not what I meant. Belinda paid no attention to what he was saying at all. Do you know that the one truly in danger right now is you, not Defium? Seeing her reaction, Gitlin sighed inwardly. She doesn't believe me. Looks like it's pointless. Belinda continued nagging. If you're in so much pain that you can't even go to the festival, what do you plan to do then? Gitlin's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had remembered a rather unpleasant memory. The festival? Belinda cheerfully explained. Did you forget? Lady Elena has always been looking forward to going to that festival with you. This is a very good chance for the two of you to grow close again. Gitlin stepped forward, picked up that picture, and fell into thought. Right? The festival is always held around this time every year, isn't it? Back then, because of the fear in my heart, I did not attend that festival. Gitlin asked again, How long until the festival? Belinda thought for a moment before answering. Let me see. I think it's next week. You only have 1 week left. Hearing that, Gitlin simply stood there in silence, with no reaction at all. He only stared into empty space and murmured, Next week. That day will change my life. Just then, footsteps came from outside the door, and someone called out, Brother, are you in there? That memory that had always haunted me surfaced once again. It was Elena's pleading face. Come with me. It was also the scene Gitlin had feared all these years, the moment Elena lost her life. Gitlin immediately rushed over and pulled his little sister into his arms. Even Belinda was so shocked by the sight that her eyes went wide. In the next instant, Elena blushed and stammered, "B brother, what's wrong with you? What kind of joke is this?" Gitlin answered gently, "I missed you." Those cheesy words made Elena break out in goosebumps. Let go of me. You're being really creepy." That forceful shove from earlier made Gitlin grimace in pain, and he could not help but marvel inwardly. What insane strength! And she's just a child. Has she always been this strong? Elena dusted off her clothes as she frowned, her face full of confusion. "Belinda, call me over. What exactly are you trying to pull? Do you think doing this will make everything better?" Hearing that, Gitlin was immediately puzzled. What? Make what better? It turned out that not long before this, his past self had spoken vicious words to Elena. "Hey, didn't I tell you to get the hell away from me? You're so annoying. Just feeling your breath near me makes me so sick I want to throw up." Elena repeated it with a face full of suspicion. "Don't tell me you forgot even the things you said yourself?" A wave of guilt suddenly rose in Gitlin's heart. I said things like that?" He awkwardly turned his face to the side and scratched his neck, silently blaming himself. "In my previous life, I wasn't the person closest to Elena. I really was worthless." The more he thought about it, the more Gitlin regretted it. He spoke up, as sorry. The moment they heard that, both Belinda and Elena jumped in shock. "Why, young master, you actually apologized first? I heard a goblin nearly killed you. Did you hit your head somewhere?" Their reaction irritated Gitlin a little. He thumped his chest and defended himself seriously. "No, I really did defeat them. Why do both of you keep implying that I got hit so hard my brain broke?" But suddenly, that fierce pain from before surged back. Gitlin trembled all over, and his expression instantly twisted. He curled up, shaking with pain, nearly collapsing. Elena just stood there and said in a mocking voice, "Right, you definitely defeated them in that condition. You were carried back unconscious, you know. Come on now." Belinda and Elena burst into laughter together. Looking at the people he loved standing so vividly before his eyes, warmth without end rose in Gitlin's heart. He lowered his head to look at them, his eyes peaceful and calm, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a satisfied smile. "Everyone is just like they were in my memories. Why do I used to waste my time on such meaningless things?" At the ceremony that would be held next week, I used my worries about the raid squad as an excuse to refuse Elena's invitation to go with her. That was the last time I ever saw her. After that, they found Elena's corpse. She and her bodyguard had been torn to pieces. I should have been by her side. Just then, a knock suddenly came from outside the door, instantly drawing all three of their attention. A voice called out, "May we come in?" The next second, two knights in sea blue armor pushed open the door and walked in. As expected, Lady Elena is here. They were Elena's guards, Guard Damon and Guard Philip. Elena immediately stepped forward. "Is something wrong? Didn't I tell you two to wait outside?" Damon explained somewhat awkwardly. Forgive us, my lady. The servants invited you over to supervise the preparations for the festival." Hearing this, Gitlin immediately looked surprised and asked, why did they come looking for Elena? Belinda, standing beside him, immediately reproached him. "Of course you wouldn't know, young master, since all you do every day is laze around. I'm honestly curious just how short-handed Defium is that even the young lady has to come out and work." Those words filled Gitlin with guilt, leaving him speechless for a moment. Inwardly, he wondered, are we really that short on people? By then, Elena was already preparing to leave with the two guards. She did not forget to turn back and say, "I'm heading out, brother. Take care of yourself." Gitlin stood rooted in place, continuing to think, I never cared about any of this before, so of course I wouldn't know. Thinking of that, he immediately spoke up. "Let me help." Elena froze when she heard that. She turned around and looked at him with extreme shock. The next instant, Elena timidly shrank back toward Belinda, and the two of them could not help whispering to each other in astonishment. The young master actually volunteered to help? Could he really have hit his head that hard? That left Gitlin with nothing to say. At that moment, outside the Defium estate, a busy yet peaceful daily scene spread out before them. But that peace was quickly shattered by loud arguing from somewhere nearby. Everyone was startled and turned to look in that direction. Didn't you say you wanted to help? Then go outside. If you keep hovering around like this, everyone will be too scared to get any work done. It turned out to be the Defium siblings bickering endlessly, neither willing to give an inch as they went back and forth. Is that really how you treat someone who sincerely wants to help? The best way you can help us is by staying farther away and not causing more trouble. At the same time, Gitlin recalled the tragedy of his previous life. Elena's body had been found near the slums, very far from the festival grounds. Someone must have called her there, or taken her away by force. To stop that from happening, I first need to learn every path through the castle. Just then, suddenly hurried footsteps sounded out, along with a loud call. Young Master Gitlin, are you here? The moment he saw who it was, Gitlin could not help widening his eyes. That face belonged to Fergus. The old man wiped the sweat from his face as he said, "Seeing that you are safe and sound is truly a blessing from the heavens." This lowly servant Fergus rushed over the moment he heard about the goblins. Hearing that, Gitlin impatiently cut him off. "Can we not bring that up again?" "Over here." Elena immediately chimed in as well. "You came at just the right time, old man. Ever since he woke up, my brother has been acting strange. Please take him back to his room." Fergus cheerfully replied, "As you command, my lady." At that moment, Gitlin was deeply annoyed and could only silently complain, "This damned villain image is causing me trouble again. There's no other way. Before next week, I have to understand everything around the castle." Thinking that, he turned to look at Fergus. "Old man, there's an abandoned training yard in the castle, right? Take me there." The old man looked puzzled and asked, "Pardon me, young master, but what do you need the training yard for?" Gitlin replied with a calm but confident expression, "To train." Seeing that, Fergus widened his eyes, somewhat surprised, but he still obeyed and led Gitlin to the training ground. "This way, please." When they arrived, Gitlin was immediately stunned by the sight before him. He and Fergus stood in the middle of a spacious, spotless training room, and he could not help remarking, "What is this? This place is in even better condition than I imagined." He walked around the room, marveling inwardly. This really is a perfect training ground. Even back when I was a mercenary, I never saw a place like this. The old man then explained, "We have always maintained this place, just in case the young master ever wished to use this equipment. I believe your current state is only temporary." Hearing that, Gitlin recalled Fergus from his previous life. He was like this in that life too. But in the end, that tragedy still happened. Gitlin walked over to Fergus and patted him on the shoulder. "You need to live a little longer, old man. Death really feels awful." Fergus did not think much of it and merely joked back, "Forgive me, young master, but you speak as though you have personally gone through life and death." Truly, he had found someone who could understand him. Gitlin looked at the old man smugly, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. "As expected, you're quite sharp. I really did die once and come back to life." Fergus merely lowered his head, paying little attention to his words. "I think that joke goes a bit too far, young master." Hearing that, Gitlin was somewhat disappointed. "Fine, you may leave now. I have to start training." Fergus obeyed. "I will stand guard outside." Gitlin did not immediately look away and kept watching Fergus's figure slowly walk out. "I always treated the people around me as enemies, but that was only because I was narrow-minded." Gitlin quickly refocused on the important matter at hand. "One week. In my previous life, I already investigated it thoroughly. The mastermind behind Elena's death was a nearby lord. Therefore, Defium was dragged into war, and in the end met its destruction. Elena's death was in fact the starting point of our family's collapse. In other words, from this moment on, I have to make use of everything. First, I need a stronger physique. Unfortunately, there really isn't much time." Suddenly, Gitlin dropped to the floor with a thud, closed his eyes, and assumed a posture as though meditating. "But at the very least, I have to gain control over energy first. Energy is a supernatural resource that allows humans to surpass their own limits. Most people say that the hardest step is sensing and absorbing energy. But I could do it even on a chaotic battlefield. I have to gather the particles of energy drifting through the air, then reel them back in like winding up strands of thread. For someone like me, who has gone through thousands, no, perhaps tens of thousands of battles, creating an energy core is a trivial matter. But if that were all, then in my previous life, I could never have become one of the 7 strongest people in this nation. Using the method from the half-burned grimoire I picked up, combined with the human's natural energy core, I can create a second core, even a third. By building a network that links multiple cores together, I can unleash astonishing power. Gitlin's body very quickly reached its limit, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He bent over and coughed violently, muttering inwardly, "3 is the limit." Even in my previous life, the most I ever reached was 5 cores. This method can unleash tremendous power in a short period of time, but the price is an enormous consumption of internal energy. That was also the main reason I lost to Aiden in my previous life. That bastard brought an entire group of knights to deal with me when my energy was exhausted. If it had been a fair fight, I would definitely have won. Originally, this was an unstable technique, but for now, this is enough. Now I have a young body again, and there is still time. This time, I will personally cut off your head, Aiden, and the whole lot of you standing behind House Defium, helping them destroy our territory as well. I will wipe out every last one of you. 1 week later, on the day of the festival. At this moment, Gitlin was fully armed, prepared to face whatever was about to happen. He walked down the road, his posture straight, and his gaze incomparably resolute. The moment Elena saw her older brother, her eyes widened in obvious surprise. She walked over, half amazed and half teasing, and said, "Wow, you actually came? What's going on? Haven't you never attended things like this before?" Gitlin immediately replied, "No matter what, I'm still a member of the Defium family. At the very least, I should attend the festival once." Elena still sounded doubtful as she continued, "You really have been acting strange. I heard that all last week, you did nothing except train." Hearing that from his little sister, Gitlin turned his face away and stubbornly defended himself. What's strange about the next heir of a knightly house doing some training? Elena looked at him in confusion. "But you never used to care about things like that. You even used to say father was unbearably annoying, and you once wished you were the king. But no matter what, I like the way you are now better. You're more like the brother you used to be." Hearing that, Gitlin felt a slight tremor in his heart and found himself unable to speak. Over the past week, he had realized many things. Because his actions had changed, the way others treated him, and even the future itself, had also begun to change little by little. Elsewhere, Belinda was giving Damon and Philip an extremely careful warning. "You too, if the young master causes trouble, then figure out how to deal with it yourselves. There are many guests here today, and we absolutely cannot allow any problems to happen." The two replied in unison, "Please rest assured. You can trust us." Gitlin's thoughts continued. The bigger picture might not have changed yet, but it was impossible to measure just how much his small actions would affect these smaller events. Making good use of the information from the future, that was his task. He had to deal effectively with every situation. He was ready. After that, Gitlin and Elena enjoyed the festival activities and its lively, cheerful atmosphere together. They weaved through one stall after another, while he did not relax his vigilance for even a second, carefully observing his surroundings the entire time. As the night grew late, after they had played for a while, Elena said, "This is fun, but it's the same every year, so it's still a little boring. Isn't there anything new this year?" Standing beside her, Gitlin still did not forget to keep scanning the area warily. Somewhat puzzled, he thought, the festival is almost over, yet nothing has happened. Could it be because I've been staying by Elena's side the whole time? Just then, a voice came from somewhere and suggested, "My lady, would you like to go see another place? A friend of mine said there's a new performance elsewhere. What do you think?" The innocent Elena heard that and immediately asked excitedly, "Really?" Without the slightest suspicion, the girl grabbed the guard knight's hand and happily followed along. "Then that must be interesting." Behind her, Gitlin only watched in silence, his expression dark enough to terrify anyone. "So it was you, traitors to our family." Elena's 2 guard knights, Damon and Philip. Ever since Elena was little, they had always protected her. They were the most trusted knights in the family. In his previous life, people had said they died while protecting Elena. Damon eagerly raised his hand and pointed ahead. "We're here." Little Elena immediately brightened. her face full of anticipation. But ahead of them was nothing but a cold, deserted open space. There was not a single other person in sight. Only the four of them stood there alone. Elena looked around in confusion. What is this? There's obviously nothing here. Are you sure anyone would perform in a filthy place like this? Damon awkwardly answered, I think maybe they're not done preparing yet. They should be here any moment now. Elena immediately became angry and scolded him. Stop joking around. Would you want to watch a performance in a place like this? On this side, Gitlin did not say a word. He merely observed the surroundings with caution. After surveying the terrain, Gitlin seemed to understand something and thought to himself, just as I expected, on the surface this place is only a deserted alley, but judging by the way they arranged obstacles to block the retreat, they definitely prepared this in advance. As he was thinking that, Gitlin was suddenly yanked away hard by Elena. She urged him, let's go, brother. Seeing this, Damon hurriedly tried to persuade her. My lady, now that we're already here, shouldn't you at least watch the performance? Elena flatly refused in annoyance. Thank you, but no. I have no intention of watching anything in a place like this. Elena's strength was enough to surprise even Gitlin, and he blurted out, do you train normally or something? Why are you so strong? The girl only replied irritably, Suddenly, Elena bumped into someone blocking the way ahead. My lady, please wait just a little longer. That completely startled her. Philip, you two are acting really strange today. What is wrong with you? Damon showed an annoyed expression, lowered his head, and scratched the back of his neck. Oh dear, I wasn't planning to scare you in the first place. It's just that someone made a very reasonable request. Elena still looked completely baffled, not understanding at all. A request. Right then, someone suddenly approached from the distance in front of them, drawing their attention. Three men of unknown origin slowly came closer, carrying an aura that made one's skin crawl. The man standing in the middle raised his head, revealing his face as he spoke. As expected, you still do your work as cleanly as ever. This man's background was unknown. Only his name, Frank, was known. Seeing him, Damon immediately stepped forward and responded, Of course. We brought the young lady here exactly as agreed. So let's continue the deal right here. Frank was somewhat surprised when he discovered that there was one more person besides Elena, and he asked, Isn't that the eldest son of the Defium house? I don't recall ever asking you to bring him too. At this moment, little Elena was so frightened that her eyes had reddened, and she clung tightly to her brother's arm. Damon immediately answered, Him? I'm throwing him in for free. This idiot followed along on his own and doesn't even realize this is where he'll be buried. Gitlin spoke up and accused him, Damon, so it really was you who sold us out. Do you truly think you'll walk away from this unharmed? Damon shamelessly threw him a contemptuous look. You should worry about yourself first. We just need to run far away somewhere. We've had enough of this barren land, enough of the terror those savages bring. I'm sure plenty of people besides us have already left Defium, haven't they? Before he could finish speaking, in the blink of an eye, Gitlin swung his sword without the slightest hesitation. Before Damon could even react, his eyes bulged wide and blood began pouring from his mouth. The sight before them shocked everyone present. Even Frank could not help but waver. That sword strike had split Damon's body clean in two. Gitlin remained terrifyingly calm as he said flatly, But at the very least, they never betrayed us. Then he turned his icy gaze to the remaining guard knight and threatened, Don't you agree? Philip instantly lost his composure, snatched Elena as a hostage, and screamed in panic. Damon really was an idiot. How could a knight lose to an amateur like this? But before he could do anything else, the sword Gitlin hurled had already lodged straight into the middle of his forehead. Philip's eyes widened as his consciousness quickly faded, and he could only manage one final sentence. Impossible. After saying that, he collapsed to the ground, the sword still buried deep in his head, and Elena witnessed all of it with her own eyes. The blindfolded man standing behind Frank asked with some fear, Are you sure that's the eldest son of the Defium house? The other one added in alarm, I thought he had never had any real combat experience, and that he'd never even received basic training. Frank was silent for a moment before affirming, Looking at that face, There's no way I could mistake him. He thought to himself, even though he was ambushed. This brat killed 2 knights in an instant using energy-enhanced attacks. Clinging tightly to Gitlin, Elena trembled and asked, "Brother, what exactly is happening?" He did not answer. He simply took a silent step forward. In the next moment, Gitlin suddenly struck Elena on the back of the neck. Startled, Elena softly called, "Brodtha." He gently caught his sister and laid her down. "Sleep for a while." Frank spoke up. "Thank you for saving us the trouble, eldest young master Defium. You're nothing like what I heard. We had originally planned to deal with those two ourselves. Have you been hiding your true strength all along?" Gitlin walked to Philip's corpse and pulled his sword back out of the body. "And what does that have to do with you?" At the same time, he carefully observed his opponents and thought, 3 people. The 2 on the sides aren't much, but the level of inner energy coming from the one in the middle is completely different. I need to end this quickly. He also began walking toward the 3 of them, while asking in a cold voice, "I only want to know one thing. Who made that request?" Frank replied, "Humph. Does a man about to die really need to know that?" Gitlin had not expected much anyway, and a trace of disappointment entered his voice. "I knew you wouldn't give it up so easily. But that's fine. Very soon, you'll want to tell me yourself." The subordinate at Frank's side asked, "Should we just cut his head off?" Frank answered cruelly, "No. Take him alive. Break his limbs piece by piece until madness is his only escape. I want him writhing in pain, so that form appears in the most beautiful way possible." The 2 subordinates immediately acknowledged the order and charged straight at Gitlin. "Yes, sir." Gitlin coldly took something from the small pouch at his waist. He threw it directly at the 2 subordinates. One of them looked at the object flying toward him and exclaimed in shock, "A firecracker?" In the very next second, Gitlin acted decisively, thrusting his sword through the middle of the man's forehead, piercing straight through even the firecracker and snapping it in 2. One of them died on the spot. Gitlin quickly pulled the sword back out of the man's forehead, while the other had already rushed in at incredible speed, preparing to attack. Sneering, he said, "Cheap tricks." Right after that, he stabbed directly toward Gitlin's back. But thanks to his astonishing agility, Gitlin blocked the enemy's attack in an instant. He immediately shot the man a threatening look, then twisted his wrist, locking the opponent's weapon in place and terrifying him. In the next instant, Gitlin pivoted and stepped back, while directly snatching the weapon from his opponent's hand. Then he slashed horizontally, clean and decisive, chopping the man's head off. At that very moment, Gitlin suddenly felt killing intent surge at him from behind. It was Frank. Seizing the opportunity, he drove a fierce strike at him. Unexpectedly, Gitlin used the second sword he had just taken from that unlucky subordinate to block the blow. Seeing this, Frank could not help but feel secretly alarmed. He actually blocked my attack in that situation? That had been a perfect sneak attack. Gitlin did not waste a word. He immediately turned and counterattacked, forcing Frank off balance. As fast as lightning, he slashed, the blade tearing through the air straight at the artery in the man's neck, leaving him almost no time to react. Frank's skill was by no means ordinary either. He tilted his head aside in time, allowing the slash to only graze his neck and barely saving his life. The pipe clenched in his mouth was also cut clean in 2 by that strike and fell to the ground. Frank immediately counterattacked, aiming straight for Gitlin's head. Gitlin instantly crossed both swords before himself, blocking the heavy blow. Frank panted as he had already wrapped the wound on his neck in energy. That really scared me. If I had a little less energy, my head would have fallen off by now. Under the pressure of his opponent, Gitlin trembled slightly. He survived even after getting his neck cut like that. Did he concentrate energy around his neck to reduce the damage? Frank interrupted his thoughts. "I don't know how you learned that bizarre swordsmanship at your age, but with that tiny amount of energy you have, you cannot defeat me. You will die here." But contrary to expectations, there was not the slightest fear on Gitlin's face. Instead, a meaningful smile appeared. This shocked Frank to the extreme. "He's smiling?" The next second, Gitlin rolled as he turned, successfully knocking the enemy blade off to one side. Then he used the momentum to spin once more and unleashed a savage kick that smashed into Frank's face, directly shattering one of his lenses. Frank quickly steadied himself, but the force of that kick still drove him sliding far backward. He remained extremely arrogant, lifting a hand to adjust his hat and snorting disdainfully. "Didn't I already tell you? That little bit of energy of yours is completely useless." But just as he was gloating, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next second, Frank clutched his chest and dropped to his knees, blood continuously pouring from his mouth onto the street. He stared in disbelief at his trembling hand. What just happened? The force of that strike was all wrong. With that level of technique, it should have been impossible to break through my reinforcement. Gitlin advanced one step at a time and said, "I never thought there was truly a mastermind behind Elena's death. So it was you. Prepare yourself." Third core, release. Sensing the terrifying surge in his opponent's energy, Frank was horrified. What is this? How can your energy be reinforced to that extent? The moment he finished speaking, Gitlin tightened his grip on both swords and sprang forward without hesitation, startling Frank badly. His eyes could only widen as terror filled his heart. Too fast. Put on the defensive, Frank could do nothing but struggle to withstand Gitlin's endless barrage of attacks. Gitlin's gaze was cold to the extreme as he swung his swords with absolutely no mercy. Gripping the twin blades in both hands, he viciously brought down a heavy strike at his enemy. After blocking that blow, Frank's hands began trembling nonstop. Impossible. I only blocked one strike from him, and my arms are already going numb. No matter how much energy a person can draw out, the effect of reinforcement should still have limits. I've never heard of any method that could strengthen energy to this degree. It's as if he's become a different person. Gitlin coldly swung his sword, and with a single blow, the long sword in Frank's hand shattered apart, the fragments reflecting the horror in his eyes. That strike not only destroyed Frank's weapon, sending shards flying everywhere, it also directly slashed open a wound on his body, and fresh blood immediately sprayed out. But it was still not over. Gitlin drove his remaining sword straight forward, his eyes terrifying beyond measure. The blade pierced straight through Frank's body, forcing him to spit blood, and the force of the blow even created an aftershock that made the surrounding space seem to twist. Frank let out a miserable scream. Immediately afterward, Gitlin raised his hand, pinned it against the man's throat, and slammed him hard into the wall behind him. His voice icy with menace. "Let's continue the conversation we were having earlier, shall we? Who was the one who made that request?" Frank thought to himself, "I won't go down so easily. At the very least, I'll drag the young lady of Defium down with me." But his arm was suddenly bound by glowing strands of energy that had appeared from nowhere, and his movement halted at once. Those strands of energy had been fired from Gitlin's hand. Gitlin kept his hand pressed against Frank's throat. He said, "How about we make a deal? Don't do anything pointless. Answer my question, and I'll pull the sword back out." Completely suppressed, Frank could only grit his teeth and endure, his mind filled with shock and uncertainty. These strands were made from inner energy? I can't move. When did he create them? Damn it. After receiving no answer for a while, Gitlin tightened his grip on the sword hilt and continued, "I believe someone like you should know how to heal yourself. But if I destroy your energy core, then none of that will matter anymore." Hearing that, Frank was violently shaken. What? A flow of energy like crimson light immediately spread over the sword in Gitlin's hand, filling Frank with extreme terror. Cracks began appearing across Frank's energy field, and then it started breaking apart and collapsing. Seeing that, Frank screamed in panic. "No, my energy is falling apart." He shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice full of fear. "Are you insane? If you make even the slightest mistake, the reversed energy flow will cause a massive explosion and blow this whole area away. Are you trying to kill yourself?" The only response he got was a light, casual answer. "That only happens to people whose technique isn't good enough. I can handle it." Faced with this situation, Frank was completely terrified. This man isn't bluffing. "I'm really going to die." So he hurriedly confessed, It was Count Detmon. He's the one who requested it. He said he needed an excuse to start a war against House Defium and Degat. Gitlin was still somewhat suspicious and continued pressing him. "Really?" He thought to himself, So it was Detmon. In my previous life, shady things like this were usually handled by the family allied with the ducal house. Duke Delphine, how dare you arrange something like this on your own without their approval? Still pinning Frank down with one hand, Gitlin continued to ask, "So this is the reason you wanted to kill Elena?" Frank hurriedly answered, "Yes." Just as he finished speaking, Gitlin immediately made up his mind and drove his sword straight into Frank's body. Frank cried out in pain, "Damn it, what are you doing? This isn't what you said before." Gitlin looked at him with contempt and replied, "So what? You killed so many people, and now that it's your turn, you're scared?" Suddenly, Frank burst out laughing, catching him somewhat off guard. Arrogantly, Frank leaned in until his forehead pressed against Gitlin's and said, "Even if you kill me, it won't change anything. What's between me and Count Detmon is already finished. Do you think anyone will listen to a brat like you? Defium will be destroyed by war." Gitlin immediately raised his voice and said, "Then let me tell you something. I already died once and came back to life, so this time will be different." As soon as he finished speaking, Gitlin immediately poured energy into the sword. The cracks on Frank's body instantly spread across him from head to toe, and he let out a miserable scream of agony. A beam of blue light shot straight into the sky and exploded in midair, creating a dazzling spectacle. Its radiance illuminated the entire estate, and also highlighted Gitlin's valiant figure in the night. Chaos reigned all around, filled with the sound of ragged, hurried breathing. Gitlin turned his head and looked at his little sister, who was fast asleep on the stone ground. He let go of the sword in his hand, closed his eyes, tilted his head back to look at the sky, and let out a long breath as if a great burden had finally been lifted. But after relaxing for only a moment, Gitlin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had reached his limit. He bent over, bracing himself against the stone floor, coughing up blood without stop. He raised a hand to wipe away the blood and cursed inwardly, "Damn it. If I were still the strongest mercenary, detonating 3 energy cores would be nothing. I can't collapse here." Staggering, Gitlin made his way into a nearby house. He kicked the door open. Inside lay 2 corpses whose identities were unclear. Gitlin panted heavily as he slowly approached the 2 bodies. He recalled that in his previous life, aside from Elena, they had discovered another corpse here. According to that man, it was Count Detman's son. It seemed he had been killed together with the knight escorting him. So this was how they silenced witnesses and framed his side as Elena's killers. Once this matter came to light, war would break out. I have to erase this evidence. I won't let things unfold the way you want. In the distance, a mysterious figure concealed atop a tree had been silently watching everything. In the blink of an eye, that shadow vanished into the void. The scene shifted to a certain room where someone spoke up. "The mission has failed. We sent guard knights, and even Frank, the best man under our command." As soon as he finished speaking, the people seated around the round table flew into a rage and shouted at the person in the middle, "You couldn't even deal with a little girl? Did you grow careless because you thought this job would be too easy?" At that moment, the cloaked figure dropped to one knee and said awkwardly, that all because of Gitlin. At the mention of that name, the others looked at one another in surprise and said, "Gitlin? You mean that useless fool from the north?" Another man had already lost patience and sternly questioned the cloaked figure. "I'm certain you know Gitlin is a worthless waste. Are you seriously planning to use him as an excuse now?" Seeing that no one in the room believed him, the cloaked man broke out in an even heavier sweat and hurriedly tried to persuade them. He is completely different from what our intelligence and the rumors said. He remembered the determined look in that young man's eyes as he swung his sword. Every strike had been clean and decisive, severing heads and spilling blood. Even when delivering the killing blow, he had not hesitated in the slightest. The man honestly admitted, he really was like a completely different person. But we've already dealt with DGAT, so starting the territorial war should still be no problem. Please give me one more chance. But the others had already lost all trust in him and immediately barked, "Shut up. You couldn't even properly investigate information about a child. Do you know how great the losses are because of this delay? You couldn't even complete such a simple mission, and now you still dare ask for another chance?" When their anger reached its peak, everyone in the room ground their teeth and gave the order, "Kill him." Just then, the person seated in the highest position in the room coldly spoke. Too noisy. Those who had still been shouting immediately fell silent and obediently replied, yes. Once the room had gone quiet again, the mysterious man continued, what kind of chance do you want? The cloaked man answered excitedly, I will eliminate Gitlin of Defium. The mysterious man asked indifferently, how? Without hesitation, the cloaked man stated his plan. I'll make a duel happen naturally. I already have a suitable candidate in mind. Everyone else in the room silently looked toward the mysterious man seated above them. He asked who? The cloaked man revealed. His name is Cain, famous for a sword style based on overwhelming strength. Though still young, he is the embodiment of power itself. I dare say that in the north, no one can match him in strength. Moreover, Cain is Gitlin's cousin, so when they meet, there will be no need for any awkward setup. The others in the room showed no emotion at all. After listening, the mysterious man remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking in a voice cold enough to chill the bones. If you fail one more time, there will not be a next time. As soon as he said that, his sharp gaze pierced straight into the other man. The cloaked figure confidently said, I will not disappoint you. The scene shifted to the training hall in Defium Castle. Fergus stepped out from behind the door and reported, my apologies, young master, but it's time for your meal. The moment he finished speaking, a streak of blue light shot forward, wrapping itself around the hilt of the sword propped up by the door, right near Fergus's hand. The lingering trail of light drew a faintly glimmering blue line across the corner of the wall as it pulled the entire sword through the air. The next instant, a hand shot out and caught the sword in a flash. Its owner was Gitlin. He spun the sword a few times by the hilt and said, all right, that's enough for now. At that moment, Gitlin's eyes flicked aside, and when he saw who had come, he froze slightly. Then he casually slung the sword over his shoulder and said, oh, old Fergus. Fergus stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, I am terribly sorry. Young master was so absorbed in his training. But how in the world did you do that? Hearing that, Gitlin lowered his head to look at the sword wrapped in his glowing thread and softly said, ah, this? It's a mana thread, using mana like a string. As he said this, Gitlin closed his eyes and recalled the past. In his previous life, he had always used this technique, but at his current level, if he wanted to use it the same way as before, he would have to detonate an energy core because his energy was insufficient. However, if he created only a single thread and used less energy, then even with insufficient power, it could still be used. Fergus looked at the thread and honestly said, I thought I had cultivated energy for a very long time, and yet I've never seen anything like this. But inwardly, he was full of doubt. Not long ago, the young master clearly hadn't even been able to use mana, let alone train with it. So how had he come up with a way to use energy like this? At that moment, Gitlin changed the subject and asked, anyway, what did you come to see me for? Fergus hesitated and said, actually, I just stopped by to tell you something in passing. Gitlin looked at him indifferently and asked, what is it? Fergus lowered his head and said sincerely, thank you for protecting the young lady. Hearing that, Gitlin said in slight surprise, you're thanking me? That was something I was supposed to do in the first place. Come on, let's go eat. A few days later, the festival had been temporarily suspended. That was only natural. After all, a knight had attempted to kidnap the young lady. In the dining room, Elena rested her chin on one hand, looking displeased as she said, everyone thinks I was lying when I said you saved me. You should go say something to them. Sitting across from her, Gitlin replied, it's fine. They wouldn't believe us anyway. At that moment, Belinda, standing behind Elena, clenched her fists and said angrily, so Damon and Philip really tried to kidnap the young lady for profit? Those bastards. I knew they were perverts. Hearing that, Elena sighed helplessly and reminded her, Belinda. Gitlin looked at his younger sister, his mind filled with thoughts. Elena is still alive. I stopped the war from happening, but they definitely won't stop here. I can't keep stopping them all by myself. I need to build up a military force. As he was thinking, a servant pushed in a food cart and politely said, excuse me. Then the servant stepped forward and set a tray on the table. Gitlin reached out for the spoon and thought to himself, if I want to do that, I need to get more involved in politics. When the lid of the tray was lifted, inside was a small slice of bread placed neatly in the center. Gitlin stared at the slice of bread and blanked out for a few seconds. Then he asked Belinda in confusion, "Belinda, why are we eating dessert first?" Belinda gave him an awkward smile and said, "Dessert? You know the state we're in." The moment she finished speaking, shouts and curses from outside rang straight into the room, catching Gitlin off guard. Outside, a fat man loudly yelled, "You have to compensate us for the losses caused by the festival being canceled." The others also shouted in unison with menacing momentum, "Compensate us." Another man saw the guards inside and furiously roared, "Get out here! Aren't you all swimming in money?" The guard was badly rattled and could only lower his voice to placate them. "Please, everyone calm down a little," as the noise outside grew louder and louder. Gitlin stuck his head out the window, looked outside, and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Belinda ran out to take a look, then said to him with a frightened expression, "I knew they'd react like this. You know that in our territory, there are many merchants who make their living off the festival, right? Last year was barely enough to keep them afloat. But this time the festival was canceled after just one day, so it's only natural that they're angry." After hearing that, Gitlin frowned and said, "Has our territory really gotten this bad?" At that, he turned around and narrowed his eyes at the crowd outside. "This is bad. If I don't do something, they'll only get more agitated." A moment later, Gitlin looked at Fergus, who was approaching, and said, "Old Fergus, where are the soldiers? Send them out to calm the crowd." Fergus wore a confident smile and said, "We don't have any." Startled by what he heard, Gitlin asked in disbelief, "What?" Fergus calmly explained, "Most of the men have been dispatched to the monster forest to rebuild the areas attacked by goblins." Hearing that, Gitlin cursed inwardly, "Damn it, they're all there." The North was basically always on the verge of war. On one side were the northern tribes, and on the other there was the monster forest, where monsters could appear at any time. No money, no army. What a complete mess. After thinking for a moment, he stepped over, put a hand on Belinda's shoulder, and said softly, "Belinda, we need to talk." Gitlin leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You're the one holding my money for me, right? Take that money and use it to pacify those merchants." But the moment Belinda heard his suggestion, she immediately looked troubled. There isn't a single coin left. Yet Gitlin still didn't understand the problem. So he asked why. Belinda smiled and reminded him, "Have you forgotten? Because you spent money like water, the Count cut off your allowance." Only then did Gitlin understand. He suddenly thought, "Wait, so I don't have a single coin left? I'm broke?" Feeling that there really was no other way, he could only hold out his hand to Belinda and say, "Lend me some money." Belinda could only answer with an awkward smile, "I don't have any either." After facing reality head-on, Gitlin sat on the windowsill and looked out at the distant view. Damn it! No money, no army. What do we even have left? Filled with frustration, he thought, without even a little money, I can't do anything at all. Even if I know the future, I still need money first. Is there really no other way? Isn't there anything valuable in the estate? Ricardo shoved the door open and rushed into the room, shouting, "Young master." Gitlin glanced at him, seeing Ricardo charge in. Panting heavily, Gitlin jumped down from the window and asked Ricardo, "What is it? Why are you in such a hurry?" Ricardo seemed completely flustered as he yelled, "Something terrible has happened. Young Master Kane wants to see you." Hearing that name, Gitlin suddenly stopped short, the name slipping quietly from his lips, Kane. On the other side, Scovin had been beaten until his face was bruised and swollen, and he sat there gasping on the verge of death. But less than a few seconds later, another punch smashed into his face, distorting on impact. When the fist pulled back, it was covered in blood, so much that it was impossible to tell whose blood it was anymore. Then the man drove another punch into Scovin's chest. When he withdrew his fist, a deep crater was clearly visible in the center of his chest. Scovin spat out blood and coughed violently. The moment Gitlin arrived, he saw the man collapsed on the ground in a miserable state. Seeing Gitlin come, Scovin shut his eyes in pain and forced out a few difficult words. "Young master." At that sight, Gitlin's whole body went rigid, his eyes widening in shock, too stunned to speak for a moment. Just then, a voice rang out. "So I finally found you." Standing in front of him was a tall, heavily built man whose face radiated oppressive, killing intent. Then, Cain lowered his head to look down at Gitlin, the corner of his mouth curling upward arrogantly as he said, "Hey, Gitlin." Gitlin raised his eyes to look at him, his expression grave as he answered, "Yeah." Deep inside, his memory dimly resurfaced at the sight of that face. I remember this face. The heir of House Loges, our allied house. Cain. He was once my only friend, and also my enemy. As Cain slowly walked toward him, Gitlin did not turn his head, but instead asked Ricardo, who was standing behind him, "Ricardo, what's the situation right now?" Ricardo carefully replied, we received a report that there was a disturbance at the tavern. Then we saw young Master Cain and his guard knight there. After recognizing us, young Master Cain asked whether the rumors about young Master Gitlin were true. So Captain Scovan explained those rumors to him in detail. Without saying a word, Cain reached out and seized Scovan by the throat. He stared at Scovan with eyes full of killing intent and coldly said, "How dare you lie in front of the heir of House Loges?" That's what happened. Cain braced one hand on his hip, and after hearing Ricardo's explanation, he corrected him. "Hey, don't put like that. If you're going to tell him the truth." He said that someone like you, who has never trained a day in his life, beat down a goblin barehanded and dealt with a traitorous guard knight all by himself. That's why I taught him a little lesson to knock some sense into him. If he hadn't lied in the first place, none of this would have happened. Gitlin said nothing. He only fixed Cain with an icy stare. Deep down, he understood perfectly well. That's right. This bastard has always been that kind of person. He always treated me like his subordinate. Every time he came to Defium, he caused trouble. No matter how much trouble he caused, nobody dared say a word, because I was basically like his tag-along. No one dared look down on Cain. Unlike me, who was always insecure. His confident, flamboyant style was always praised as the quality an heir should have. And so, I was always the one held up for criticism. Thinking of this, Gitlin closed his eyes and let out a faint sigh. At the same time, Cain silently watched Gitlin's expression. He raised an eyebrow and mocked him inwardly. Look at this guy. Normally, if I provoked him this much, he would have already rushed at me. Not long before, in the Loge's territory, the tall Cain sat in a chair, looked at the person standing before him, and asked, "What? Kill Gitlin?" The cloaked man standing before him said bluntly, "If you successfully complete this mission, that esteemed lord will support House Loges." Cain probed further. Dealing with a thug like him wouldn't be hard, but Gitlin is also the heir to that land. How could I eliminate him so easily? The cloaked man laid out the plan directly. We can lure Gitlin into a duel and disguise everything as an unfortunate accident. This would be nothing more than a minor conflict between heirs. I will accompany you disguised as a guard knight to arrange the situation, so you need not worry. This is a rare opportunity for you as well. After pondering for a moment, Cain finally made his decision. The thought that I'll personally kill my cousin Gitlin. Fine, then let's depart at once. Back in the present, Cain glanced at the mysterious, cloaked man behind him, suspicion rising in his heart. Do they want him dead because something has changed? If that's the case, then Cain spoke and asked Gitlin, "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you just standing there? If you knew I was coming, you should have brought out what you prepared for me." Still not understanding, Gitlin asked in return, "Prepared what?" In a voice that sounded as though he were granting a favor, Cain said, "I heard the festival was interrupted, right? Then stir the atmosphere back up, and let's have some real fun. Haven't we always worked well together when it comes to these things? I'm not wrong, am I, my friend?" After hearing the other man's words, Gitlin shoved both hands into his trouser pockets, his eyes full of boredom. After a moment of silence, he raised one brow and asked, You mean that?" Looking at the burly man standing in front of him, Gitlin thought in disgust. That's right. Every time this bastard came here, he forced me to prepare wine and women for him. Back then, I could only obey because I didn't want to get beaten, but things are different now. Because of him, I wasted a fortune. Gitlin recalled Belinda's words. "Have you forgotten, my lord? Because you spent too much money. The lord has already cut off your allowance." Then he glanced at the man in front of him, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It had been here all along. His eyes immediately lit up as if he had found hope. My source of money. At that thought, Cain's figure was reflected in his eyes. Seeing Gitlin standing there as though he had lost his soul. Cain raised his voice and shouted, "Hey, Gitlin, if you remember, then bring it out already. Can't you see I'm waiting?" Gitlin went along with his words and said, "Yeah, of course. Best to bring it out right away, but don't you still owe me something?" The cloaked man heard this and was completely confused, only able to stand to the side and watch in silence. Cain, meanwhile, frowned deeply, not understanding what he meant. "Oh, you what?" At that moment, Gitlin held out his hand and calmly demanded repayment in front of everyone. "Don't you realize it? Every single thing you asked me to prepare each time was paid for with my own money. Pay me back. Principal and interest together. I'm charging you 1,000 gold coins." Cain said in shock, "What? 1,000 gold coins? Even adding all that junk together, it's not worth 100. Besides, weren't you doing those things to thank me for being your friend?" As if friendship had a fee attached to it. But the words that came out of Gitlin's mouth were nothing but mockery. "Friendship, my ass. I've been your doormat long enough. So before I beat you, pay me back. I'm in desperate need of money right now, understand?" When Gitlin said that, the atmosphere around them suddenly became strangely silent. Cain's expression completely darkened. Seeing this, Ricardo could not help but feel worried. "Young master, what are you saying?" After thinking for a while, Cain stomped hard on the ground and sprang to his feet. Lowering his head to look at Gitlin, he said in a provocative tone, "Have I been too lenient with you, so you've started getting bold? Do you really think you've become strong just because you spread false rumors everywhere that you beat a knight? You're nothing more than a parasite sucking the blood of this land. That's why everyone in the north calls you a fraud, because a so-called heir like you could do nothing but run your mouth. Wake up." Even in this situation, Gitlin remained standing exactly where he was, without the slightest trace of panic on his face. The instant Cain threw a punch, Gitlin merely tilted his body slightly to the side and swiftly dodged it. Ricardo and the cloaked man were both so shocked they were left speechless. Seeing his punch miss, Cain furiously cursed, "Damn it." A few seconds later, Gitlin suddenly struck, driving his fist straight into one side of Cain's chest. Cain was caught off guard and the pain twisted his face, but it still was not over. Gitlin threw another heavy punch at Cain's face, but fortunately Cain raised his arm in time to block it. Cain showed a smug smile, yet after failing to land that blow, Gitlin did not look disappointed in the slightest. Only a few seconds later, Cain's knees suddenly went weak and he dropped to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The cloaked man hurried forward to support him and anxiously asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Seeing the other man on the ground, putting on an act, Gitlin only said coldly, "Get up. Stop whining. I know you blocked that attack." At that moment, the cloaked man stepped forward and warned him, "Back off, Gitlin. Do you know what you're doing?" The onlookers in the tavern were all utterly stunned. Some could not believe their eyes and said, What just happened? Did Gitlin beat Cain? Did anyone see that clearly?" Gitlin glanced at the noisy crowd above and let out a faint laugh. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, and he had already guessed it in his heart. "So this is the kind of game you want to play." Cain even turned to look at the cloaked man, smiled smugly, and asked in a low voice, "What do you think of my performance?" After understanding, the cloaked man also smiled faintly and replied quietly, "Excellent. You arranged the stage perfectly, enough to make everyone think Gitlin is in the wrong. This is absolutely sufficient to become a legitimate reason for a duel." A moment later, Cain reached into his clothes, thinking confidently, of course, this is a rare chance to gain such powerful backing. This time, I must leave a deep impression. He recalled what the cloaked man had told him. If you successfully complete this task, that noble lord will support House Loges. Then Cain took a blue glove from inside his chest, seemingly certain in his heart that this was the best opportunity to cut off the power of the increasingly declining Defium. He raised the glove and, pretending to be the victim, shouted loudly, "How dare you? After slandering a noble's honor with lies, you even attack me because I meant to verify the truth? Gitlin, I challenge you to a duel." Before he could finish speaking, a glove was hurled hard into Cain's face. After throwing the glove, Gitlin said decisively, "I challenge you to a duel, Cain Loges." Being treated like that by Gitlin, Kane's face immediately filled with rage. As for Gitlin, he did not care at all and only said indifferently, "You insulted me, the heir, in front of the people of Defium, and you attacked my knight, disgracing noble honor." Sitting beside the injured Skovan, Ricardo quietly lifted his head to look. At that moment, Gitlin said with a resolute expression, "You're not planning to refuse, are you?" Kane and the cloaked man both darkened at those words and could only stare at him in silence. After a while, Kane raised a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth and said, "I already knew you were stupid, but I truly didn't expect you to be stupid enough to dig your own grave. Fine, I accept your challenge. Even if you die, don't regret it." Even with the point of a sword aimed straight at his face, Gitlin showed not the slightest fear. Then he called out, "Ricardo." Ricardo looked at him and respectfully answered, "Yes." Gitlin ordered, "Bring all the merchants protesting outside the city here. Tell them I'm going to help them make a fortune." The festival had been abruptly stopped, and the atmosphere that had been pushed to its peak had cooled in an instant, leaving behind some visitors who, out of regret, had not yet left. Surely they were carrying a feeling of dissatisfaction in their hearts. Their money had not all been spent, and their time had not been fully enjoyed. In this situation, if some activity appeared that could soothe those feelings, then Gitlin stood on the fighting stage, his ears filled with the cheers of the crowd. Below the stands, as the atmosphere gradually heated up, someone shouted excitedly, "It's a duel between young Master Kane and Gitlin. Hurry and bet on young Master Kane. That guy is finally about to get what's coming to him." Outside, in one corner of the marketplace, someone loudly called out to passers-by, "Cheap, cheap. Buy one, get one free." Someone else looked at the betting board and called others over. "Come look. That merchant who was shouting for compensation a few days ago is enthusiastically calling in customers now. Come on, come on. Place your bets over here. Line up here." The others rushed over as soon as they heard and started placing bets. "I'm betting on young Master Kane." "Me too. This is the safest bet there is." At that moment, Kane stood on the stage, planted his sword into the ground, and loudly rebuked Gitlin. "How dare you turn a sacred duel into a vegetable market? Let me make this clear before we begin. My sword won't stop just because you surrender." Gitlin stood there without any expression on his face, but in his heart he understood clearly. That's right. Perhaps this is exactly what you want. Thinking that, Gitlin calmly said to the man before him, "Then it looks like enough people have gathered now. Let's begin." Just then, the cloaked man below the stand spoke up. "Wait, I don't think a fair bet can be made under the current circumstances." The people sitting nearby all looked surprised when they heard that. "Huh?" The fat merchant also lowered his head to look at the betting slips, then said awkwardly, "Well, basically no one is betting on young Master Gitlin to win, so..." Hearing those words, Gitlin merely cast them an indifferent glance. At that moment, someone below the stands said openly without the slightest restraint, "If we're talking about fairness, isn't the outcome already obvious?" Another person chimed in, "That brat absolutely can't beat young Master Kane." Yet another added, "Only an idiot would bet on the other side." Hearing everyone talking, Kane could not help but find it amusing. He mocked, "Oh my, even this bunch of marketplace riffraff can't be bothered to spare you a glance." Just then, someone strode toward the stage and said loudly, "How about changing the betting terms? Make it a bet on how long he can last against young Master Kane." With that, the man slammed a money pouch down in front of the fat merchant. That person was none other than Skovan, with Ricardo helping him over. Skovan said, "I'm betting on young Master Gitlin." Hearing that, Gitlin felt a warmth in his heart, and the corner of his lips lifted slightly. Not long after, another person stepped forward, placing down a money pouch twice as large as Skovan's. Elena and Belinda stood side by side, arms folded, as Elena said, "I'm betting on my brother too." This time, both Skovan and Ricardo looked shocked and turned to look at them. Even Gitlin stared toward the two girls in surprise. The men sitting below could not believe their eyes either and cried out in astonishment, "Lady Elena, over here." Elena looked at the fat merchant and asked, "That's enough now, isn't it?" Meanwhile, Belinda reproached her, "I clearly advise you not to do this, my lady." The fat merchant hurriedly answered Elena, "Oh, of course, it's enough. it's enough. As for the cloaked man, the moment he saw the two of them, he immediately turned his face away, his expression extremely ugly. Cain, standing on the stage, seemed to have completely run out of patience and muttered, "Making me wait this long for nothing." Then he shouted loudly, "Get ready to begin." In the distance, Gitlin also assumed a stance to face the enemy and said, "You know, I'm older than you. If I strike first, that would be a bit strange, wouldn't it?" After saying that, he drew the sword at his waist, lifted it into the air, and with one hand neatly spun a flawless flourish, then brought the sword into an attacking stance. Next, Gitlin fixed the other man with a cold stare and said, "Come." Cain did not reply, only stared darkly at the man opposite him. Then he lowered his body, held his sword horizontally in front of himself, and said in a taunting voice, "Trying to act like the grown-up now? Don't you think it's a little late for that?" Just then a loud voice rang out, "Begin." At the signal, Cain instantly stomped the ground and shot upward, leaping high toward Gitlin as the long sword in his hand slashed down hard. Gitlin reacted extremely quickly and immediately raised his sword to block. The two blades collided, and sparks flew at once. Cain's sword gradually pressed closer and closer to Gitlin's face. At that moment, Cain grew more and more frenzied. "You're really overdoing it just to save face." The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword back, then quickly grabbed the blade and, using the motion, smashed downward, driving the hilt straight toward Gitlin. Fortunately, Gitlin dodged in time and avoided the blow. When Cain raised his sword, tracing an arc, the surface of the stage was smashed apart. The spectators below instantly cried out in amazement when they saw Cain's strike cave the stage in and leave a crater. "That's young Master Cain for you. That guy probably can't take even one hit." After successfully forcing Gitlin to dodge awkwardly under his sword, Cain wore an arrogant smile. Seeing the way he looked now, Gitlin snorted inwardly in disdain. "Look at this idiot." Below, Scovan and Ricardo watched with their souls practically leaving their bodies. Elena was so angry she could not speak, while Belinda gripped Elena's shoulder in panic and said, "My lady, we have to stop them at once." The cloaked man, standing nearby, felt immensely pleased when he heard those words. Too late. No matter who the opponent is, the moment they decide to fight Cain, they have already fallen into a trap. Once they are overwhelmed by that terrifying display of power, they will be consumed by the belief that they have no chance to counterattack at all, and they will pour all their energy into dodging. In the end, all it takes is dragging things out for a while. And when the opponent is exhausted and exposes an opening, the result is decided. This was how Cain had always won. Only then did Cain smugly say, "You're still as good at dodging as ever. Looks like your skills really have improved compared to before." As soon as he finished speaking, he spun his sword once in front of himself, then casually gripped the blade with both hands and continued. Then again, "You've always been very good at running away." Then Cain drew back his sword again, and suddenly swept the hilt sideways into Gitlin's waist. After hooking Gitlin, he threw his full strength into a violent heave, actually sending Gitlin's entire body flying into the air. While supporting Scovan, Ricardo shouted, "Young Master." The others below the stage were all too shocked to speak. Seeing the scene, the cloaked man felt even more satisfied inside. "It's over, Gitlin." At that moment, Gitlin flipped once in midair, seeing the people below looking up at him and Cain standing beneath him with his sword ready. After getting a taste of what it felt like to fly like a bird, Gitlin landed firmly on the ground. He gathered magic power into both legs and said coldly, "I had intended to go easy on you, but you've crossed the line." As soon as he finished speaking, Gitlin suddenly charged straight at his opponent. As the distance between them rapidly shrank, Cain could not help showing surprise. Gitlin swung a sharp sword strike, cutting precisely into Cain's side. Cain had not even felt the pain, yet before this strike left him utterly stunned. The cloaked man below the stage also noticed something unusual. His way of regaining balance was by concentrating power in his legs. After striking Cain, Gitlin let out a light breath, straightened up, and without even bothering to turn his head, said with contempt, "What stupid swordsmanship. You don't actually think that just by showing off a little strength and making your opponent afraid? You become the strongest, do you? Let me wake you up. Cain was unwilling to accept it. Even as he spoke, his hand had already raised the sword again, preparing to slash. Oh, is that so? Then what exactly are you going to do? At that moment, Gitlin swiftly planted his right foot, used the force of his left leg to spin, and lashed out with a kick, striking Cain's sword hilt. Then he leaped up and delivered another kick to Cain's upper arm, then used the momentum to complete a beautiful full spin. As gravity brought him down, his figure flashed, and he casually added 2 more sword strikes to Cain's arm before finally landing. After being suppressed again and again like that, Cain finally flew into a rage, roared, gripped the sword hilt with both hands, and slashed hard at Gitlin. But Gitlin was one step faster, springing up to avoid the strike, then stepping on Cain's sword in one smooth motion. Immediately afterward, he swung his sword and delivered a fatal strike to Cain's sword arm. After knocking his opponent down, Gitlin's face remained as cold as ice, leaving only Cain sitting there blankly while blood kept seeping from his wounds. The audience below the stage could not believe what they had just seen, and one after another they burst into an uproar. What just happened? Young Master Gitlin has improved way too much. Wait, is he actually about to win? Heavens, I bet on young Master Cain. Belinda stood frozen in place, unable to say a word. Elena folded her arms, her voice full of pride. See, although Scovin's face was badly swollen, the satisfaction in his expression could still be seen. But on the other side, the cloaked man's expression had turned incomparably ugly. Looking at the wounds on his body, Cain judged inwardly the wounds aren't that deep. He clearly could have cut deeper. Did he do it on purpose? How can that bastard display swordsmanship at this level? Gitlin stood beside him and lowered his head to glance at Cain. He looked at Cain for a long moment. Then, under Cain's utterly bewildered gaze, suddenly threw his sword away. The long sword fell onto the stage and spun several times. Gitlin said, with this much difference in technique, there's no fun in it. From now on, I'll fight you barehanded. Hearing that, Cain's face twisted in shock. What? Gitlin said bluntly. I think today is the perfect chance to teach you a proper lesson. With my fists. Cain raised a brow and asked, Teach me a lesson? As Gitlin rolled up his sleeves, he said leisurely, That's right. It seems that in swordsmanship, you're no match for me. So I'll give you a little advantage and fight barehanded, using what you're better at. In that case, I'll add another 2,000 gold coins to the bet, double the earlier amount, and wager that I will win. The crowd below the stage erupted once again. Bought 100, 2,000 gold coins? But this was supposed to be a duel. At that moment, the cloaked man was sweating profusely. Lowering his head, he thought, he actually dares to challenge Cain in a barehanded fight? I never thought the day would come when I'd be grateful for his madness. It seems luck is still on my side. A moment later, the fat merchant shouted loudly, All right, place your bets again. The event has been changed to a barehanded match. Young Master Gitlin versus young Master Cain. The spectators began chattering excitedly once more. Fine, a barehanded fight. I'm betting on Cain. He dares challenge him. One idiot. This time I'm definitely betting on young Master Gitlin to lose. Cain tugged at his clothes, his voice brimming with excitement. Bought 100. Are you joking? Fine, then let's fight barehanded. After saying that, he held his sword in one hand and ripped off his upper garment with the other, flinging it into the air, revealing his bare upper body as he strode toward Gitlin. But I'll be using my sword. From below the stage, Belinda raised her hand and shouted in agitation, You shameless bastard. Young master, hurry and pick up your sword. The next moment, Cain gripped his sword and slashed fiercely at his opponent. Gitlin looked at him and smiled coldly. As expected, I'll have to teach you all over again from the beginning. The instant Cain charged forward, Gitlin swiftly lowered his body and dodged the slash. Having missed, Cain immediately lost his balance, and the momentum of the long sword dragged his whole body upward and backward. As Gitlin evaded the blade, he moved sideways with the motion, then quickly shifted left and right, before suddenly driving a heavy punch into Cain's thigh. Gitlin drew back his fist, his gaze fixed firmly on his opponent. In the very next instant, another punch smashed straight into Cain's jaw, and blood instantly burst from Cain's mouth. Not only that, the force of the blow was so great it nearly seemed ready to knock his jaw clean off. Cain dropped to his knees at once and spat out a mouthful of blood. Only one thought remained in his head. What the hell? How can he move like that? Seeing one man standing and the other kneeling, the entire place exploded again. Has everyone gone mad? Young Master Gitlin really won. Gitlin looked down at the man, writhing in pain at his feet, and said only coldly, "Get up. I haven't even started yet." Humiliated by that single punch, Cain immediately glared, gritting his teeth, and once more rushed at Gitlin with sword in hand. Though his momentum was fierce, every single sword strike was easily and nimbly avoided by Gitlin. Then, Gitlin suddenly used both hands to clamp down on Cain's upper arm. Cain roared inwardly, "Even now, you still don't dare look me in the eye. Every time I appeared, you used to lower your head. For the future of House Loges, I have to kill you." But no matter what he thought, the reality was that he had been beaten so badly he had no strength to fight back. Then, Gitlin's flurry of punches began crashing down one after another, landing precisely on the parts of Cain's body that were still uninjured. Again and again, dozens of times over, until Cain's face was swollen beyond recognition and his body was covered in bruises. In his mind, only one question echoed. Why? But Gitlin still had no intention of letting him go. He grabbed Cain by the hair and forced him to lift his head. Looking down from above, Gitlin said, "I could truly feel sorry for your father. Because Count Loges regarded my father as a friend, he always helped Defium right up until our house collapsed. But you and your father are clearly not the same kind of people." Hearing Gitlin mention his father, a memory suddenly flashed through Cain's mind. A few years earlier, in an old estate, someone had asked, "We have to send aid to Defium again? Even if you were close to Count Defium, we ourselves are struggling badly. Why do you keep investing in that ruined land? Isn't this just like pouring water into a cracked jar?" Less than a week after returning to his territory, his father had wanted to go help Defium again. Back then, Cain's face had darkened with resentment, and he had all but pleaded, "Please don't go again, father. Everyone is trying to persuade you. Why do you still insist on helping Defium?" At that, Cain's father, Count Loges, turned around. To this day, Cain still remembered clearly how his father had answered him with absolute certainty. "Because we are friends. There is no other reason." Faced with the next incoming punch, Cain shut his eyes and waited for it, as if resigning himself to fate. But instead, the response he heard was a familiar voice. "That should be enough to teach you a lesson, right?" Cain opened his eyes in surprise and saw Gitlin extending a hand toward him. Saying, "Get up." Cain stayed silent for a long time, not reacting. Then he lowered his head and said with complete sincerity, "I admit defeat." At that very moment, the people beneath the stage seemed to be struck all at once. Men and women alike froze for several seconds. Even the cloaked man who had started all of this stood there with his mouth hanging open in shock. Then the whole place exploded in wild cheers. "Young Master Gitlin won. I won my bet. I can't believe it. My money. Over here." Elena also cried out in delight. "Second brother won." At that moment, the cloaked man hurried over to Cain and shouted at him uncontrollably. "How could you admit defeat so early just because of a slight disadvantage? What exactly are you doing? I trusted you so much. Let go of me." But Cain only replied briefly, "I'm finished." The cloaked man froze. "What?" Covering his face, he cursed inwardly with a twisted expression. "Damn it, this weak little brat." Just then, Gitlin stepped forward and said, "Then now it's my turn to do what I want to do, isn't it?" The cloaked man didn't understand and asked what. Then, Gitlin loudly announced, "Everyone, listen up. This man has voluntarily offered to pay for meat and wine for everyone present here." The cloaked man stared blankly and repeated what. But the crowd instantly burst into joyous cheers. "Meat and wine. I haven't been to a feast in ages. Young master, you're incredible." Driven into a corner, the cloaked man screamed desperately, "I refuse." Take those words back. But the only response was a hand landing on his shoulder. At that moment, Gitlin finally said seriously, "This is the price you have to pay for losing this duel. You can still afford that much, can't you? And let me make one thing clear. This will not be deducted from the wager. Don't forget that on top of the original 1,000 gold coins we agreed upon, there are another 2,000 added. If you dare run, you already know what the consequences will be." The cloaked man trembled in fear. After saying that, Gitlin turned and left, leaving only him and Kane sitting there, as if they had accepted reality, saying, "Understood." Scene shift. The next day, in Gitlin's room, he opened the chest and was surprised to find it filled entirely with gold. Gitlin picked up a gold coin and thought, "This amount is enough for me to hire a small mercenary company. It's no small sum, but making money takes too much time, and they won't wait for me. If I want to carry out the trade plan I'm considering, I'll have to prepare faster." Just as Gitlin closed the lid, he discovered that Elena and Belinda had somehow appeared beside him. Turning his head, he asked with a less-than-friendly expression, "What is it?" Elena curiously asked her brother, "Second brother, what are you planning to spend all this money on?" Hearing that, Gitlin looked at her warily and asked, "Are you asking me for some of it?" Elena replied, "No, I was just asking." As for Belinda, she looked as if she had already seen through everything long ago and said, "Young master is definitely planning to use it for that, isn't he? Lady Amelia's birthday is coming soon. So after making such a show of yourself, aren't you planning to buy her a very expensive gift? Young master is really too honest." At that, Belinda laughed smugly. Elena also shot her brother a sidelong glance and said in a mocking tone, "Oh my, so you went through all that trouble just to leave a good impression on your fiancée." Gitlin said nothing, but suspicion rose in his heart. "I have a fiancée?" Thinking of that, he turned and asked, "I have a fiancée?" Hearing him ask that, Belinda instead laughed teasingly. "Is young master embarrassed? But I know young master is only pretending to have forgotten." Elena stood beside them with folded arms and sighed helplessly, saying, "It's Amelia of Count Rayfot's house." Gitlin paused for a moment, trying to remember who that was. Ah, that woman, Amelia Rayfot, a noble among nobles, deeply beloved by the people for her gentle nature and actions that transcended class. But later, she would lead a rebellion and be called the Witch of the North. What's more, she would join Duke Delphine in singing the death knell of Defium. A traitor. Thinking of this, the corner of his lips curved into a smile, and he turned to ask, "Belinda, when will my father return?" Belinda immediately answered, "His lordship? Probably about a week from now." Gitlin calculated silently, 1 week. That's enough. With that thought, he stood up and walked toward the door, saying without even looking back, "I'm going to the Rayfot estate right now." Belinda hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait, there's still a long time before my lady's birthday, so why all of a sudden?" Before she could finish, Gitlin cut her off. Turning back, he said simply to collect a debt. Scene shift. At this moment, a young woman sat holding a pair of shoes in her hands. That young woman was Amelia. Then, she raised her head and softly said to the person standing before her, "To get money." A strange silence spread between the two of them. The little beggar girl exclaimed in shock, "Ah, Lady Amelia." Amelia explained, "If in my city, someone must go barefoot, then that person can only be me." After saying that, she turned and instructed the soldiers behind her, provide them with food and lodging immediately. The soldiers answered at once, "Yes, my lady." Then they brought over crates filled with food. The people around them were overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Amelia Rayfot's estate, the house of Count Rayfot. Amelia sat in a chair while a man massaged her feet, lifting her delicate feet. The man looked up and said, "You've worked hard, my lady." This man was Amelia's guard, Bernap. As Amelia stroked the cat beside her, she said, "My father always demands absolute obedience from the people, but those fools follow whoever keeps them warm and fills their stomachs." Bernap lowered his head slightly and said in a firm voice, "If this continues, the people's hearts will all belong to you, my lady. That will surely be very beneficial to you in the upcoming struggle over the inheritance." Amelia quietly listened to him, then without another word kicked him squarely in the face. She did not withdraw her foot, but continued asking, "How did your duel with the Northern Sword Master go?" Even though the kick had hurt badly, Bernap still bowed respectfully and answered, "Please forgive me, my lady. I did it to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. If I had one, it might have caused people to notice your movements. Now is not yet the time for us to bare our claws. My sword belongs to you, my lady. Amelia seemed slightly surprised as he kissed her foot and said, "Exactly when did I raise you into something like this?" After saying that, she gently lifted Bernap's face. Then Amelia lowered her head until her face was almost touching his and coldly commanded, "You are not allowed to be weak." Amelia asked again, "And what about the trading company?" Bernap answered immediately, "If it's the Actium Trading Company, there is no need for concern, my lady. They have already purchased all the materials needed to rebuild the garrison in the Monster Forest. That garrison near Defium was attacked by beastmen and half of it was destroyed. In other words, we are recovering all the aid Count Rayfot sends to Defium every year. In addition, we are also recruiting all the soldiers and knights leaving Defium. Many of them were tempered in battle against the barbarians, so their quality is exceptionally high." Amelia watched him wash her feet and said approvingly, "Very good. Keep maintaining the appearance of an ordinary trading company until we are fully prepared. Under no circumstances are we to expose who we are." Just then, one of Amelia's subordinates approached, bowed his head, and said, "Please forgive your subordinate for interrupting." Bernap immediately stepped toward him and barked sternly, "My lady is resting. Who allowed you to barge in like this?" The subordinate replied, "It's just that. Word has come from the gate. His Highness Gitlin of Defium has arrived." The moment she heard that name, Amelia frowned at once, clearly annoyed. "Why is that nuisance here? Press like that." The subordinate broke out in nervous sweat and answered, he said, "He has something to discuss with you, my lady, regarding the trading company." A short while later, in the reception room, Amelia sat there holding her cat, looking at Gitlin with an expression full of displeasure. As for Gitlin, he politely greeted the mistress of the estate. "Hello, Amelia." But both Amelia and her cat were extremely unfriendly, merely staring coldly at the person before them. Then she rebuked Gitlin. "You barged in here without notice. That is outrageously rude. Have you sold off all your manners and breeding?" But Gitlin did not care in the least, and said, "Your birthday is coming soon, isn't it? I wanted to give you your gift in advance. I discovered something at a trading company outside. It has a very pleasant fragrance. I plan to keep buying flowers from there in the future." What was that trading company called again? All right, the Actium Trading Company. Amelia remained silent, still frowning, without showing the slightest bit of pleasure. A few seconds later, she stood up and said, "I don't understand what you're talking about. I've received the gift. You may leave now. That is all." Just then, Gitlin softly called her name and ordered Amelia Rayfot, "Sit down." Amelia's eyes widened at once when she heard that. Looking at the cup of coffee on the table, she was filled with alarm. What is this oppressive feeling? Is this still that man who used to panic awkwardly whenever he stood in front of me? Gitlin leisurely swirled his teacup and said, "I'll keep this brief. I need money. Give me 10,000 gold coins." Amelia frowned at him. "What? You suddenly appear and then open your mouth to borrow such a large sum from your fiancé? Should I take this as Count Defium's intention?" Gitlin lazily raised his teacup and looked at her as he said, "It has nothing to do with my father. You only need to give the money to me. Besides, you never intended to marry me anyway, did you?" Amelia was forced into glaring fiercely at him while listening to him continue. At that moment, Gitlin spoke words laced with threat. "It's probably that knight standing outside, isn't it? If you were the one in power, then something like this could naturally happen. But before that, if word were to spread that you are secretly building up power and preparing to participate in House Rayfot's succession struggle." The cat seemed to understand what he meant, and viciously leaped down, baring its teeth and growling at the guest. Amelia looked coldly at Gitlin, then glanced at the cat and said, "Your Highness Gitlin, even as a joke, such words should not be spoken so loudly." Gitlin looked at her meaningfully and said, "Don't worry. As long as I don't leave empty-handed, I'll keep your secret." Hearing that, Amelia gave a mocking sneer. "That is impossible." Then, she called out a name, Bernap. The door opened at the sound. Bernap entered the room from outside with a stern expression and walked over to stand before Gitlin, then respectfully saluted. "It has been a long time, Your Highness Gitlin." Gitlin casually glanced at him, but countless thoughts spun through his mind. Bernap, the man who was always by Amelia's side. Even back then, he already possessed strength no less than the Northern Swordmasters. Even so, Gitlin remained seated and slowly said, "If I die here, it could lead to a territorial war. Can you handle that?" Amelia replied immediately, "Of course." A reckless man barged in, caused trouble, and was killed by the guards. That is the version the world will know. After saying that, Amelia reached out and touched the spider, killing intent filling her eyes. As she coldly ordered, "Kill him," Bernap instantly drew his sword and answered seriously, "As you command." Knowing that she truly meant to kill him, Gitlin thought, "If you're willing to go this far, then I have no choice but to become a little more serious myself." Sitting in his chair, Gitlin gripped his long sword, ready to fight at any moment. Meanwhile, the guard Bernap stood in front of Amelia in a battle stance, staring at him with killing intent, the corner of his mouth even carrying a smug smile. Gitlin's eyes suddenly flashed, as if he had noticed something. He sensed that something was wrong with the 3 suits of armor behind him. In the next instant, his heart jolted. Behind him, a stranger suddenly sprang out from inside one of the suits of armor, having long since raised a sword and now lunging straight at him. Gitlin's guard rose to its highest point immediately. The man thrust down with a single strike, and the blow pierced straight through the chair, even shredding the leather backing to pieces. Thanks to his keen reactions, Gitlin rolled to the ground and only barely avoided the fatal attack. The instant the sword point missed, he immediately drove a fierce kick into the man's chest. The assassin had not even managed to pull his sword back before the kick struck him hard, the pain making his eyes bulge. The force of the blow even sent his whole body flying backward, crashing through and shattering the glass door. At the same time, Gitlin landed gracefully on the ground. Amelia and the guard Bernap, who had witnessed all of it, widened their eyes in utter disbelief that he could counterattack so effortlessly. Gitlin turned his head, a trace of mockery flickering in his eyes. An assassin? Hiding behind a mask of courtesy, then launching a sneak attack. This is truly a terrible way to treat a guest. He swung his sword in a perfectly straight slash. Bernap raised his blade to block it. The 2 swords collided, sending sparks flying. With a cold and cutting gaze, he asked, "Does no one in House Ray fought know any manners?" Though he was dealing with the attack with some difficulty, Bernap's tone remained calm as ever. "My apologies, but the one who was rude first was you, Your Highness Gitlin. You barged in without warning and insulted my lady. A man like you does not deserve polite treatment, does he?" The moment he steadied his sword stance, Bernap thrust straight down. Gitlin quickly flipped aside to evade. He suddenly sprang upward and charged straight at Bernap. His right leg carved a powerful arc through the air. As his body lowered close to the ground, he drove a direct kick into his opponent's chest. Bernap had no time to defend and staggered immediately. The forceful blow drove Bernap back 2 steps. He braced himself against the ground to keep his balance, then bent low with effort, thinking to himself, "Your Highness Gitlin, I heard you were nothing but arrogant with no real skill. But it seems you're no amateur." Amelia folded her arms at the side and impatiently ordered, "What are you doing, Bernap? Get serious and deal with that thug." Bernap helplessly turned his head and answered, "Yes, my lady." She frowned and ordered, "Bring me that bastard's head at once, if you truly are my sword." Bernap fell silent, his eyes darkening as he made up his mind. His hand suddenly tightened around the sword hilt. "I will not disappoint you." Bernap raised the tip of his sword, killing intent surging in his eyes as if declaring war. "Then shall we begin?" Gitlin was not intimidated in the slightest. Looking straight at him, he answered with equal arrogance in his gaze, "A mere knightly guard dares to order me around?" Bernap's expression did not change at all. "The methods may differ, but it is still protection. If you wish, we can ready ourselves and fight another round. I will satisfy you." On the other side, Gitlin was no less ready. He gripped his sword tightly, prepared for a direct confrontation. Quick as lightning, Bernap lunged forward with a savage expression. The sharp sword tip closed in and slashed straight toward his head. Gitlin widened his eyes and focused on observing his opponent. He tilted aside, barely avoiding the blade right in front of his face. Even so, that strike still left a wound on his cheek. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he coldly glanced at Bernap, thinking, "This guy is fast." Seeing that Gitlin had suffered only a light injury, Bernap immediately grew even more determined. After that, the two of them unleashed wave after wave of ferocious attacks. Gitlin gave no ground, answering every move in full. Both wielded their swords with extreme precision. Every strike carried unmistakable killing intent. Amelia stood there watching, inwardly furious. How could someone dismissed as a thug fight Bernap on equal footing? She frowned, glaring fiercely at the battle that was driving her mad. Back in the fight, Gitlin tensed his whole body, stubbornly holding off the sword strikes crashing toward him like a raging storm. The enemy blade slid along his own. Gitlin poured all his strength into a reverse sweep, forcing the other sword's tip away. The situation abruptly reversed. His blade had already reached beneath Bernap's shoulder and could deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Yet Bernap used the same trick again. His left hand looped around, clamped tightly onto Gitlin's blade, and launched another attack. He lowered his head and charged forward like a crazed wild beast. Gitlin frowned and asked disdainfully, "This again?" Unwilling to lose the initiative, he immediately whipped out a hooking kick that swept across Bernap's head, even while his sword remained tightly restrained. But right after that, he instantly realized something was wrong. Bernap stood completely still, yet his entire body radiated blazing killing intent like a warrior about to enter battle. He declared confidently, "The same move will not work a second time." Then Bernap exploded with strength, lifted Gitlin's entire body, and slammed him hard onto the ground. Gitlin crashed down heavily, his back striking the floor with a dull thud. Gitlin clenched his teeth, a pained groan escaping his throat. At that very moment, a silver-blue flash of cold light gleamed. Taking advantage of the opening, Bernap rushed in and thrust again. Fortunately, Gitlin raised his leg in time to trap the sword's momentum and press it to the ground, then quickly rolled away from danger. He forced himself into a spin in midair and landed again, but the sword was still in Bernap's hand. Sweat beaded on Gitlin's forehead as he thought to himself, "So you've been trying to hold out with internal force." Bernap stepped forward and taunted him. "Your Highness Gitlin, you are not entirely as the rumors say. I think perhaps only by truly crossing swords can one understand what kind of person someone really is. Your swordsmanship looks more like something learned in real combat than through formal training. You realized it yourself through frequent life and death battles with barbarian tribes, didn't you? That kind of technique may be useful on a chaotic battlefield, but against me, it is useless. This is the end." At that moment, Gitlin thought with difficulty. As expected, I've still been forcing it too much. Those precise attacks, stabbing into such narrow openings, combined with the string of sword points constantly targeting his head, had completely shattered his sense of distance and timing. At close range, the difference in their builds made it very difficult for him to suppress Bernap through technique alone. Perhaps from the very start, this was not someone he should have tangled with. Gitlin spoke up, "But the problem is I don't have time to waste here either." In the very next second, he immediately sent that thread shooting toward Bernap. The fine thread brushed across Bernap's neck, making him freeze. A thread? But right afterward, he realized it was condensed internal force. Gitlin immediately controlled the thread formed from internal force, wrapping it around the sword hilt lying behind him. Then he manipulated the hilt and smashed it viciously into the back of Bernap's head. Bernap failed to react in time and took the heavy hit directly, pain flashing across his face. Gitlin did not hesitate at all. He sprang up and appeared before him, ready to follow with another direct strike. He drove a knee hard into Bernap's face. The blow was both fierce and decisive, instantly drawing blood and causing no small amount of pain. At that point, even breathing had become difficult for Bernap. Dark red drops of blood fell one by one, and his head spun so badly he could barely remain standing. In shock, he cried inwardly, What did you do?" Seeing her guard in such a miserable state, Amelia immediately called out to him in alarm. "Bernap!" Taking advantage of Bernap doubling over and clutching his face because of his throbbing nose, Gitlin lunged forward and slashed down. He poured all his strength into that strike. His eyes, cold and hard as steel, locked onto the target while icy killing intent spread out. Bernap hurriedly raised his sword to block, both hands trembling nonstop. He gritted his teeth, tightened his grip, and tensed his whole body to endure it. Then he suddenly exerted force and swung his sword to shove Gitlin back, catching him off guard and nearly making him crash to the ground. Gitlin immediately steadied himself, tapped off the ground, and sprang back up, regaining his footing without once taking his eyes off his opponent. At that moment, Bernap hastily urged Amelia to leave. "My lady, you must leave here. I cannot guarantee that you will remain unharmed any longer. From now on, I will fight with my full strength." A trace of calm flashed across Gitlin's face before he said, "That's right. You should face me with that attitude." After all this time, I finally met a worthy opponent. Shifting to Amelia's side, she was now holding a cat in one arm while lifting her skirt with the other as she ran, her steps utterly frantic. Her heart was full of resentment. "Gitlin, how dare you humiliate me like this? Who is it? Which fool leaked the Merchant Association's information to that madman? If not for that, Gitlin could never have known so many details. Those rumors about him, killing monsters, protecting his sister from an assassination attempt, even defeating the heir of House Loges. Damn it." She ran outside, only to find not a single person in sight. She frowned, her expression dark. "What in the world are the guards I station here doing?" At that moment, a horrifying sight struck Amelia's eyes. A mysterious figure in black stood there, and beneath that person's feet lay countless guard corpses strewn everywhere. She froze on the spot, too shocked to move. Hearing movement behind her, the black-clad figure turned around. It was Belinda. She smiled. "Oh, my long time no see, my lady." The moment Amelia recognized her, her gaze stiffened and her throat seemed to close up. "The maid from Defium? Why are you—" Belinda, her face hidden beneath her hood, made a silencing gesture. "Shoo." She glided in from behind without a sound like a ghost. One arm looped around Amelia's neck, and a cold blade pressed against it. Her voice was vicious. "Quiet now." Amelia swallowed and did not dare move, her eyes fixed on that sharp knife. Belinda raised a hand and plucked the spider from the corner of Amelia's right lip, saying in disgust, "Good heavens, you still keep this disgusting spider by your mouth." I remember overhearing part of a conversation between Count Rayfot and my lord during the engagement ceremony. They said your brother used to mock you for always being surrounded by those dreadful spiders. So you keep spiders on your body as a way of getting back at him? I'm not sure whether this is to overcome your fear or some way of proving yourself. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, my lady, but it truly does not suit you at all. She brought her foot down hard with a sharp crack. The spider was crushed, sticky fluid splattering everywhere. Belinda threatened, "Could I trouble you to cooperate a little?" Back to the battle. The two of them both released imposing auras as they faced one another. Gitlin looked at him, silently evaluating. The air was so heavy it felt almost frozen. It was an overwhelmingly oppressive current of internal force. Suddenly, Bernap spoke. "You just said a worthy opponent. That really does sound like something a low-born mercenary would say. And yet you call yourself a noble, just like my lady." Gitlin replied calmly, "Of course I'm a noble. As for a mere guard like you, perhaps you shouldn't keep such words on your lips." After that, the two fell silent again, facing each other across the distance, their eyes locked on one another. Suddenly, Bernap called his name. "Young Master Gitlin, do not stain the nobility." Gitlin looked ahead, a flicker of astonishment appearing in his eyes. Bernap unleashed move after move, while Gitlin was forced onto the defensive and could only guard. Watching each technique from the other side, Gitlin made a silent judgment. This guy is too strong. The fiercer they fought, the harsher Bernap's sword became. Every slash seemed ready to tear through the air itself. His offensive, unbroken, and relentless. After a string of exchanges, Gitlin tightened his grip on the hilt, resolve flashing in his eyes. Enough. He swung powerfully, knocking aside the sword thrusting straight toward him. Then he drew a beautiful upward arc with his blade. His gaze turned icy, and after a deep breath, his long sword came crashing down. The force behind it seemed enough to split his opponent's skull on the spot. But unfortunately, Bernap reacted with incredible speed and instantly withdrew his sword into a defensive posture. He angled his blade to the left and forcibly received the powerful strike. A harsh metallic crash rang out. One instant he was blocking. The next, Bernap's wrist twisted, and relying on polished technique, he reversed the pressure, forcing Gitlin's blade downward. His sword pressed precisely against his opponent's and suddenly flicked upward, immediately throwing Gitlin's longsword offline. Every movement was meticulously calculated, leaving his opponent absolutely no chance to counterattack. He looked at Gitlin and said, "Young Master Gitlin, that was your final move." At that moment, his sword had already pierced into Gitlin's body. The two of them stopped at the same time. Blood sprayed out, splattering through the air. Bernap frowned, shocked as he realized. Gitlin had already prepared himself to take that blow first, using his shoulder to divert the sword tip. But in the very instant Bernap froze, Gitlin immediately flipped his blade and counterattacked from above. Bernap instantly withdrew his sword to block, fending him off while taunting. Not bad. It seems that before the very last moment, one truly cannot be careless. But before he could finish, Bernap forcefully knocked his sword aside, intending to throw him off balance. Immediately afterward, he followed with a kick, driving it hard into Gitlin's chest and causing him no small amount of pain. With contempt on his face, he said, "This is the difference between me and the sort of person who treats swordplay as a pastime." The force of the kick sent Gitlin flying backward flat on his back, his body hurled away like a sack. Gitlin's whole body spun with dizziness, and he gasped for breath without stop. The battle replayed again and again in his mind. As expected, this is very interesting. Whether it was speed, reach, or that continuous suppressive offense, this man held the rhythm of the battle firmly in his grasp. Any attempt to close in and engage in entangling close combat for a counterattack would immediately be neutralized. In the instant of crossing blades, he made the two swords seem almost bound together, making me mistakenly believe they could not be separated at all. With the amount of internal force I currently have, I cannot contend against his strength head-on. Right now, I cannot directly oppose his power. He's charging at me aggressively, but that is only in terms of the amount of internal force I possess at this moment. What a pity. It seems I'll have to end this here. Only you overlooked one thing. My unique method of cultivating internal force. Third stage, release. Gitlin stepped forward. Bernap also assumed a stance to meet him. Gitlin gripped the sword hilt firmly with both hands, circulated his internal force, and resumed fighting Bernap. Internal force poured into the sword, currents of energy coiling around the steel blade and letting out a faint whistling sound. Then came a violent clash, and the tyrannical force shocked Bernap's arms until they went numb. His longsword slipped from his hands, spun through the air, and flew several yards away. His expression changed in alarm, his heart shaken. Young Master Gitlin. How could he erupt with such powerful internal force in the middle of battle? Right then, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Belinda appeared at the most critical moment of the battle, holding Amelia under control with a blade at her throat. Amelia gritted her teeth angrily and said, "Take it, 10,000 gold. Take it and get out of my sight." Gitlin glanced at her and said, "How troublesome. If you had handed it over when I politely asked in the beginning, things would have been much simpler." After speaking, he sheathed his sword, and Bernap stared in bafflement. At that moment, Belinda casually mocked, "Good heavens, young master, doesn't this look a bit too much like flirting through bickering?" Gitlin ignored her and turned to Amelia instead. "We only had a slight difference of opinion." Then he added, "I have some bad news for you, Amelia. The price has now gone up to 20,000 gold. After the battle, soldiers who had been struck down lay scattered across the floor, and the scene was in complete disarray. Back in Amelia's room, a vase suddenly smashed apart with a crash. The atmosphere in the room was so heavy it seemed nearly frozen, silent to the point of suffocation. Bernap lowered his head and confessed his fault. "Please forgive me, my lady. He is far stronger than the rumors claim. It was my negligence not to investigate him beforehand." In that instant, the power he unleashed even surpassed that of a high-ranking knight. Her eyes were bloodshot, and with an ice-cold face she said, "He has changed a great deal, Gitlin Defium." Bernap suggested, "My lady, should we report this matter to Duke Delphine?" Amelia immediately slapped him. The sharp crack of the blow rang through the room, knocking his face to one side. Then she grabbed him by the collar and pulled him close, lowering her voice into a threat. Watch your wording. Do you know how terrifying Duke Delphine is? If what happened today gets out, both our heads will roll. The reason I allied myself with Duke Delphine without telling Father is because we signed a secret agreement. As long as we eliminate Defium, he will support my rebellion plan. If this is exposed, my own brothers and sisters will definitely kill me. If they discover the secret inside the trading company, they may trace it back to this agreement. No matter what, we must kill Gitlin. Bernap obediently replied, Understood. She continued pressing him. What is Gitlin's condition now? Bernap answered, He has quite a few sword wounds on his body, and there is a serious wound on his shoulder as well. In addition, he just consumed a great amount of power, so for a short time he will be unable to remain in peak condition. After saying that, his gaze darkened a little. Bernap concluded, If we want to leave no traces, we can't use the territory's knights. Amelia replied, I know. That's why we've been keeping those people for times like this. He hesitated, then asked, You mean? The Wildcats. At that, she moved a piece across the map and smiled in satisfaction. Send those orphans here as mercenaries, people with no blood ties, no status. Gather around a dozen who can use internal force. Hearing that, Bernap immediately understood. I see. That valley is the only direct route from Rayfot to Defium. Hardly anyone passes through it normally, and the terrain is narrow, perfect for quietly taking care of everything. After carefully calculating every route in and out, along with the retreat path, he declared, I will make sure they prepare everything properly. Amelia looked up, her dark crimson eyes burning like blood, and enunciated each word through gritted teeth. Gitlin, you will absolutely pay for the humiliation you brought upon me. On the other side, on a crowded street, a horse carriage was galloping at full speed, throwing the whole road into chaos. Inside the carriage, Gitlin was bandaging his own wounds. The name Amelia surfaced in his mind. Fergus, seated across from him, asked with concern, Young master, are you really all right? While putting his clothes back on, Gitlin replied, Don't worry about me. It's not that serious. After feeling the wound through his clothes, he thought to himself, the wound isn't deep. Considering I made a move that risky, this outcome isn't bad. The 20,000 gold I got from Amelia is enough as seed money to rebuild the territory. That should save me several years. If I could have killed Amelia in the process, that would have been even better, but then conflict between the territories would have been unavoidable. I can't let my emotions explode and put the territory in danger. Defium had a hard enough time protecting me from those barbarians. Withdrawing now is the best decision. Just the fact that I know the secret of the Actium Trading Company is enough to keep them from acting recklessly. Amelia, this time I'll make very good use of you. Belinda stared at him without blinking. At last, unable to hold back, she asked, Is it really like you said, young master? You told me that if I heard fighting inside, I was to subdue the guards, then after Amelia left, take her hostage. Gitlin feigned ignorance and dodged the question. Oh, was that the plan? But I thought I left that matter to Elder Fergus. The moment he finished speaking, Gitlin's expression changed abruptly. He suddenly broke into a violent coughing fit, raising a hand to cover his mouth as he coughed repeatedly. Fergus's voice trembled. Young master. Seeing the red stain before his eyes, Gitlin froze and his face darkened. Is this an after effect of opening the third core? It's not as bad as last time, but if using this power leaves me like this every time, that's going to be troublesome. I need to find a way to increase my internal force quickly. When he saw her taking his pulse, he instinctively called her name. Belinda. Belinda took out an item, a long, slender needle, and said, Your energy flow is in complete disorder right now. Belinda activated her magic and swiftly inserted several needles into his arm. Gitlin's eyes widened in shock. His face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his brow. His lips pressed tightly together as though forcibly suppressing something rising in his throat. It seemed he was about to cough up blood again, but that was not what happened. Gitlin let out a long breath, and white mist was mixed into it. He lowered his head to look at the hand Belinda had just treated with magic. He could not hide his astonishment. The energy channels that had been blocked were now slightly smoother than before. This kind of treatment could only be achieved by compressing internal force. Belinda, because you said your mother brought you here, from the very beginning, I never thought you were just an ordinary maid. But what exactly is your true identity? I don't know why someone with your abilities would work as a maid in the countryside. Still, the more strong people there are in the territory, the better. Up to now, the people I've met are only the beginning. The carriage continued racing down the road. Suddenly, someone called out, "Young master." Belinda looked at him and said honestly, "I trust you, so no matter what you do, I'll help you without hesitation. So please tell me, why did you take such a huge amount of money from Lady Amelia?" Gitlin was silent for a moment before answering. "I need money, and Amelia is the only person around me who has that much." Hearing that, neither of the two facing him could hide their shock. Belinda's tone sharpened. "You caused such a huge disaster, and were even ambushed. And in the end, that's the only reason? If Count Rayfot hears about this, it'll be a serious problem." Leaning back, Gitlin said, "Don't worry. Amelia will never tell my father." Curling one corner of his mouth, he asked in return, "Don't you trust me?" Suppressing her anger, she said, "Ah, yes. If that's the case, then at the very least, you should tell the person who has staked everything on you what that money is actually going to be used for." Gitlin remained silent. Then suddenly, he said something that made her eyes widen. "The monster forest. We're going to develop the monster forest." Fergus immediately sprang to his feet and tried desperately to stop him. "You cannot do that, young master. Ever since your great-grandfather's time, people have tried to develop that monster forest, but..." Gitlin cut him off and asked, "Elder Fergus, what about the matter I told you to handle before we entered the castle city?" The old man sat back down, his lips trembling. "Young master." Fergus fell silent, choosing his words carefully, hesitating to speak. After faltering for a few seconds, he finally decided to say it. "Yes, the person you told me to find is where you said he would be. But is this really all right? Their condition?" Gitlin decided at once. "As long as they're still alive, that's enough. We're going there now." Belinda stopped him. "No, we have to return to the territory first. In your current condition, why are you still trying to run around?" Gitlin looked at her and asked, "Belinda, after what happened, do you think Amelia will let us leave in peace?" Belinda could only accept it bitterly. Gitlin thought to himself, "With that woman's personality, she will definitely kill me to silence me." Trying to prove herself, Belinda flexed her muscles and declared energetically, "Young master, I'm very good at fighting. Elder Fergus is a knight now, too. If things go badly, I can absolutely." Before she could finish, Gitlin cut her off. "That sounds reassuring, but that isn't your responsibility. Do you know? A battlefield is a different kind of place. We need a vanguard captain, and now we're going to meet that person." The carriage stopped in front of a wooden house. Everyone got down and stood outside the door. Ricardo stepped forward and knocked. Looking at the state of the house, Belinda guessed, "This house is practically falling apart, isn't it?" Fergus scratched his head and replied, "But the address is correct." Just then, an arm suddenly shot out from inside and shoved the door wide open. A slovenly dressed man appeared, his white hair and beard completely disheveled. He squinted at them and said, "Who is it?" The whole group fell silent, no one daring to speak. Belinda turned her head and whispered to Gitlin, "Young master, is this really the person you came to find? The vanguard captain? He's obviously just a sickly man. No matter how you look at him, he doesn't seem like someone who could go to war." But Gitlin said firmly, "No, he is exactly the right person." Seeing that none of them spoke, the man glanced at them again, lowered his head, and turned to head back inside, cursing as he went. "Which young noble brat with a death wish are you? Don't waste my time. Get lost." Only then did Belinda call out, "I'll wait." Standing at the door with his hands in his pockets, Gitlin introduced him. Former captain of the Ratatat Mercenary Company. Then he called the man by name. Jillian. Hearing his own name, Jillian immediately halted, his eyes flashing for an instant. He slowly turned his head and cast a sidelong glance at Gitlin. Gitlin stepped forward and extended a hand toward him, waiting for Jillian's reaction. "I'm truly very pleased to meet you." Suddenly, an axe flew straight at him from nowhere. The blade grazed past his right shoulder, slicing through the fabric over his shoulder blade. The three people behind him immediately changed expression and became alert. The axe had been thrown by Jillian. Holding out his hand, Jillian said, "So you know who I am." By then, the other three had already moved in front of Gitlin, weapons in hand, wary that the man might do something dangerous again. Jillian lowered his voice and asked, "Why did you come here?" Raising her dagger, Belinda carefully said to Gitlin, "Step back, young master. This man isn't normal." Gitlin coldly said a single phrase, "The eternal curse." The moment he heard those words, Jillian was violently shaken, his face changing drastically. Gitlin continued slowly, "I know how to cure your daughter's terminal illness. Now, are you willing to talk?" Diziu, Jillian's daughter. The child had long struggled in agony, tormented by a raging fever, coughing up blood non-stop, with red blotches spreading across her body like flower petals. It was a terminal illness because those afflicted by it writhed in pain like prisoners being tortured. The eternal curse. Jillian led everyone inside the house to the sickbed. Diziu lay there, moaning in pain. "Father, father!" In helpless anguish, Jillian embraced his daughter and called her name in despair. Diziu, after calmly evaluating the situation, Gitlin concluded, "It's not too late yet. In my previous life, I also tried to recruit Jillian, but by then he was no longer alive. I heard that after losing his daughter, he abandoned everything and ended his own life. Looking at the state of this house, he must have poured every last coin he had into treating the child. The only thing he has left now is his weapons." At that moment, Diziu cried out desperately between waves of pain. "Father, it hurts so much, I want to die, please, father." In agony, Jillian called out to her, "Diziu." Gitlin decisively removed his outer garment and said, "There's no time to hesitate. Treat the girl right now." Just as he was about to step forward, someone reached out and pulled him back. It was Belinda. She placed a hand on his shoulder and urged him, "Let's go back, young master. I don't know what exactly you're trying to do, but this can't be solved by strength alone. Even priests couldn't heal that child. They said this was a disease sent down by the gods. What exactly are you trying to do?" Gitlin answered firmly, "I can cure her." She raised her voice. "Young master." Gitlin smiled and asked, "Didn't you say you trusted me?" Belinda froze for a moment, unable to respond. Then Gitlin handed her a sheet of paper. "Take this. Buy every herb listed on it. Not a single one can be missing." Belinda read through the names of the medicinal ingredients one by one and said in surprise, "These are..." Gitlin smiled faintly and thought to himself, "For mercenaries who live from one day to the next, knowledge is the key to survival. The eternal curse is still incurable right now, but in the future an effective treatment will be discovered. Because the method is so simple, it was such a striking case that even I still remember the formula. The problem is that it requires extremely expensive ingredients. Fairy's blessing. Crush the fairy's blessing together with several medicinal herbs. Press them into a bottle, then pour in strong liquor. Shake it thoroughly, let it sit for a while, then add the remaining herbs and stir. Done." Gitlin picked up the bottle of medicine and held it out to Jillian. "Give it to the girl." Jillian took the medicine and fed it to his daughter. Holding her in his arms, he brought the bottle to her lips with trembling hands. Diziu obediently drank it, sip by sip. Jillian laid his daughter back on the bed, and her breathing gradually became steadier. The red blotches on her face also began to fade. Diziu stopped sobbing as well. Little by little, the red marks disappeared, and a healthy flush slowly returned to the girl's face. Everything happened so quickly that everyone could only stare in stunned silence. Fergus cried out, "Those red marks." Belinda finished, "They're fading." Jillian shouted emotionally, "Diziu, this medicine really." Standing behind them, Gitlin said calmly, "Looks like it worked." Jillian hurriedly turned around and asked in disbelief, "How is this possible? Even divine power couldn't heal my daughter." Gitlin slowly explained that the divine power of priests was not omnipotent. It helps people overcome illness by stimulating the body's vitality and regenerative abilities, but that is not the same as curing something at the root. Jillian's hands trembled. "Then it's true? My daughter really can recover completely?" Gitlin assured him, "Within 1 or 2 months, she will definitely recover." Jillian's body stiffened for a moment, and his reddened eyes finally accepted reality. He slowly lowered his head, placed a hand over his chest, and sincerely thanked his benefactor. Jillian said, "What do you want from me? If you came all the way here personally, then you must want something. But the only thing I have left now is this useless body. If you want me to be a dog, I will be a dog. If you want me to be a slave, I will do that too." Gitlin's gaze softened as he steadily extended a hand. "No, I do not need a slave. What I need is Jillian, the true captain of the Ratatat mercenary company." Hearing Gitlin's words, Jillian looked up in astonishment. This brat's eyes. What exactly is it that those eyes desire? Jillian decisively grabbed his long braid and, without the slightest hesitation, chopped it off with his axe. A heavy sound rang out. Jillian threw the severed lock of hair to the ground. No one around him understood what was happening. Everyone stood there speechless and bewildered. Impossible. Compared to a moment ago, he seemed like a completely different person. Suddenly, Jillian turned and strode toward the corner of the house. Looking back over his shoulder, he asked carefully, "Did anyone else come with you? Or is anyone else on the way here?" Hitlan answered, "No, it's only us." Grasping his blade, Jillian asked again, "Does anyone bear grudges against you, young master?" He smiled and answered, "Yes, and there will be many more in the future." Jillian's heavily muscled arm tightened around his weapon. In that case, Jillian spun and hurled the spear in his hand as fast as lightning. The spear point tore through the wooden house and smashed straight through a large section of wall planks. A rope was tied to the spear, and it shot through the trees as if it had struck something. At that very moment, he yanked the spear back with force. The spear flew back at once, dragging with it a human figure that had been skewered. Jillian reached out and clamped a hand around the man's throat, making him groan in pain. Raising him up, he growled, "Who sent you?" The assassin screamed repeatedly. "How is this possible?" Jillian turned to Gitlin and asked, "How do you want to handle this?" Gitlin replied calmly, "I think I already know who sent you, so whether you speak or not makes no difference. As for today, I do not wish to dirty my own hands." Jillian immediately raised a hand to stop him from drawing his sword. "Let me handle it." As Jillian applied force, the man trembled more and more violently, almost unable to breathe. His screams echoed everywhere. It was dealt with. He lowered his head and respectfully saluted Gitlin. Standing to one side, Belinda thought anxiously. There wasn't even half a trace of hesitation in any of his movements. Why does the young master want to keep someone so dangerous by his side? Jillian dropped to one knee and spoke sincerely. "Your Highness, Gitlin Defium, from this moment on, my life belongs to you." Gitlin thought to himself, "With this, I've secured an important piece of the future plan to rebuild the territory." The corner of his lips lifted into a smile. "I'll be in your care from now on, Jillian." In the quiet of the deep night, a voice rang out. "A scout team has been killed." The person in the room who received the bad news cried out in alarm, "What? Utter fools." The masked man with a scar at the corner of his mouth spoke up. "Silence." Lowering his voice, he said, "That was Vigo from the smugglers." The subordinates bowed their heads and apologized. "We're sorry, Captain." Vigo interrogated his men. According to Bernap's intelligence, Gitlin couldn't even detect a scout team, much less kill them. Was that scout team too incompetent, or was the intelligence wrong? The other man stammered in reply, "Why, yes, it seems." Jillian has joined his side. Enraged, Vigo grabbed the soldier by the throat. His eyes were bloodshot as he asked sternly, "Are you sure?" The other man trembled all over, stammering, "Why, yes, I saw it with my own eyes." Vigo bit out each word. "Jillian, so you've finally begun to move." "My former captain." Scene shift. By then, Gitlin's group had already boarded the carriage and set off. Inside the carriage, Belinda complained blankly, "It's so stuffy in here. Did that guy really have to bring that much stuff? Is he some kind of arms merchant? Wouldn't one or two swords have been enough? He even made us buy another carriage because of it." Leaning against the carriage wall as if she had already accepted it, Belinda said, "Well, we were going to buy one anyway, so Rio could ride more comfortably. This works out fine too." At the same time, on the other side, Fergus and Ricardo were in another carriage, preparing to depart. Back here, Gitlin looked into the distance and reassured her. He must have a reason for needing all those weapons, so just bear with it for a bit. The most important thing right now is getting out of this valley. Bored out of her mind, Belinda picked a topic and asked, "Young master, that gate guard we captured was definitely sent by Amelia, right?" He answered casually, "Definitely." Her expression turned serious as she thought it over. "Then this is troublesome." The mask he was wearing was the mark of the Wildcats mercenaries. They're a pretty influential gang in Rayfot. Gitlin immediately asked, "The Wildcats mercenaries?" Their crimes were exposed long ago. Their main business is smuggling, but they also do assassinations, drugs, human trafficking, and every other kind of filthy work. Their scum will take any dirty job. There are also quite a few former mercenaries with exceptional skills among them, which makes them an underground organization with terrifying combat power. The scenery outside kept changing, while the conversation inside the carriage continued. Gitlin asked suspiciously, "Belinda, you've always been in the castle, so how do you know all this?" She brushed it off. Well, I heard quite a lot before I came here to work. In any case, they're very hard to deal with, so we definitely need to be careful." Gitlin smiled and reassured her, "It'll be fine, because we have Jillian." The carriage continued forward through the night. As it passed, two mounds of earth suddenly rose up from nowhere. Strange changes appeared on both sides of the carriage, and an eerie force began surrounding it. Jillian sensed that something was wrong. Before anyone knew it, assassins had appeared ahead of them, springing up and charging straight at him. Drawing his sword, he remarked, "An ambush from underground?" Then he laughed. "I see." Jillian moved, a blade in one hand and an axe in the other, his reactions astonishingly fast. In an instant, he blocked the attack. Expertly wielding two different weapons at once, he shattered the enemy's offensive. When the distance was just right, Jillian swung his axe and severed the arm of a nearby assassin. Another assassin stubbornly rushed in. The battle axe in Jillian's hand spun once and cleaved down with force, cleanly killing that assassin as well. After dealing with them, Jillian returned to the carriage and resumed driving. Right after that, countless shadows appeared in the trees and cut the ropes holding up heavy objects. From above, enormous logs came crashing down one after another, and below them was Gitlin's group. Jillian instantly recognized the danger. He looked up and said, "A trap?" Belinda cried out in panic. "At this speed, we'll be crushed into minced meat." Jillian decisively yanked the reins and brake hard. Fortunately, the giant logs landed just in front of them, barely missing Gitlin's party. Gitlin glanced over them and said firmly, "An ambush." Just as expected, at that moment, figures holding swords gradually appeared from all directions around the carriage, surrounding it tightly and ready to strike at any time. Blocking the road ahead, the captain of the Wildcats shouted, "Jillian, former captain of the Ratatat Mercenary Company." Hearing his name, Jillian turned toward the voice. The man stepped out with his subordinates, holding a short blade and provoking him coldly. The coward who disbanded the entire mercenary company because of his daughter. Jillian stepped down from the carriage, avoiding the man's gaze as he said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Vigo advanced step by step, his voice low. "Because of you, I had to live a life I never wanted. You're so old you can't even recognize your former comrade anymore." Jillian remained silent. That only made Vigo angrier, and he shouted, pretending not to know me, "Are you? Then I'll make you remember." Vigo roared out the order, "Kill them all." From inside the carriage, Gitlin leaned his head out and asked, "Need help?" Jillian refused. "No need. It seems he's after me. Please rest, young master. I can handle this alone." Swift as lightning, he swung his blade and cut them down one by one, each wound neat and razor-sharp, fresh blood spraying like a fountain. Seeing this, the assassins kept charging as they cursed. "Damn that old man." Jillian tightened his grip on his weapons and prepared to meet them. The first man to rush him was smashed down by a single blow of his axe. The second came at him, and Jillian swung again, blood instantly gushing from the assassin's neck. The third pounced in, and Jillian blocked with his sword. Immediately afterward, his battle axe came down and directly chopped through the man's neck. Vigo's face darkened as he thought. As expected, he's still as strong as ever. Even so, Jillian alone had already routed the entire squad of assassins. Sensing the situation turning bad, Vigo ordered, "Split the whole gang into 2 groups and attack him from both sides." Jillian instantly judged the situation and promptly leaped onto the horse behind him. The warhorse neighed loudly as he pulled the reins, preparing to charge. The surrounding assassins realized it too. That horse. Jillian drew a familiar weapon from the horse's side. He spurred it forward, charging out like an arrow loose from a bow. Jillian spun the long spear in his hand. The spear's shadow shrieked as if tearing through the air, producing a wind howl that struck fear into the heart as it smashed straight into the oncoming assassins. Dust billowed beneath the horse's hooves. Sitting firm in the saddle, his figure towering, he swung his blade in counterattack. The spear whistled through the wind, and wherever its tip passed, casualties followed. Some assassins had their arms severed and sent flying, while the rest were blasted away by the remaining force. Fresh blood splattered across the battlefield. One assassin said in terror, "I can't get anywhere near him." Another cursed in frustration, "Idiot, aim for the horse." Jillian's movements never stopped. The shaft of the spear twisted and the blade thrust backward. He stabilized his force, let the spear spin once, then swept it horizontally through the assassins who had just lunged in. One came, one died. Enemies fell one after another, unable to even cry out before death claimed them. In the blink of an eye, steel flashed across their bodies. Their movements froze, then they collapsed with a crash like logs chopped through at the waist. Watching from inside the carriage, Gitlin and Belinda couldn't help but marvel. Only one left. Vigo suddenly dove down from above, trying to launch a surprise attack on Jillian. Unfortunately for him, Jillian had noticed long ago. He immediately grabbed a shield from beside him, gripped the handle tightly, and raised it just in time. When the enemy struck, the short blade pierced through the shield, but it still stopped short of Jillian's face. The shield trembled violently, but did not slip from his grasp. The captain said bitterly, "After ruining my life, the least you could do is stop getting in the way of my work. I will kill you." He sprang high into the air and threw a dart that tore through the wind straight toward the warhorse's throat. The horse shrieked in pain, its eyes rolling white, and the violent agony made the rider stagger. Its hooves faltered in the thick dust, and then it crashed to the ground. Jillian immediately jumped backward to avoid being thrown down with it. The moment he landed, Vigo came thrusting straight at him with his blade. Jillian raised his arm with force and blocked the blow with his axe, producing a harsh metallic clash. As he attacked, Vigo shouted, "I'm not the captain of the Ratatat Mercenary Company." Vigo glared at him through clenched teeth. Seizing an opening, Jillian raised a shield high and slammed it forward viciously. The heavy edge of the shield smashed into the assassin captain's face, sending him reeling backward like a sandbag knocked away. After slowly getting back up, Vigo asked again, "You say you're not the captain? Enough of that nonsense. Then if it isn't you, who is it?" Jillian tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. "I abandoned my past. Now I am only young Master Gitlin's subordinate." That only enraged Vigo further. His face flushed red as he ground his teeth and said, "You? No matter what, I have to kill you." In the darkness, the sound of clashing weapons rang out without pause. Vigo attacked like a madman, while Jillian calmly blocked each strike with a shield. Grinding his teeth, Vigo unleashed a fierce blow powerful enough to punch a hole through Jillian's shield. The two faced off at close range, and Vigo said, "After you left, the mercenary company disbanded. Thanks to you, I lost my purpose in life and could only survive in this humiliating way just to earn a living." Jillian's eyes darkened, but he said nothing. He forced Vigo back with a powerful shove, then swung his axe sideways at the man's waist. In the very next instant, Jillian chopped toward Vigo's head again. Vigo reacted quickly enough to barely evade it, and immediately countered with a kick. Jillian blocked the kick with the arm holding the shield. Only then did he realize that a large hole had already been punched through the shield. Looking at him through the hole in the shield, Vigo said, "Jillian, I had long since prepared to devote my entire life to turning the Ratatat mercenary company into the greatest army in history. And yet you threw everything away just to become the pawn of some wastrel noble? That is something I absolutely cannot forgive. Vigo forcefully launched hidden weapons. Jillian deftly spun the axe in his hand, forming a defensive wall and knocking away all 3 hidden weapons. After being deflected, the 3 projectiles stabbed hard into the ground. Holding his sharp short blade, Vigo sprang upward and attacked again. Jillian nimbly dodged. The two once more engaged in a fierce clash. Vigo burned with fury, one eye becoming unusually savage. Jillian, no matter how strong you were, that was years ago when you were still captain. You wasted your time treating your daughter, while I've gone through countless battles and grown stronger than before. You're no longer my match. Vigo swept his leg, kicking back up the 3 hidden weapons Jillian had knocked into the ground moments earlier. Then he kicked all 3 of them straight at Jillian. In a flash, the 3 hidden weapons flew in and buried themselves deep in the outer layer of Jillian's shoulder armor. Seizing the chance, Vigo rushed forward at incredible speed. Jillian brought his axe down at him, but unexpectedly, Vigo changed direction midway and avoided the strike. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared above him, plunging his short blade downward as he roared, "It's over, Jillian!" Time seemed to stop. Jillian caught the blade in Vigo's hand with his bare hand. He looked at Vigo and said, "So this is why you sought revenge?" Vigo's heart plunged into chaos, shock overwhelming him. He wrapped a protective layer of internal force around his wrist to stop my attack. Could it be that even now, he still hasn't used his full strength? In the next instant, a savage axe blow from Jillian smashed straight into Vigo's face. The strike sent Vigo flying, his body slamming heavily into the tree behind him. He collapsed to the ground, one hand clutching his face, kneeling there. Jillian stepped closer to Vigo and said, "I don't understand. If you truly wanted revenge, you had many chances long ago. Why didn't you come kill me sooner?" Vigo burst into loud laughter and replied, "You only know half the story. I did come looking for you before, but the captain of the Ratatat mercenary company was no longer there. What remained was only a weak, withered old man not worth killing. Where exactly did the Jillian I once admired disappear to?" Hearing those words, Jillian helplessly closed his eyes. He threw a blade down before Vigo and said slowly, "Pick up your weapon. I too am only a body bound by another's will. But at least in this moment, I want to use my identity as the captain of the Ratatat mercenary company to offer one final measure of respect to an old comrade." Vigo cut him off. "Enough." As soon as he said it, he swiftly picked up the blade and charged hard at Jillian. Vigo roared as he continued his attack. "This is what I wanted." The two fought fiercely, their weapons colliding again and again, sending sparks flying in all directions. Jillian slashed out. Vigo nimbly dodged. Vigo countered with a kick, and Jillian calmly avoided it. Vigo thrust his blade toward Jillian's face, and the axe in Jillian's hand instantly knocked it aside. At the same time, the sword in Jillian's other hand stabbed into Vigo's side, making him spit blood at once. Vigo gritted his teeth in pain. He struck out to forcibly widen the distance between them. Jillian swung the axe in his hand powerfully and chopped down toward Vigo. Vigo knew his fate had already been decided. In his mind, a voice rang out. "I will remember you, Vigo, commander of the 5th unit of the Ratatat mercenary company." In that fated moment, the corner of Vigo's mouth seemed to lift slightly. A blossom of bright red blood sprayed into the air. The battle was over. Jillian bent down and picked up the blade from the ground. He stood before Vigo's corpse in silence. Just then, a voice sounded from behind him. "Nicely done." Belinda looked around once and said, "Man, if we sell everything we can loot off these guys, we should make quite a bit of money, right?" Jillian sheathed his sword and turned to look at Belinda and Gitlin as they approached. Bowing his head to Gitlin, he said sincerely, "I caused an unnecessary delay. I am deeply sorry, young master." Gitlin replied, "It's fine." Gitlin looked at Jillian, quietly evaluating him. Jillian far exceeded his expectations. "When I first left home and became a mercenary, The stories I heard from the veterans about Jillian became part of the foundation that later made me the mercenary king I am. Coming here so quickly really was the right choice. Thanks to that, I've gained another trustworthy comrade. He opened his mouth and asked, "Do you remember who he was?" Jillian took out a blade and answered, "I do. He was my former comrade." Gitlin thought to himself, "A former comrade? I wonder what my old comrades are doing right now. Since this is a point in time before they met me, they must still be living their own separate lives. Sooner or later, I'll recruit them all." The voices of the three echoed through the forest. Gitlin suggested, "Then for now, why don't we follow Belinda's suggestion and gather up everything valuable on them?" Belinda replied, "Sounds good. Then, Sir Jillian, please go first and help us clean up." Jillian immediately retorted, "I am not your subordinate." 2 days later, the Defium territory. The carriage came to a stop. Belinda let out a sigh. "Phew, we finally made it." Jillian looked into the distance and asked, "Is that Defium?" Gitlin answered, "That's right. It's good to have a place to return to. The first time I ran away from home, I thought I could come back anytime." Jillian silently looked ahead. Standing beside him, Gitlin asked, "Jillian, what do you think of our territory?" Jillian seemed a little awkward. "Huh? Ah, yes, it's very good." But then Gitlin suddenly asked, "It's terrible, isn't it? All the houses are so old and run down that they can't even be repaired anymore. See those fields? Every one of them has been abandoned. The farmers were all forced into military service, so there's no one left to cultivate the land." Jillian answered honestly, "I had heard that Defium was always in a state of warfare because of the northern barbarians, but after seeing it with my own eyes, the situation is even worse than I imagined." Hearing that, Belinda thought to herself, he never used to understand the conditions of this land so well. Gitlin kept his eyes on the scenery ahead and suddenly spoke. "I'll solve all of those problems. That's why I need your strength. This will be a long war, a war to wipe away everything connected to Duke Delphine and protect the things that ought to be taken for granted. No matter what, I will restore this land." The carriage carrying the three of them slowly entered the city. Belinda called out loudly, "Young master, look over there." Gitlin looked forward and spoke in surprise. Huh? His pupils suddenly contracted. That figure. It was Father. Defium Castle. In the council chamber, 5 men had gathered and were discussing matters. "We have to reduce the troop numbers." "What? My lord, if we keep reducing our troops, it'll be extremely difficult to hold the defensive line. Why not try requesting more reinforcements from House Rayfod?" Herman, resting his chin on his hand, said, "They're the very ones who cut our aid budget. It looks like they're concentrating their forces and stockpiling provisions." Randon blurted out in alarm that there was no other choice. They still had to rebuild the garrison in the monster forest, which had been partially destroyed in the last battle with the Beastmen. Even reducing the number of knights in the order would only barely buy them a little breathing room. "But don't you think cutting troop numbers is far too risky?" Gitlin sighed inwardly. It was the same old issue again. The captain of the Knight Order, Podium Randon, the finance officer Ambio, and the chief steward Herman. How long had it been? As young Master Podium, it had clearly only been a few months. But as the mercenary king, it had been many years. He spoke up. "I'm back." Father, Count Defium, Walter Defium, looked at his son and answered with a flat hum. Looking at him, Gitlin suddenly recalled the past. "When I was little, I never liked Father. He was always strict and far too serious. But now I can understand. Countless burdens and crushing pressure rested on those shoulders. That was the responsibility of the man who governed this land." Walter took a sip of tea and said, "I heard you were out of the castle for about a week." Gitlin replied, "I made a trip to House Rayfod." Walter warned him, "I hope you didn't cause any trouble this time." Gitlin, who had just been drinking tea, answered at once, "I didn't." Ambio looked at him as if wanting to confirm it one more time. "Young master, hard as it is to believe, I heard you defeated Kane in a duel and even made a bit of money. Surely you didn't go there to gamble, did you?" Gitlin closed his eyes, thinking helplessly to himself. Gambling? What nonsense. If anything, that was called investing. He answered no. "I just had something I wanted to discuss with Amelia." Herman also cut in. "Young master, I've always said this, but you must understand that you will inherit Defium in the future. So before you do anything, You absolutely must think it through carefully. Gitlin replied, I know, so don't worry. Seeing how casually he answered, Herman cursed inwardly. This brat isn't listening to a word I say. How can I not worry? Walter spoke up. Enough. His voice rang out. From what I've heard, it seems you did some rather interesting things while I was away. I heard you executed Zama and Philip because they tried to sell Elena. Is that true? Gitlin recalled the faces of those two men. Ah, those two, Randon said in alarm. There's no way you personally executed them. They must have fought each other. The story got exaggerated, and the young master only delivered the final blow. Gitlin calculated silently. Knight, order Captain Randon. Even if they were traitors, the knights under him had died by his own hand. The captain probably wouldn't be pleased. Better not cause more trouble. He opened his mouth and answered, yeah, more or less. Randon gritted his teeth helplessly. I knew it. Then suddenly, a voice sounded out, making Gitlin pause slightly. Well done. No matter how it happened, what matters is that Elena is still alive. Outwardly, Gitlin showed no reaction, but inwardly his heart churned. This is the first time Father has ever praised me. Gitlin spoke up. Father, may I ask for one thing? Walter looked at him, slightly curious. Ask for one thing. Herman's eyes immediately turned wary. Young master, if you're planning to ask for reward money, I will stop you immediately. Randon also struggled to suppress his feelings and instantly chimed in. That's right. Think of all the trouble you've caused. You sold military supplies for gambling money, set the main gate on fire to roast a warhorse, and even melted down all the armor just to forge some so-called legendary sword. Gitlin could only sigh inwardly in speechless resignation. Did it really sound like I'd done that many things? He said honestly, I only want permission. Walter looked somewhat surprised. Permission? Gitlin's voice rang out. I want to develop the monster forest. After hearing that, all four men froze on the spot. The way they looked at him was no different from looking at a madman. Gitlin's face remained cold and expressionless. Suddenly, he said, What did Father say? Did he fly into a rage and start shouting at me? Belinda replied, unsurprised, Of course. It's only natural he'd react that way. That place is full of monsters, and even if you touched it, there'd be no profit in it. He looked toward Jillian and said, Jillian, Belinda already told you about my plan, right? Jillian replied, Yes. I assume you plan to use the money you got from the young lady of House Seafong to develop the monster forest. It was a dead forest. No one had ever returned alive from it. Because of that, no one knew what was truly inside, and everyone kept far away. Just hearing the rumors was enough to make one feel as if they could see pairs of blood-red monster eyes staring out from within the woods. Its terrifying reputation had spread even to distant regions. Gitlin seemed somewhat impressed. You know quite a bit. And you're right, there's no immediate gain in going in there. But let's begin, Belinda said in alarm. Wait a second. The master clearly refused, and you still plan to go ahead? Gitlin turned his head slightly and answered, Actually, I don't need his permission. Asking was just courtesy. No matter what, this has to be done. Belinda let out a helpless sigh. Just what is in there that makes you so obsessed? He replied vaguely, I'll tell you later. His eyes were cold, his mind full of calculations. If the truth gets out now, once word spreads, it'll only create more trouble. As long as I successfully develop that forest, I'll make an enormous fortune. Not far from the entrance to the forest, a massive mineral vein is buried underground. It is an energy-conductive, or runestone, an extremely rare mineral that drives mages insane with desire. Magic tools, shields, formations, magic scrolls, alchemy, magical research, almost every field imaginable uses it. Anything that requires energy cannot do without it. In my previous life, the one who discovered that mineral vein was Duke Delphine. But right now, I'm the only one who knows about it. Belinda worried inwardly, but said nothing. She closed her eyes helplessly and replied, All right, I'm sure you've already got a plan. Jillian said frankly, I will follow the young master's orders. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Gitlin said only one thing. Very good. Gitlin instructed, Belinda, go to the nearest guild and hire some mercenaries. About 200 should be enough. Belinda asked in confusion, You're really willing to spend the money you worked so hard to earn like that? Jillian reminded him worriedly. Are you certain? Young master, mercenaries are a crude and unruly bunch. The larger their number, the harder they are to control. There's a real chance they'll turn on the employer and rob us blind. Gitlin said, You're not wrong. That's why you and I will personally choose the useful ones. Jillian responded, You mean? Gitlin glanced at him and explained, the strongest small-scale mercenary company in the north. Jillian frowned and thought for a moment, then said somewhat hesitantly, Don't tell me you mean those mad dogs. Gitlin finished the thought. They're strong, but if the situation turns bad, they'll bite their master too. The Marauder Mercenary Company. Then Gitlin spoke again. Let's go chain up those mad dogs. Outside the Zimba territory, the Marauder Mercenary Company. Jillian and Gitlin could be seen moving along the road through a spyglass. The man holding it turned and said to the companion beside him, Hey, they're here. The man beside him replied indifferently, Those poor fools have no idea what they're about to run into. He raised the spyglass again to keep watching, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Judging by those clothes, he looks like some noble brat. Oh, maybe we can squeeze some. Before he could finish, a hand suddenly shot forward as if it had reached straight through the lens. All the mercenaries gathered their froze, their movements stopping at once. With one hand, Jillian grabbed the head of the man who had been watching them through the spyglass and lifted him directly into the air. The man writhed in pain and shouted, Damn it, what do you think you're doing? Jillian's grip tightened, and his movement shifted instantly. He flung the man straight toward the mercenaries standing nearby, frightening them into hurriedly jumping aside. Seeing that, the mercenaries widened their eyes in rage, grinding their teeth as they roared in unison. Who the hell is that? Get ready to fight. Are you insane? Just then, a voice rang out. Judging by the way you look, you seem to be from some noble house. Immediately after, a pair of long strides came into view. But don't think your status means you can do whatever you want here. You won't be leaving alive. Garo suddenly fell silent and stared ahead. Gitlin rode forward on horseback with easy composure. He casually glanced at the man and said, Shut up. Call your leader out here. Garo and the other mercenaries gave no reply, only taking up attack positions. Gitlin asked again, Who's the leader here? The old man's eyes immediately darkened, and a strange, sinister smile lifted the corners of his mouth. A moment later, he swung the chain mace in his hand and said, Looks like some young noble has gone mad. Time for you to learn what it means to suffer the consequences. The chain mace in his hand whistled out, shooting straight toward Gitlin. Gitlin remained seated on horseback, calm as ever, watching the chain mace rush right at him. But in the very next instant, the weapon stopped dead. Jillian's sword had pierced one of the links at the joint, forcing it to halt in place. The subordinates around them had no idea what had just happened. Garo was even more horrified, unable to believe it. Only one thought flashed again and again through his mind. He actually stabbed his blade between the links? Just then, from the force of the collision, the chain mace lost momentum and dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. Gitlin said, As expected, words alone won't make them listen. Jillian, he gave a slight sidelong glance and issued the order. Knock them out, but don't kill them. Jillian stepped in front of Gitlin and answered, Understood. Very quickly, Jillian moved. He yanked hard on the chain. Garo was instantly dragged forward by tremendous force. With a single move, Jillian hauled his entire body into the air. Then, in the next moment, he hurled the chain mace back. The chain mace slammed heavily into Garo's body. Garo let out a miserable scream. The moment he hit the ground, the mercenaries roared as one and charged. You bastards, don't think being nobles means we'll go easy on you. Jillian deftly manipulated the chain, jerking Garo up from the ground once more, then mercilessly throwing him straight into the onrushing mercenaries. The impact sent them toppling sideways, collapsing into a heap. Jillian swept a cold, sharp gaze over the remaining mercenaries. Their courage instantly broke. Silence fell in a flash, each man trembling, and no one dared rush forward again. Only then did Gitlin calmly dismount. He walked to the front, his voice carrying a trace of impatience. How much longer do you intend to keep me waiting? Gitlin said coldly, Jillian, drag that piece of trash away and call their captain over. Just then, someone spoke up. I was sleeping just fine. What's all this noise? The mercenaries, who had been in complete disorder a moment ago, immediately stood up straight. That voice continued. I'm Cal, leader of the Marauder Mercenary Company. A pair of feet slowly stepped forward. A red-haired young man appeared before everyone, his eyes cold. What do you want with me? This man was the captain of the Marauder Mercenary Company. Cal, Gitlin spoke. What else could it be? Obviously, it's about hiring mercenaries. I came to give you a job. Cal pointed at the people lying on the ground and asked, a job? What kind of employer treats my men like this? Don't tell me a noble like you doesn't even understand basic manners. Gitlin answered bluntly, this is my greeting, and I think it's the best greeting for people like you. Cal said helplessly, a greeting? What are you even talking about? I don't even want to imagine what would happen if you greeted us again. Fine, I am listening. What do you want to commission? After returning to the camp tents, Cal and Gitlin sat down to talk. Cal opened with, what do you want to entrust to us? Gitlin said a single name, the Monster Forest. Cal immediately fell silent, unable to react for a moment. Gitlin looked him straight in the eye and said calmly, I want to hire you to help develop that forest. The mercenaries nearby immediately stirred. The Monster Forest? That forest full of monsters? You mean the one near Defium territory? Cal began to find this interesting. Who exactly are you to dare stir up a forest that dangerous? Gitlin answered decisively, I am Defium's heir. Gitlin. Hearing his name, Cal's expression stiffened for a few seconds. After grasping the situation before him, he propped one hand against his forehead and laughed mockingly without end. Wait, you're that young master from the rumors? I knew it. I knew this guy was crazy. You want to develop the monster forest? You. Listen, young noble. You were raised in luxury, so I doubt you have the faintest idea how terrifying the monster forest really is. That is not a place for a pampered little brat like you to step into. I don't need to hear any more. You all. Negotiations are over. Gitlin remained silent. Beside him, Jillian had already assumed a stance, ready to move at any moment. Then Gitlin's voice rang out. Are you afraid? At those words, Cal's pupils contracted slightly. Gitlin looked him straight in the eye and said provocatively, I heard you were an outstanding mercenary company, so it was all just rumor after all. Cal suddenly threw both legs up onto the table, trying to appear calm, but his voice had gone hard and cold. Don't joke with me. Like you said, we're mercenaries. We don't do things that bring no profit. Gitlin said contemptuously, the weak always have the most excuses. Cal was so angry he couldn't speak for a moment. He burst into loud laughter and said, what a boring atmosphere. I've been trying so hard to play along, and all you can throw at me are these pathetic little provocations. A brat like you, who understands nothing, isn't even worth my killing personally. I'll spare your life today, but you'll compensate us for causing this disturbance and then get out. Gitlin slowly closed his eyes, then said, no, that won't be happening. Captain of the Marauder Mercenary Company. Co. Gitlin continued coldly, I demand a proper Moriana recognition, according to the rules. Hearing that proposal, both the mercenaries and Jillian turned deathly pale in shock. Cal frowned and asked tensely, do you even know what that is? Gitlin's gaze was steady as he gave a short answer. Of course I do. It's a life and death wager passed down through generations among mercenaries, called the Moriana recognition. When both sides agree to accept the challenge, they may use only a dagger, may not use internal force, and one of their hands is tied together. The moment either side steps, even one step out of the small circle, they lose. It is a death match forced to unfold in an extremely limited space with severely restricted movement. Very often, the dead are not only the loser, even the winner may die on the spot. Gitlin said coldly, the loser must completely acknowledge defeat and absolutely obey the winner's words. The defeated becomes the winner's dog. He asked calmly, what do you think? Cold sweat broke out on Jillian's back, and inwardly he was deeply shaken. How does the young master, a noble, know this filthy mercenary tradition? In the mercenary world, refusing that kind of challenge was no different from admitting you were weak and incompetent, and that was absolutely unacceptable. The corners of Cao's mouth curled up into a cold smile, and the entire tent immediately fell silent. Then his voice rang out. "Everyone, a bold young noble has just come to our place, wanting to win recognition using a mercenary's way. So why don't we lend the boy a hand?" The wrists of the two men were tied tightly together. Outside, the mercenaries cheered without end. Gitlin and Cao stood inside a circle, staring at each other. Jillian watched in silence. Meanwhile, the mercenaries outside shouted in unison, "Kill that arrogant noble, Captain." Cao said coldly, "Looks like you heard about this method from somewhere, and that's why you decided to challenge me. Now you can't back out anymore." He suddenly gave a hard yank, dragging Gitlin closer. Cao lowered his voice and said, "Because this, I've done it 5 times already." The two of them pulled apart again at the same time. Cao wore a provocative smile. Gitlin asked softly, "5 times?" Suddenly, he exerted force, yanking Cao toward himself and seizing the initiative. Gitlin's expression was cold, carrying a dangerously alluring edge as he said, "I've done this more than 100 times already." Gitlin's gaze collided fiercely with Cao's, almost throwing off sparks. Killing intent surged violently. The very next instant, the two of them charged at each other at the same time, as if by prior agreement. Fortunately, both of them managed to evade the other's attack in that split second, and neither died on the spot. A cold gleam flashed through Gitlin's eyes. Cao refused to give an inch and stared him down. The way the two of them attacked was almost exactly the same. The cycle of attack and defense repeated over and over, switching back and forth without end. You attack, I evade, I attack, you block. It continued like that endlessly. Cao thrust toward Gitlin's waist, but was quickly knocked aside. He then slashed at the top of his head, only to find, unexpectedly, that Gitlin had dodged that as well. After a brief deadlock, the two separated again. Cao suddenly lifted his leg and kicked at Gitlin. Gitlin immediately and deftly blocked it with his own leg. After stopping that kick, he suddenly realized something was off about the place where he had received it. Cao abruptly said, "Oh, you're pretty tough too. You said you'd earn Moriana's recognition. Something people say is hard enough to get even once. And not just once, but 100 times." His voice rang out. "If you want to brag, at least make it sound believable." The next second, Cao shot toward Gitlin like lightning. The mercenaries outside began shouting one after another, "That noble brat is being suppressed by the captain. Isn't he? Kill him. Make him pay for daring to provoke us." Jillian angrily turned his head and shot them a glare. The mercenaries instantly fell silent. He looked at the situation in the ring and judged inwardly. This is an extremely unfavorable fight. The area of the circle is too small, so small that even one person lying down would fit perfectly inside it. Under rules that forbid the use of internal force, they can only rely on pure physical strength. The opponent has the advantage in weight, and on top of that, one of young Master's hands is tied, restricting his movements. Right now, young Master can only dodge or block. Jillian could see Cao's physique very clearly. That man could completely rely on his build to suppress and control the flow of the battle. If young Master falls into danger, at that thought, his mind suddenly halted. Quietly, he moved one hand behind his back and lightly touched the haft of the axe slung there. Using his height advantage, Cao closed in and pinned down Gitlin's left arm, as if he meant to throw his opponent over his shoulder. At the same time, the dagger in his hand stabbed viciously backward. Gitlin nimbly jumped up and avoided the strike. He landed cleanly, but one leg distracted him. He could clearly feel that something unusual was coming from it. Gitlin calculated silently. It was the lingering pain from using that leg to block the kick earlier. As expected, without internal force protecting him, even if he blocked the blow, the impact would still accumulate. Cao grinned smugly and said loudly, "Hey, your complexion looks awful now. Starting to lose it already." Inwardly, he judged, "Gitlin, how pitiful. To think you actually dreamed of using this method to contend against my strength. Well, among the nobles I've met, you could be considered fairly strong-willed. But that's all. I've already seen through your entire plan." Cao's eyes were full of arrogance. "You use your dagger to block slashes, and for lighter blows, you take them with your hardened body. That's your strategy, isn't it? But Moriana's recognition is, by nature, a battle where internal force is forbidden. Even if you block the attacks, the impact will continue to build up, and you must have already realized the accumulated injury in your leg. It's written all over your face. Keep struggling. The smile at the corner of Cao's mouth brimmed with satisfaction. That's what makes this interesting. The dagger in Cao's hand spun in a beautiful arc. The next moment, Cao and Gitlin attacked at the same time again, their daggers crashing together and throwing off sparks. Cao's offense was ferocious. Gitlin dodged with agile precision. Cao launched attack after attack. Gitlin kept parrying them away. Cao pinned down the arm holding Gitlin's dagger. The two closed to an extreme proximity. Immediately after that, he threw another kick. Gitlin's eyes suddenly turned cold. He actually used the same leg that had been distracting him to block it again. Gitlin's expression sank slightly. An intense pain immediately spread from the spot where he had received the kick. Cao caught sight of it and said, "Now it's over." He tightened his grip on the dagger, raised it high, and struck a finishing posture. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he stabbed straight down at Gitlin. The mercenaries outside burst into cheers. Jillian gripped his axe in alarm, crying out inwardly, "Young master." And yet, at that very moment, Gitlin did not move at all. There was even a faint smile on his face. The strike Cao had been certain would win him victory came down, only for Gitlin to avoid it lightly. He even slipped free from Cao's suppression. Cao trembled inwardly in shock. He actually dodged from that position. Gitlin quickly circled behind him. With a lightning-fast slash, he cut across Cao's side. Cao looked at his bleeding wound, his face filled with disbelief. The mercenaries, and even Jillian, were so shocked that they all froze for a moment. Cao retaliated viciously. He attacked without pause, while Gitlin naturally evaded everything with nimble ease. Gitlin decisively carved another wound across Cao's chest. The mercenaries surrounding the fight turned pale with shock. "The captain got cut again," they cried furiously. "That noble brat. We thought he was completely suppressed by the captain just now. Captain, hurry and show him who's really in charge." Jillian continued watching in silence, so tense that cold sweat broke out all over him. Cao missed another strike. In the next instant, he took a full shoulder bash from Gitlin, his face knocked sharply to one side. Gitlin's expression was icy as he clenched both his fist and his dagger. He gave Cao no chance to breathe, unleashing a relentless storm of heavy punches straight into Cao's face. Then, twisting the dagger in his hand with a flow of motion, Gitlin drove it without hesitation into Cao's arm, causing him to let out an immediate scream of agony. Cao roared and frantically launched vicious attacks at his head. But Gitlin calmly dodged every single one. Grinding his teeth, Cao glared at Gitlin, unable to suppress his suspicion. "You bastard, before this, my strength hardly had any effect on you at all. What trick did you use?" Jillian had already relaxed somewhat, sighing inwardly. "I see. When the opponent wants to exert force, he tenses his muscles and tightens his entire body whenever he attacks. When he uses strength to suppress and restrain his enemy, he instead loses flexibility." Young Master did not resist his force head-on, but relaxed his body and guided the opponent's strength into the flow of his own movement. "I truly didn't expect him to make up for the weight disadvantage in this way." Jillian quietly returned the axe to its original position. The mercenaries outside were still shouting, "Captain, what are you doing? At this rate, this is getting boring." By now, Cao looked extremely battered. Gitlin looked at him calmly and said, "Your will is worthy of admiration. Many people, when cornered, break the rules and use internal force." Sweat rolled nonstop down Cao's face. He steadied himself and replied, "You talk as if you really have done this 100 times. Even my position as captain came from earning Moriana's recognition. If I break the rules, then I'd no longer be qualified to remain in this place." Gitlin seemed somewhat impressed and gave a quiet response. Cao continued, "I admit it. In a direct clash, I'm currently at a slight disadvantage." But his expression suddenly turned savage, and he unexpectedly shouted, "Victory has never depended on only one condition." Cao pulled with all his strength, as if he intended to hurl Gitlin straight into the air. Moriana's recognition has another rule. If even one foot steps outside the circle, that counts as defeat. Gitlin was actually thrown over Kao's shoulder and sent flying into the air. Kao calculated inwardly. No matter how skilled you are, if I throw you out like this, you'll have no choice but to land and step outside the ring. This victory is mine. Gitlin tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand and quickly adjusted the positions of both arms. In only an instant, his posture shifted with startling agility. Gitlin straightened both legs and arched backward into a powerful kick, stepping on Kao's thigh to regain balance. His bound arm clamped tightly on Kao's arm. Gitlin clung to his body, borrowing his momentum so that he himself would not touch the ground. He nimbly flipped over Kao, while simultaneously bringing him under complete control. Kao was pinned down so thoroughly that he could not move and could only crash heavily to the ground. The scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. Not one of the mercenaries outside dared to speak anymore. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Ah, he went out. He went outside the circle." Kao gritted his teeth, thinking inwardly, "It's over." Gitlin said flatly, "This victory is mine." Kao was still pinned beneath him, yet he loudly demanded, Who exactly are you? How can you be this capable?" Gitlin narrowed his eyes slightly. "Your attitude is still lacking. In front of the person who is about to become your master." He immediately hauled Kao up from the ground. Startled, Kao asked, "What?" "The match is already over." Gitlin replied, "No, I still haven't stepped out of the circle." Kao's face was severely swollen, his expression full of confusion. "What?" Gitlin raised his fist and said coldly to him, "From now on, it's training time for you, my subordinate." As soon as he said that, he punched Kao straight in the face without the slightest hesitation. Before the mercenary's eyes, Kao was struck backward and sent crashing onto the ground with a painful cry. Kao shouted in panic, "Wait! According to the rules, as long as you leave the circle." Before he could finish, his face took another heavy punch. Straddling Kao, Gitlin said, "Once you're on the battlefield, will you still be worrying about rules like that?" Kao roared angrily. "And you call yourself a noble?" Gitlin looked at him coldly, murder still lingering in his eyes. "Do not doubt what your master does." Kao bellowed, "You lunatic!" Immediately afterward, his face took yet another solid punch. Gitlin seemed almost crazed, his fists raining down on Kao's face like falling meteors. The mercenaries outside hesitated, their faces full of concern. Is it really all right to let this continue? Didn't the wager already end? Kao cried out in pain, "Stop!" Gitlin grabbed him and dragged him up again. Still not loosening his fist, he said flatly, "He still hasn't left the circle." Kao's face was swollen beyond recognition, covered in blood, and filled with terror. He turned his head and shouted an order to the mercenaries. "Are you just going to stand there and watch? Kill him." The mercenaries answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Then they raised their weapons and charged forward. Jillian's axe suddenly appeared in his hand, and every mercenary immediately came to a halt. He glanced at them and warned, "From this moment on, whoever dares interfere with the eldest young master will die." These men did have some loyalty, but after being threatened like that, they all stopped, trembling in alarm. By now, Kao had been beaten until his face was utterly deformed. Even if he were sent home, his own mother probably would not recognize him. He trembled weakly and turned his head. At some point, Gitlin had already stepped in front of him, asking, "Continue?" At the very instant the fist swung toward his face again, Kao suddenly laughed. That punch completely knocked him down. Countless thoughts flashed through Kao's mind. Nobles really are all a bunch of pitiful cowards. Arrogant pigs, parasitic leeches, weaklings who shatter at a touch. Frighten them just a little, and they immediately kneel and beg for mercy. Emptying their money pouches really does feel wonderful. That title of Mad Dog was won exactly that way, by flaunting my strength and seizing it. But why do I have to fall to a brat carrying the name of a noble? The mercenaries outside grew more and more afraid. "Captain Kao, if this keeps up, he'll die. But what can we even do?" Looking at Kao's miserable state, Gitlin thought inwardly, "Is this enough?" He pointed at the nearby mercenaries and ordered, "What are you all standing there for? Bring water, bandages, and cloths. The others just stare blankly. Gitlin grabbed one of Kao's arms, lifted his unconscious body with one hand, and said to the mercenaries, "If this continues, your captain will die." Only then did the mercenaries come back to their senses and hurriedly answer, "Ah, yes. Understood." Their response echoed throughout the camp of the Marauder Mercenary Company. Jillian silently watched what Gitlin was doing. He quietly realized that those unruly, hard-to-tame mercenaries were now obediently following the eldest young master's orders. Jillian watched as Gitlin directed everyone, and those mercenaries carried out his commands immediately, without hesitation. In the world of mercenaries, fists matter more than rules. The eldest young master had used the most direct and effective method to carve his authority into their minds, making every one of them understand who the true leader was. After his wounds were bandaged, Kao woke up and sat properly, dejected. Gitlin pointed at the paper on the table and ordered, "Sign it." Kao looked at him and said nothing. Then he obediently signed his name on the paper. There, Kao's voice carried deep unwillingness, but he still had no choice but to comply. Gitlin shot him a cold glare and repeated, "There." Kao lowered his head slightly, avoiding his gaze, and said, "Please take care of us from now on." Gitlin's voice rang out, "Very good." Suddenly he grabbed Kao by the arm, startling him badly. Gitlin slowly said, "From now on, we're family." He looked straight at Kao and said sincerely, "Let's work well together from now on." A few days later, in the outskirts of the Podium Estate, all the mercenaries had gathered there. One man yawned and grumbled, "Why do we have to assemble this early?" The person beside him chimed in, "I'm only used to doing things after lunch." A bald man said, "Did you hear? I heard the employer is the heir of House Defium." Someone cried out in surprise, "What?" Another burst into laughter. "Sounds like a complete greenhorn from head to toe. I seriously doubt he has what it takes to manage mercenaries." Someone else added, "Maybe even if we slack off, we'll still get paid." A sleepy, lazy-looking man poked his head out. Then someone clapped loudly and shouted, all right, everyone listen up." A burly man packed with muscles spoke up. "Don't we need a representative to deal with that inexperienced employer brat?" A few people recognized him and asked, "Aren't you Godin the Muscle?" He proudly pointed at himself. "That's right, I'm Godin the Muscle. I very much appreciate your attitude just now, discussing how to make this job easier. But if we don't get our story straight, we won't be able to get what we want." A mercenary nearby said, "Last time, there was an idiot who made a whole bunch of unreasonable demands, and in the end, he ruined everything." The bald man looked at him and asked, "You're planning to do that?" Godin replied, "You need to know your limits in matters like this." He laughed and raised a money pouch in his hand. "I'll act as the representative and pressure the employer. You all agree, right?" The mercenaries shouted in unison, "We agree. If Godin leads us, we'll definitely win." At times like this, Godin's huge build was indeed very useful. People started tossing coins into his pouch one after another. "You really are dependable, Godin. You train all day, yet you're the sharpest of all when it comes to money." Suddenly, a shout made everyone freeze. "Hey, someone's coming." Up ahead, a person was riding toward them on horseback. When they looked more closely, they realized it was Gitlin. 3 mercenaries narrowed their eyes and started chattering noisily. "Huh? He came alone. Judging by those clothes, he must be the employer. Poor thing. He'll probably run in fear the moment he sees Godin's muscles." Godin waved his hand and ordered the mercenaries, "All right, move up. All of you. Put some spirit into it." He rubbed his hands together and grinned smugly. "Today we're going to teach this naive, noble young master a lesson." Suddenly, Godin's pupils contracted sharply. Behind the person he had taken for a naive, noble young master, there was actually an entire mounted group following him. Gitlin's retinue abruptly came into view before them. On the right was Jillian. On the left were Kao and his subordinate, Garo. A mercenary beside them asked in alarm, "Teach that dog-headed iron helmet." "No way. Isn't that the Marauder Mercenary Company?" Godin also cried out in shock, "Huh?" The voices rising from Godin's men immediately made Kao and Garo's expressions darken. Why was that notorious gang of troublemakers obeying their employer so meekly? Gitlin had already stepped forward in front of the mercenaries. He swept a cold gaze over everyone, but did not speak right away. That oppressive stare made Godin hurriedly lower his head and avoid eye contact. Gitlin spoke. "Are you the one in charge here?" The man stammered in reply. "Why, yes." "Yes." Gitlin continued. "What's your name? You're already scared stiff, so hurry up and answer." Crushed by the pressure bearing down on him, the comically fat man could only confess honestly, Godin the Muscle. Gitlin repeated his nickname, Godin the Muscle. Then he added, "Let's test how springy you are." As he spoke, he casually drove a punch into Godin's chest, making the man shudder all over before commenting, "Not bad." Gitlin's voice rang out. "I'm the eldest young master of House Defium, Gitlin Defium." At that name, the mercenaries under Godin instantly stiffened, cold sweat running down their backs. Gitlin ordered, "Gather every mercenary together, Godin. From this moment on, we will conquer the monster forest." The deep blue sky and the treetops stirring in the light wind remained as quiet as ever, as if foretelling a storm about to arrive. In front of the tent, Belinda silently helped Gitlin put on his armor. As she adjusted the shoulder of his breastplate, he fell into thought. All preparations for opening up the forest had already been completed. The expedition team's temporary base had been set up, the supplies were secured, and the soldiers were ready. Thinking of that, Gitlin looked over the mercenary force he had assembled. The men stood in neat lines before him, while behind him stood Belinda, Jillian, and Cal. Gitlin glanced back. "Belinda, confirm the head count one more time." She answered respectfully, "Yes." Looking toward Godin, Belinda said calmly, "A total of 148 mercenaries were hired through the company." Then she turned toward the Marauder Mercenary Company. Adding the 41 men from the Marauder Mercenary Company that young Master brought back, and including us, the total comes to 192. Gitlin shot her a sharp look. "Good. You made everything clear to Ski Band, didn't you?" Belinda replied calmly, "Yes." I thought he would object, but instead he personally promised that he would make sure no one discovered our entry into the monster forest. After all, he is the commander of the monster forest garrison, so there is no need to worry. The two men beside her did not dare interrupt even once, and could only silently agree with what she said. Gitlin curved the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. "Excellent." Then he looked straight ahead and shouted, "All units, assemble." He declared coldly, "Ahead of us lies the monster forest, and it is the place we will open up. I'm sure all of you have heard the rumors. It is filled with unpredictable dangers." He went on calmly, as if speaking of something trivial. Monsters, unknown threats, or perhaps something beyond imagination hidden within. But no matter what, we will open this place. The mercenaries immediately turned pale and cried out in panic. "What? The monster forest?" I had no idea the forest we were supposed to clear was the monster forest. Once we go in, aren't we never coming back out? Belinda furiously shouted, "Young Master is speaking, and you dare interrupt?" Only then did the clamor gradually die down. Gitlin spoke coldly. "Anyone who wants to withdraw may leave now. But if this mission succeeds, I guarantee I will pay everyone triple wages." The fear on the mercenaries' faces vanished instantly, replaced by excitement. "Really? Triple wages? Then it's definitely worth trying." Belinda was horrified and hurriedly leaned in close to whisper, "Young Master, what nonsense are you saying? We've practically spent the entire budget preparing for this." Gitlin answered indifferently, "It's a way to raise morale." But inwardly he thought, if we succeed, we'll earn back far more. Gitlin turned his head and looked straight at Belinda with a faint smile. "You trust me, don't you?" Belinda let out a helpless sigh. "I can only trust you." Cal gave a cold laugh and turned to Jillian. "Triple wages? He'd have to be insane to promise that. How do you intend to deal with it?" "Our young master has never had a backup plan," Jillian replied calmly. "Young master always has a plan." The mercenaries' morale soared, and they shouted in unison, "Monster Forest Expedition Team." Gitlin led the force deeper into the monster forest. He swung his arm. "Move out." The forest was dense with trees, their towering canopies sealing off the sky as if not even a ray of light could get through. Thunk, thunk. Heavy axes struck the thick trunks one after another. Among the mercenaries, some swung axes to fell the giant trees, while others hauled the timber on large wagons. Gitlin drove a powerful kick into a trunk he had nearly chopped through himself. Hit hard, the giant tree crashed to the ground. He looked up at the sky that had been hidden by the canopy. Good. At last the light can get through. Gitlin raised a hand and ordered, "Keep clearing in this direction. Cut the trees into sections and load them onto the wagons. Anyone with free hands, dig around the roots so we can pull the whole tree up more easily." He thought to himself, according to Duke Diafin's journal on opening up the monster forest, which I obtained in my previous life, the forest covers an unimaginably vast area. One day, we will drive out all the monsters and exploit this forest resources. But right now, what we need most is money. Forget everything else for now. First, we need to find the fastest route to the underground mineral vein. The wealth gained from this expedition will become the key to stopping the conspiracy surrounding Fuzon. Cao glanced at him, full of silent judgment. Oh, even the employer is coming down to do the labor himself? A mercenary beside him curled his lip and mocked. What's this? Leading from the front, or just some noble performance? Another mercenary shot him a sidelong glance and said, Noble? Hardly. He's just putting on a show. He'll collapse soon enough. Seeing this, Belinda immediately glared and shouted, Hey, stop talking nonsense and get back to work. The two mercenaries turned around and resumed what they had been doing. Yeah. Belinda glared irritably at their backs. Honestly, these people, with their hands on her hips, she looked at Gitlin chopping trees. Young master, you already pay to hire them, so why are you doing the work yourself? They'll look down on you for doing the same thing they do. Gitlin answered evenly, It's fine. The more people working, the faster this will be finished. This isn't a place anyone wants to stay long. Belinda pouted. If young master says so. But you sound as if you already know this place very well. That remark made Gitlin roll his eyes and fall silent. Cao let out a cold laugh as he passed by with an axe and a bundle of firewood over his shoulder. The employer even has a woman worrying about him. Makes a man jealous. Meanwhile, some people are like stray dogs, charging into hell on their own. Hearing that, Jillian, who was carrying 2 thick logs in his arms, immediately turned. One of the logs swung with emotion and slammed into Cao's back, making him cry out in pain, Arg! When Gitlin and Belinda turned around, they saw only Cao angrily roaring at Jillian. You trying to start something? Gitlin fell into thought. Up to now, everything had still been going fairly smoothly. Duke Diafin, the man who conquered the kingdom and founded a new dynasty, had begun right here when he pushed deep into the monster forest and opened it up. I can't understand why they chose to develop the monster forest back then, but I obtained the exploration journal, which recorded the locations of critical resources and the ecology of the monsters. That is why I was able to prepare this thoroughly. 2 men in the group were discussing his intentions. What exactly is our employer thinking? Bringing several hundred oil lamps with him. If they were only for nighttime use, torches would be much cheaper. Nothing abnormal had happened, yet Gitlin felt increasingly uneasy. He looked toward the mercenaries chopping trees, splitting wood, and sawing through gigantic trunks, then suddenly realized, I only read about this in the journal. I've never actually seen with my own eyes what happens here. Gitlin turned his head and said something that sounded like a warning to the mercenaries, and also a reminder to himself. Do not lower your guard. The forest was becoming denser and denser. The moment he finished speaking, the entire forest seemed to grow dim and sinister, and those trees looked as though they were staring fixedly at every movement they made. The mercenaries kept swinging their axes and felling the giant trees, the thudding never once stopping. One man asked absent-mindedly, Is it already getting late? Why is it getting darker and darker? The man beside him laughed. They said this place was so dangerous, but I haven't even seen an ant, let alone a monster. The two chatted idly. Maybe it's all just rumors. At this rate, Godin will probably clear this job without lifting a finger. Triple wages just for clearing a path. I almost feel guilty. One of them teased him and kicked Godin. Hey, pay it back. Just then, as if he had seen something, Godin called out in a low voice, Hey, everyone! The noisemaker gave a puzzled sound. Godin voiced his doubt. We definitely chopped down a lot of trees to get here, right? The others began gathering and looked where Godin was staring. Yeah, that's right. In front of Godin stood a colossal ancient tree radiating a gloomy, dangerous aura. He turned his head and asked the others, "Then why is there no path ahead of us?" At those words, everyone unconsciously went rigid with unease. In that heavy atmosphere, Gitlin spoke up in warning. "Everyone, pay attention." The remaining mercenaries all drew their weapons and gathered close, almost all of them entering a state of full alert. Two mercenaries cried out in panic. "What's going on? Why did the atmosphere suddenly change?" Gitlin shouted, "Godin!" Godin immediately replied, "I'm here." Gitlin said calmly to him, "If you keep standing there, you will die." In a stern voice, Gitlin instructed, "Walk over here slowly, one step at a time." As Godin answered, he began turning around. "Okay, I got it." But he had a large log balanced on his shoulder, and the moment he turned, it struck a nearby tree. The ground shook in a bizarre tremor. Godin crashed flat onto the ground, and the log on his shoulder flew away. The mercenaries raised their weapons, ready to face whatever monster might suddenly spring out. Taking their stances, they grit their teeth and cursed. "That idiot." The moment Godin rolled over, he let out an angry roar. Before him stood only an ancient tree, so huge that its abnormality became more and more obvious. The mercenaries behind him discussed the tremor from just now. What was that? Did something fall? Gitlin silently watched everything before him. The loudmouth from earlier seized the chance to sneer. "Tisich, our employer really does scare himself easily, doesn't he?" He walked closer to the giant tree, gesturing as he spoke. "Look carefully. There's nothing here. Everything in this place looks the same, so your eyes got confused and you took the wrong way. That idiot just got lost." Monster Forest? The name sounds frightening, but in the end it's just a dense forest. Gitlin warned him gravely, "You get over here right now, too. You will die." The man paid no attention and instead pointed straight at Gitlin's face. "Why do you keep trying to scare everyone? Do you think we don't know? You want to control us by creating fear, don't you?" In the very next instant, a vine shot out like lightning and instantly wrapped itself tightly around his body. "Watch out!" But the man had no time to react. The vine yanked him violently backward. His miserable screams echoed throughout the forest as he was hoisted high into the air, struggling helplessly. They had not given off the slightest trace of presence. The vine hurled him into a mouth full of sharp teeth at the top of the giant tree. No one could have guessed when they would strike. The sound of chewing rang out through the forest. It was the kind of existence that, if one did not know about it, one would simply become prey. A wicked eye split open in the middle of the trunk and stared fixedly at Gitlin as he approached with sword in hand. Gitlin frowned and stared straight at it, as if trying to intimidate it with his gaze alone. He barked in a low voice, "Demon tree." The entire group had been surrounded by those giant monster trees. They opened their greedy, vicious eyes and looked down at the tiny prey on the ground. Seeing that, the mercenaries scattered in panic while screaming miserably, "Monsters! Monsters are here!" They cried out in despair, "It's going to eat me! Run!" Those giant tree monsters were not about to let prey that had come to their mouths escape so easily. Their vines lashed out with lightning speed, accurately wrapping around the mercenaries who were running for their lives. The vines ruthlessly threw their captives into the monsters' mouths lined with sharp teeth. The monsters bit down hard and crushed their prey. Their eyes were blood red, brimming with bloodlust. Godin clung to a tree root while crying, refusing to let the vine drag him away. He screamed, "Save me!" Two mercenaries rushed forward. One of them swung an axe, trying to sever the vine wrapped around Godin, and shouted, "Godin, hold on tight." He put all his strength into the blow. But not only did the vine remain uncut, the axe blade chipped instead. Stunned, he muttered, I can't cut it. Why is this vine so hard?" In the very next moment, Godin was dragged away right before his eyes. The giant tree monster greedily watched Godin as he struggled in midair. The other two could only stand there rigidly, watching him be dragged off while screaming, shouting helplessly, "Godin!" Gitlin suddenly leaped into the air and poured his strength into a sharp backswing of his longsword. With a single slash, he severed the vine, rescuing the weeping and screaming Godin right before the stunned eyes of the giant tree monster. While still in midair, Gitlin twisted swiftly and brought down a sharp vertical strike, splitting that giant tree monster clean in two. Blood burst from the monster's eye, and it could not help but let out a strange shriek. At the same time, Gitlin landed steadily on the ground and observed the monster's reactions, while Godin collapsed in a heap beside him. Having witnessed that with their own eyes, the mercenaries raised their weapons and asked in panic, "Young master, hit it! That thing's weak point. Is it the eye?" Gitlin took a tense, deep breath and roared, "Calm yourselves." That shout made the whole force jolt. "If we scatter, we'll only become easier targets for them. Raise your shields and form a tight formation. Do not let anyone get taken by the vines." He waved his hand and ordered the group, "Focus on the formation." Everyone answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Gitlin gave the order, "Seal every direction. All shield bearers, gather and hold a strict defense." "Damn it, I don't want to die in a place like this." Gitlin ran toward the supply wagon. "Cow, where are the oil lamps?" Cow replied at once, "Yes, they're all here." Satisfied, Gitlin ordered, "Good. Light them and throw them all out. Burn those things to ashes." Only then did Cow suddenly understand. "Ah, so that's why we bought so many." Garo shouted, "It's looking this way." Gitlin gave the order in a low voice. "Now throw." Cow, Garo, and the mercenaries all hurled oil lamps at the giant tree monsters. Monsters taste fire. The oil lamps flew in a dense barrage, enough that they should have landed a devastating blow on the monsters. But in the very next instant, the monsters rapidly lashed out with their vines and smashed every oil lamp in midair. Gal flinched. They blocked all of them. Garo gritted his teeth beside him. "At this rate, we won't be able to set them on fire at all." The giant tree monsters were now completely enraged. They furiously lashed out with their vines, trying to seize the people throwing oil lamps at them. An axe wrapped in blue aura tore through the air. Jillian appeared at the most critical moment and blocked the wave of vine attacks with a single axe stroke. Belinda coldly drew, throwing knives wrapped in aura, and charged forward. With crisp precision, she hurled the knives into a giant tree monster's eye, forcing it to shriek in pain. Gitlin quickly directed them. "Jillian, Belinda, support the Marauder Mercenary Company and prepare for a second oil lamp volley." The two answered in unison, "Yes." The sharp long sword left its sheath, wrapped in a fierce jade-green aura. Gitlin carefully raised his sword and advanced toward the monsters. The savage vines shooting toward him did not seem capable of stirring even the slightest fear in him. "I have to draw their attention." Belinda shouted anxiously, as if reminding him, "Young master, be careful." Gitlin shifted his grip on the great sword to both hands and unleashed a smooth figure-8 sword arc, successfully blocking the entire assault from the grotesque vines. The giant tree monsters went completely mad, their eyes glowing with red frustration, furious at the difficult prey before them. They frantically fired out even more vines, desperately trying to attack Gitlin. Gitlin's body flashed like lightning, breaking through the encirclement amid the seamless storm of vine attacks as he closed in on their position step by step. The giant tree monster suddenly tore its roots from the ground and stood up, viciously trying to crush Gitlin with a single stomp. The mercenaries hid behind their sturdy shields. Cowardly as they were, they still had enough conscience to worry for him, their hearts in their throats. Those monsters were obviously trees, so why did they even have legs? The young master was going to be flattened. Gitlin lowered his body and swung his sword upward. In a flash, he moved with agile precision and severed its leg right before the monster's startled eyes. The distance had closed to exactly where he wanted it. Gitlin leaped into the air and drove his sword deep into the monster's eye, forcing a savage howl from it. The remaining giant tree monsters saw this and immediately surged toward him in fury. The mercenaries cried out in alarm. "This is bad. They're all charging at the young master." Belinda, perfectly calm, turned and shouted, "Now everyone, throw the oil lamps." Everyone instantly understood and hurled fire toward the monsters all at once. This time would definitely work. Throw them. Hurry, throw them. And this time, they truly succeeded. Blazing fire immediately swallowed the pack of monsters whole, burning them until they shrieked madly. The flames spread from one monster to another, and in their eyes, only fear remained. Cal and Garo looked at the overwhelming advantage before them and shouted excitedly, "Yes, that's it." Gitlin loudly ordered, "Don't stop. Keep throwing." The monsters screamed in agony within the sea of flames until they were burned away completely. They sank into the inferno, letting out twisted, miserable howls. A few mercenaries exclaimed, "Amazing. So we really can fight those monsters. If this keeps up, won't the whole forest catch fire? These trees aren't as tough as I thought." Godin the Muscle sneered. "These damn trees are just as helpless in front of fire as anything else." Standing before everyone, Gitlin warned vigilantly, "Don't let your guard down. It's not over yet." The others recoiled in shock. "What?" Calmly, he revealed a truth that stunned them. Now they'll show their true form. A rolling wave of steam came rushing in, as if it meant to swallow the entire group. All the others could do was blurt out unanswered questions. "What is this smoke? Steam? Did the fire go out?" Belinda and Jillian moved toward Gitlin. "Young master, my lord," Belinda asked in alarm. "What exactly happened to them?" Gitlin stared fixedly at the monsters. "Their outer shells fear fire, but what's inside does not," he explained calmly. "The flames burned away their outer layer, but their insides contain a great deal of water, which is why all this steam formed." Behind the thick white mist, blurred shadows slowly emerged, tearing through the vapor as they lunged out. They looked like bizarre carnivorous flowers, with glowing eyes that gave off a chilling air as they stared at the mercenary troop. The monsters roared, opening huge circular mouths as red as blood and revealing a ring of sharp fangs before charging at everyone. The mercenaries screamed in horror. "What are those things? They're still not dead." A long sword was proudly raised high into the air, and like its master, it seized the gaze of every mercenary behind it. "Listen up." Gitlin raised his sword and commanded, "Take up your weapons." He brought the sword down and stepped forward to meet the monsters head-on. "From here on, we switch to close combat." Without another word, Gitlin shot straight toward them, his eyes utterly resolute. "Charge!" The entire force was shaken by the sight. The mercenaries were terrified. "What? You want us to fight something that huge at close range?" Easy for you to say. One twitch from them and we'll be crushed. Amid the groans of soldiers still hesitating and too afraid to advance, they had truly thought they were as good as dead. Cal led the Marauder Mercenary Company and charged into the center of the battlefield alongside Gitlin. "Marauder Mercenary Company, charge." Belinda stepped forward anxiously and shouted, "Young master, please be extra careful." That left Godin the Muscle silent. Jillian turned to look at the group under Godin the Muscle's command. "What are you still hesitating for?" he said firmly. "This is young master Gitlin's order. Trust him and do as he says." Behind Jillian, Gitlin swung his sword in a horizontal arc and split the first monster in two. The entire troop stared in shock. At last, they chose to trust him and charged recklessly forward, throwing caution aside. If things turned bad, the young master would handle it himself. For now, they would follow orders first. The whole force surged ahead, taking down the monsters one after another. Gitlin's commands rang out loud and clear across the battlefield. Their outer shells have already been burned away. You don't even need internal force to cut them down now. Don't be afraid. Right now, they're nothing but giant targets. Belinda and Jillian tightened their grips on their weapons and, under Gitlin's shouted commands, fought the monsters head-on. Hit harder. Kill them all. Everyone cast aside their fear of these giant monsters and rushed forward in a frenzy, hacking them down one by one. The balance of victory had clearly tipped in humanity's favor. Gitlin's sharp eyes grew brighter and brighter. Hesitation on the battlefield meant death. His duty was to erase the hesitation in the hearts of those who followed him, to pass his will to them and turn the impossible into reality. Gitlin's sword drove straight into the monster's throat. He steadily pulled upward, splitting it into two with a single stroke. The heavy corpse crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, meeting a completely disastrous end beneath Gitlin's sword. Silence fell around them. Monster corpses were strewn all around the troop. Beside them lay quite a few mercenaries who had died bravely in battle. Gitlin's voice echoed out. "This is the monster forest. We've only just reached the entrance, and we've already run into this many monsters. Only now had the whole force truly learned how dangerous this forest was. Gitlin spoke softly to steady morale. But don't worry. He glanced slightly over his shoulder. I will always be the first to charge forward. Looking sincerely at the ranks, Gitlin said, "Trust me, just follow in my footsteps." By now, the mercenaries had completely submitted to the young master they had doubted and scorned all along the way. The entire army answered in unison, their voices so loud they echoed through one corner of the forest. "Yes, young master." Along the way, the troop encountered countless monsters they had never seen before. They kept chopping down trees to open a path, fighting and killing monsters, resting to treat the wounded, then setting out again to keep fighting. A giant monster with a bull's head and a kangaroo's body suddenly lunged at them, opening its blood-soaked mouth as if it meant to swallow the soldier charging in front whole with a single bite. Goten the Muscle and several mercenaries raised their shields and retreated to widen the distance. Damn it, what is it this time? Why do these monsters just keep coming one after another? Cow and Jillian rushed forward to stand in front of them. Cow sprang up like lightning and slashed off one of the monster's legs with a single strike. The soldiers behind them shouted, "Its leg! It's falling this way!" Jillian immediately used a shield to block the monster's gaping mouth. A long sword came down from above in a straight chop. Gitlin thrust his blade into the monster's lower jaw joint and killed it. After landing, he asked, "Is anyone hurt?" Several mercenaries answered at once, "No, young master, we're still alive." They kept shouting loudly, "If you want to stay alive, don't stray too far from the young master. Get over here, you monsters." Jillian praised them. "You've all improved quickly." Cow bared his teeth in a grin. "Real combat works best, after all." Gitlin nodded in agreement. "That's right." Then he shouted his next order. "There's still a long way ahead. Keep clearing the path." The mercenaries spread out to cut down trees. "Yes, my lord." One mercenary was so exhausted he could barely breathe, standing behind Gitlin and gasping with his mouth wide open. In fear, he thought, "Everyone here's gone mad. A mad forest and a mad bunch of people." In the gloomy forest where not even a ray of light could be found, the dangerous breath of monsters seemed to drift vaguely through the air. In the pitch-black night, the troop discovered a clear lake. The mercenaries ran quickly to the shore, crouched down, scooped up water, and drank greedily. "Water, lake water! Look how clear it is! Drink up! Hurry, drink!" But Belinda did not relax her guard in the slightest. Who knew what might be inside it? Gitlin pondered silently. Up to now, the direction they had taken had not been wrong. This lake was the most crucial turning point before reaching the ravine. Gitlin gave the order, set up camp by the lake. "We'll rest here tonight." The troop quickly pitched tents, lit fires, cooked food, and spent the night on the sandy lakeshore. Several mercenaries sat around the fire, waiting for the food to cook. They grumbled, "Good grief! What exactly are we doing here? This is only the entrance to the forest. If we go deeper, what else is going to jump out at us? At least nothing's happened during the night these last 2 nights. That's a stroke of luck." Amid the crackling of firewood, a voice suddenly sounded. "What?" Goten the Muscle became suspicious at Manet's suggestion. "You mean we should secretly slip away now?" Another person could not believe it. "What nonsense are you talking about, Manet?" Manet tried to use his own reasoning to persuade everyone. "What I mean is, there's no need to keep risking our lives. Obviously, our lives matter more than money, don't they?" Goten the Muscle calmly stuffed a piece of fish into his mouth and chewed. "We've already cleared quite a bit of the way, haven't we?" The young master said the destination isn't far from the forest entrance, so that means we're almost there. Manet pointed at him and demanded, "You actually believe that? No wonder you're always getting tricked." He widened his eyes. "What do you think the young master's nickname as Podium's #1 schemer came from? It's obvious he wants to risk crossing this forest just to build a reputation for himself." Someone else shook his head and refused. "We already took the advance payment. We're mercenaries, so shouldn't we just do the work that matches the money we accepted?" Goten the Muscle casually sucked his fingers. "And it's not like the young master hasn't saved us before." Manet still refused to give up. "I admit the young master is good at fighting, but up to now it's all just been luck. One mistake, Just one. And we're dead, no matter who you are. He laughed darkly and began attacking their minds. Mercenaries have only ever had one ending. When things really get dangerous, we're nothing but meat shields. All nobles are the same. Those words made Godin the muscle and the people around him hesitate. That's true, but Manet sneered inwardly, and contempt also appeared on his face. Yes, keep hesitating like that. Turning back alone through all those monsters would be no different from seeking death. If things go badly, I'll use you as bait. But another mercenary was not swayed by Manet's sweet talk. What you're saying is, without the young master, we'd all have died long ago. He pointed in one direction. Look over there. The soldiers are lined up waiting to be treated. Gitlin was sitting there personally applying medicine for them. Belinda stood at his side, ready to help at any moment. Gitlin carefully spread ointment over a mercenary's arm. Be careful. Don't let the wound touch water, or it'll get infected. The soldier said timidly, Thank you, my lord. Belinda bent down in confusion and asked Gitlin in a low voice, Young master, shouldn't you keep such precious medicine for your own use? As he continued taking out medicine, Gitlin replied calmly, This is exactly when it's meant to be used. Saving it for later would be meaningless. He called steadily, Next! The sight left Manet speechless. That mercenary continued, The medicine and healing supplies the young master brought are worth more than our lives. If he really saw mercenaries as meat shields, would he treat us like this? The others around him all chimed in. Exactly. He really is different from the noble young masters we've met before. At the very least, he doesn't look like the kind of person who'd abandon us. Unable to persuade them, Manet could only turn away, gritting his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. Damn it, that old man is such a nuisance. If I want to escape this place, I first have to persuade a few people, but that won't be easy now. Gitlin walked over to Godin the muscle and the others. Enough chatting. Rest while you still can. They respectfully answered, Yes, young master. He then turned to Jillian and Cal. Jillian, Cal, come here for a moment. The two answered decisively. Understood, young master. Cal cast a cold glance behind him. Will that be all right? If it were me, I'd have cut that man's tongue out already. Gitlin did not care at all. Ignore him for now. There are monsters all around us. He can't do anything right now. Gitlin led them to where the oil lamps were hanging. More importantly, there's something we need to confirm immediately. Belinda looked baffled. Why did you suddenly tell us to count the number of oil lamps I hung up? Cal answered, roughly 24. Gitlin thought to himself, just as I expected. The number has gone down. He explained slowly. Ever since we entered the forest, the monsters have attacked day and night. But these past 2 nights, there hasn't been a single attack after dark. Belinda immediately realized something. Cal frowned. Then that means... Jillian's expression darkened. We've entered the territory of monsters that operate at night, and a territory with a very wide range of influence at that. Gitlin nodded. That's right. He turned to look toward the deep forest behind them. Gitlin said in a low voice, From here on, this is where the true danger begins. This damned forest was black as ink, and the sickly yellow glow of the oil lamps was nowhere near enough to push back the dense darkness. Godin the muscle and the other mercenaries lay out in the open to rest. Godin the muscle's breathing was even and steady. Suddenly, a strong beam of light shone into his eyes, making him open them groggily. What? Godin the muscle jolted fully awake and discovered it was an oil lamp that had somehow fallen on its own from the stack of firewood, serving as his pillow. He hurriedly sprang up, dodging the lamp before it could drop onto him. What the hell was going on? Why had the oil lamp floated up by itself? He felt a patch of rough, slimy skin brush across his cheek. It was as if more than a dozen eyes were greedily staring at him. Godin the muscle shouted, waking the people around him, swinging his axe wildly. He roared, It's a monster, get lost. The monster hidden in the darkness moved with agility, easily avoiding his chops. I said get lost. The nearby mercenaries rushed over. What's wrong, Godin the muscle? He turned back in panic. A monster. It was right beside me just now. The others froze. What are you talking about? They looked at Godin the muscle like he was mad. There's nothing here. He turned back, and only then realized the surroundings were as quiet as ever. It disappeared. The others irritably went back to lie down. Seriously? Did you have a nightmare? You're making so much noise. Let him rest. We've run into too many monsters lately. Godin the Muscle anxiously denied it. No, that's not it. Garo stepped forward. It wasn't a dream. His expression was grave as he recounted the strange thing he had just experienced. I felt that something was very wrong. When I woke up, I saw a lamp disappear right in front of my eyes. The others also began gathering around and chimed in one after another. Yeah, that's right. I heard that sound too. I even heard a burst of laughter that made my skin crawl. Several mercenaries started to panic. Why is everyone acting so strange? What on earth happened? Garo's sharp gaze fixed on the depths of the darkness. No matter what, there's one thing we can be certain of. There's something here. The oil lamps looked as though the darkness had cast a veil over them, leaving only the faintest flicker of light. Gitlin walked over. So you saw it with your own eyes. The soldiers stepped aside and made way for Gitlin. Belinda, Jillian, Gitlin said in a low voice, everyone, assemble. All the soldiers gathered in front of the tent. Inside, Gitlin, Belinda, Jillian, Cal, Godin the Muscle, and Garo stood in a circle discussing the situation. Godin the Muscle asked in astonishment, You mean monsters are surrounding us? Garo's face was dark. We can't even see what they look like. Gitlin replied calmly, Of course not. That's their nature. He frowned slightly. They were probably following us from a lake. One of the rulers of this forest's darkness. Those monsters have long faces, 8 eyes, and shriveled, emaciated bodies. They are called Paro, the Shadow Hunters. They can blend into the shadows. You can't see them, and physical attacks are ineffective against them. Hundreds, even thousands, of Paro will trail their prey, draining away every source of light around them. Their hunting method is to lure you into the darkness, because that is the environment best suited to them. Godin the Muscle and Garo repeated in shock. Hundreds? Thousands? Belinda suddenly understood. So that's why the lamplight kept growing dimmer. Cal frowned in disgust. Those revolting things are planning to toy with us before they kill us. He sprang to his feet and hot-bloodedly proposed. Let's charge out and kill them right now. Better to strike first than sit here waiting for them to toy with us. Gitlin remained calm. No, we have to wait for them to attack first. That will be the best moment to counterattack. Belinda said worriedly. More than half the lamps are already gone. Can we really keep waiting like this? Gitlin explained calmly. If we attack rashly, we'll only provoke their savage nature even more. They'll temporarily retreat, change their hunting tactics, and harass us for much longer. If that happens, we'll lose our chance to wipe them out in a single stroke. Everyone asked in shock, wipe them out in a single stroke. Jillian grasped the key point. You mean there's a way to catch hundreds, even thousands, of these invisible monsters that can't be directly attacked all at once? Gitlin replied briefly, that's right. He then turned and cautiously asked Belinda, Belinda, where are the magic scrolls I told you to prepare? Belinda answered reliably, I've already given one to every mercenary. Outside, the mercenaries held the scrolls in their hands and curiously opened them to read. Everything was ready. Gitlin said calmly, Good. Let me explain the battle plan. He used his sword to draw on the ground. The people around him stared intently at the simple diagram on the earth. Gitlin carefully analyzed the situation. The Paro are currently surrounding our camp from 3 sides. They keep stealing our oil lamps, gradually tightening the encirclement. He pointed the tip of his sword at the marks representing the monsters. With our current numbers, we can't fully spread out our defensive line, especially since our enemy isn't human. If we meet them head-on, our formation will be torn apart from both flanks. Jillian stroked his beard thoughtfully. It's only because our camp is backed against the lake that we've avoided being completely surrounded. Gitlin fully agreed. Exactly. He smiled faintly. This situation is unfavorable for us, but not entirely so, because the initiative in this battle is in our hands. Everyone asked in surprise, the initiative? Gitlin drew 3 small diagrams on the ground. First, we'll split into 3 teams. 1 shield unit, responsible for blocking their attacks. The men quickly took their positions, readying themselves for battle. 1 crossbow unit, responsible for pinning them down. The soldiers gripped their crossbows tightly, their expressions utterly focused, and one elite assault unit led by me. Gitlin stood at the very front of the assault unit, sword in hand, his momentum like a rainbow cutting through the sky. The shield unit and the crossbow unit will form a tight formation at the center and hold back the enemy's assault. Gitlin's hand swiftly sketched on the ground. At the same time, the assault unit will concentrate all its firepower and quickly break through the left flank. After we regroup with the central force, we'll turn and encircle them instead. That will be our victory. On the diagram, the monsters were tightly surrounded by the three units. Jillian folded his arms across his chest. I understand. It's very clear. Godin the Muscle exclaimed. Oh, can a plan like this really work? Cal thought it was feasible. As long as the center holds, it'll definitely work. Belinda raised a hand to interrupt. Wait, everyone. In her usual rational manner, she raised the key issue. You said those Paro, or whatever they are, can melt into the darkness and can't be attacked. Then how are we supposed to deal with them? Her question made every gaze in the tent turn toward Gitlin. Belinda asked curiously, couldn't we use internal force? Gitlin reassured her, no need to worry about that, Belinda. He smiled faintly. Those scrolls. The shouts of the whole force echoed through the night. They roared, hold the formation, follow the leader's orders. Do not break formation under any circumstances. The defensive unit lined up in tight ranks, preparing to receive the monster's assault. They had taken the last oil lamp. Something was closing in. This had once been recorded in Duke Diofin's exploration journal. Gitlin stepped forward. It was discovered that the Paro are extremely afraid of light. He gripped the enchanted scroll tightly with both hands. As long as they are struck by a strong light, their true bodies will be exposed. He decisively tore the scroll in half. It's time. The moment Gitlin made his move, Belinda, Jillian, Cal, and Garo all tore open their enchanted scrolls at the same time. Light burst from the scrolls and shot straight into the night sky. At the sight of that dazzling radiance overhead, the Paro were instantly horrified. First circle magic light. The monsters seemed to be swallowed by the intense glow, letting out one shrill, bizarre scream after another. The shield unit was utterly astonished. The darkness is gone? Their true forms have really appeared. Those eel-like creatures were surrounding them. Seeing the monsters draw close, the shield unit raised their guard. They're charging in. Prepare yourselves. Gitlin gave the order, crossbow unit, pin them down. The crossbowmen raised their weapons in unison, aiming at the Paro. Gitlin shouted, do everything you can to hold them in place. He raised his sword high. The figure standing there with sword in hand was both proud and perfectly straight. Their true bodies are exposed now. Gitlin brought his sword down and sternly ordered, assault unit, charge. The assault unit rushed ferociously toward the monsters. Gitlin, Belinda, Cal, and Jillian were the first four to charge, leading the slaughter of the monsters. With a single stroke, Gitlin severed a Paro's head. His gaze swept over the monsters lunging at him with their sharp claws raised. Though they could melt into darkness, their physical bodies were actually very weak. With this formation, we can tear through their defensive line in an instant. He shouted his orders. Do everything you can to reduce their numbers. Cal, Jillian, Belinda, push forward. Understood. Jillian blocked the attacks and drew the enemy's attention. Jillian swung his battle axe, intercepting the Para's sharp claws. At the same time, Cal's role was to create chaos. He moved like a phantom across the battlefield, and wherever he passed, monsters dropped one after another. A savage Paro lunged at him, thrusting its claws toward his body. Belinda appeared behind Cal. She leaped into the air, her hands full of tiny throwing darts. As long as Belinda supports us, we can create openings. Belinda accurately fired her darts into the eyes of the monsters trying to ambush Cal. She glanced back and shouted, Young master! Gitlin swept his sword in a horizontal arc, cutting down an entire cluster of Paro, the finest strength of the podium estate. Gitlin's eyes, overflowing with killing intent, locked onto the monsters he had cut in half at the waist. The whistling of crossbow bolts and the explosions of enchanted spells in the air interwove together. The crossbow unit kept shooting down the monsters surging forward. Yet some Paro dodged the bolts and hurled themselves into the formation. The mercenaries gradually became agitated. Damn it! Why are there so many of them? I'm out of bolts. When is the assault unit finally getting here? The Paro had already charged right up to them, and the shield unit could only shout helplessly. At the most critical moment, a sharp longsword blocked the way before the shield troops. The assault unit arrived in time, joined up with the shield and crossbow units, and swept away every remaining Paro. Gitlin turned and praised them. You held out well. Everyone was overjoyed. It's the young master. We're saved, just as planned beforehand. Godin the Muscle shouted, spread out, surround them from all four sides. It's time for our counterattack. One Paro with horns on its head turned around and let out a piercing scream. To everyone's shock, the monsters all turned and fled at once. Huh, they're running away. Gitlin frowned in thought. Retreating before we can close the encirclement? The Paro judged the situation very quickly. He immediately turned and ordered, Belinda, find the leader. It has a pair of horns on its head. It's the one signaling the retreat. Cal then asked, are we still chasing them? Belinda sounded somewhat puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to just let them run? Gitlin gave a brief explanation. They are obsessively fixated on their prey. Even if they withdraw now, they'll keep watching us for days until the hunt is complete. Gitlin gritted his teeth as he said, we can't fight them a second time. We absolutely have to avoid a battle of attrition. As long as we kill the leader, they'll lose their command structure and collapse completely. We have to end this here. Belinda stared at him blankly, then smiled faintly to herself. You really have changed so much. She spun the weighted cord in her hand. Understood. She decisively hurled it up onto the branch of a massive ancient tree nearby. After securing the rope, Belinda leaped upward and used the momentum to swing above the Paro pack. From her high vantage point, she locked onto the leader at a glance. Target confirmed. The horned one. She swung the cord and violently threw the hooked end downward, wrapping it tightly around the leader. She loudly signaled to Gitlin. I found it, young master. Gitlin rushed forward at astonishing speed. He raised his sword and shouted. So there you are. Gitlin kicked off the ground and used the force to launch himself at the target, driving straight toward the leader in a streak of blood. With one thrust, Gitlin pierced its abdomen. The longsword passed clean through the leader's body, and he growled, this ends now. Gitlin swung his sword and completely shredded the monster's body. The pack of Paro, having lost their leader, let out chaotic screams of terror. Gitlin shouted the order. The leader is dead. Wipe them out. The troops behind him immediately charged forward and exterminated the remaining monsters. They roared, don't you love hiding in the shadows? Make them regret ever daring to hunt us down. Cal gritted his teeth and shouted, who does the Marauder Mercenary Company think it is? Don't lose to that old man. Hearing that, Jillian could only sigh helplessly. The battle dragged on until dawn. A sharp sword mercilessly pierced a monster's throat. This is the last one. Gitlin pulled his sword from the throat of that unlucky Paro. He praised them. Well done, everyone. We've won. The mercenaries raised their weapons high and cheered excitedly. They shouted in wild joy, we survived. We survived. Belinda ran over and anxiously asked, young master, are you hurt? Jillian said politely, you worked hard, my lord. Gitlin sheathed his sword. You all did very well, too. Gitlin immediately began issuing orders. Belinda, count our numbers at once. Cal, gather the men from Marauder. Jillian and I will deal with the Paro corpses around the camp. Belinda replied respectfully, understood. Cal looked somewhat puzzled. Deal with the corpses? What good does that do? Gitlin looked at the monster corpses. The stench of the carcasses will drive away other monsters. The Paro are already fairly high-rank monsters for the area near the entrance to the monster forest. Jillian said dismissively, which means this campsite will become safe, Brad. Cal whipped around and roared like an enraged cat. What? He twisted and kicked toward Jillian. Old man, do you really have to settle things with me today? The sight made Gitlin let out a helpless sigh. Gitlin lifted his eyes and pondered. We've already been inside the monster forest for about 10 days. Now that the Paro have been hunted down, all the dangers along the route I planned should have been dealt with. All that remains is mining the Orvain. He looked at the brilliant dawn light spilling into the monster forest and frowned warily, thinking, is it really over just like this? Belinda stepped forward to report. Young master, I've finished the count. The Marauder Mercenary Company has 41 men. The contract mercenaries are short 3 men, with 126 remaining. Gitlin fell into thought. So there were no casualties on Marauder's side after all. Cal gave a mocking snort. Of course not. Just look who was leading them. Beside him, Jillian had nothing left to say. Gitlin repeated, 3 contract mercenaries died? Belinda suddenly realized the problem. Wait, we still can't confirm their identities because we haven't found the bodies. Godin the Muscle looked around and said, now that you mention it, Manet is gone too. A nearby mercenary guessed. Could he have died in the battle just now? Someone else immediately retorted, idiot, didn't we just say no bodies were found? Another person chimed in. With his personality, he definitely slipped away on the sly. Isn't that obvious? Manet and 2 other mercenaries had broken away from the group and were desperately running in the opposite direction. As they ran, the other 2 kept turning their heads to talk. That fight really was trying to kill us. Manet, if we hadn't listened to you and run, we'd probably be dead for sure. We've widened the distance already. Can we slow down a little now? Manet irritably turned and cursed. You 2 idiots, get a grip. We have to take this chance to leave while those monsters are still being held back. If you want to live, keep running. Manet turned back around, only to see the other 2 frozen stiff in place, their faces drained of blood as they stared in one direction. He shouted. Didn't you hear me? Why did you stop running? The 2 men trembled all over, only broken sounds coming from their throats. One of them shakily pointed ahead. Be behind us. Manet turned to look where he was pointing. A pair of blood-red eyes viciously locked onto the 3 prey before it. Manet's eyes went wide as he asked in horror, what is that? Amid pillars of spirit stone that gave off a mysterious glow, a gigantic, monstrous python lay coiled, its scales red like molten lava, and its eyes like burning embers. The thing in its mouth was still dripping blood onto the ground, and the area around it was strewn with corpses and white bones. With a heavy thud, what the monster held in its mouth dropped to the ground. Only on closer look did they realize it was actually 3 soldiers, their bodies soaked in blood, sprawled among the dry bones without moving. The giant serpent's eyes opened wide like 2 bottomless abysses, and within that darkness, bloodthirst blazed as clearly as flame. The scene shifted to frantic labor, the sound of wood being stacked one piece atop another ringing out without pause. Axes struck tree trunks in rapid succession. The soldiers bustled like a kicked-open anthill. This cart is full. That tree's about to fall. Clear out this damned forest. Cal silently watched the soldiers skillfully dividing tasks and cooperating and could not help sighing. Now they finally know what they're supposed to do. No one needs to remind them of every little thing anymore. This is the first time I've seen those lazy mercenaries act this disciplined. In the tense atmosphere, some swung axes, some carried timber, every movement quick and coordinated. As Jillian passed by Cal carrying a heavy log by himself, he quietly said, unlike certain people. Cal turned and nodded. True enough. Then Cal casually slung his tool over his shoulder, his eyes following the soldiers' backs. Will they just disperse after this expedition? If these men are only used once, that would be too much of a waste. Nearby, Gitlin lightly kicked a freshly felled trunk and said, don't worry. I plan to hire all of them as my private soldiers. He thought to himself, everyone knows that loosely organized mercenaries cannot defeat a regular army in a large-scale war. But with the experience they've accumulated on this expedition alone, these men have already surpassed the limits of ordinary mercenaries. They will become an excellent foundation for us to expand our power. Garo waved and led several soldiers over to report to Cal. Captain Cal, you told us to deal with the Paro corpses near the camp. We've finished. Cal said with satisfaction. Well done, Garo. Cal turned to look toward Gitlin. Just as you said, the effect really is good. We ran all the way here from the camp and didn't run into a single monster. There should at least have been one straggler wandering around somewhere. Countless dangers were hidden in this forest, but the monster's eerie disappearance left a huge question hanging in everyone's heart. Gitlin tilted his head and listened, carefully observing the dense canopy in the distance. A thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. I hope it's an ancient beast. Suddenly, without any warning, Belinda landed lightly and appeared where everyone had gathered. I'm back, she said. Gitlin immediately asked, well, is there anything ahead? Her face lit up at once, and excitement sparkled in her eyes. Yes. The moment she said it, his expression froze. His previously contemplative eyes widened. An unconcealed shock spread across his face. Gitlin turned and loudly ordered the mercenaries who were felling trees. Advance at full speed. Clear the road. Everyone answered in unison. Yes, sir. Behind the forest's green curtain, the goal of this journey had finally appeared, a mysterious destination calling out to them. He immediately announced to everyone, our destination is right before our eyes. Everyone was deeply shaken and kept saying, no way. Could it be? That can't be possible. As if to answer their doubts, Gitlin spoke. This is the very reason we began this expedition, a high-grade ore vein. A gigantic mineral vein appeared before them like a river of blue ice, with countless crystal-like formations glittering brilliantly. Everyone was stunned by the majestic beauty of that enormous ore vein. Cal looked at the ore before him and said, looks like there really is something valuable in this forest. Jillian looked at him and said, didn't I tell you long ago? The young master always has a plan. Belinda leaped forward and threw her arms around Gitlin. Young master, how on earth did you know? Under everyone's astonished gazes, Gitlin's expression did not change in the slightest. They're all ore, aren't they? Some people could go their whole lives without ever touching something like this, and yet now it's everywhere. If we mine all of this and bring it back, we'll be rich. In the stillness surrounding the ore vein, a voice suddenly rang out, tearing through their joy. No, none of you are leaving this place. A trace of displeasure flashed across Gitlin's face. His cold gaze turned toward the one who had ruined everyone's excitement, his whole body radiating a readiness for battle. Everyone stared at that figure, but they did not see him move. Only his voice continued to carry over. It's all over. The moment he finished speaking, that person collapsed. Someone suddenly cried out, recognizing who he was. Manet. Godin the muscle and the one-eyed mercenary stepped forward, their faces full of confusion. You idiot, you damn mutt, why are you here? But just as the two were about to rush forward, a blade stopped them in their tracks. Gitlin stood in front of them in a fighting stance and immediately ordered his two subordinates, back off. Without the slightest hesitation, Gitlin suddenly spun around, borrowing the momentum to swing his long sword from behind and slash forward in a storm-like strike. That sword strike carried astonishing force, forming an invisible yet crushing wall of wind that surged straight ahead like a tempest. But after the shockwave passed, the sight before their eyes was even more horrifying. White bones were strewn everywhere in heaps, and on those pale skeletons, blackened, dried bloodstains were still clearly visible. The mercenaries behind him immediately erupted in alarm. Corpses everywhere. What kind of hell happened here? So this place doesn't just kill monsters? People were slaughtered here too? Belinda cried out anxiously, young master. Jillian, standing beside her, also felt a terrible foreboding rise in his heart and murmured, young master. Looking at the situation before him, Gitlin said, it seems we won't be taking these ores away so easily after all. At this scale, this place is very likely the nest of some high-grade monster. Some of these corpses haven't fully decomposed yet, which means they weren't simply dumped here. The corpse poison mixed into the mist and spread outward, which is why we couldn't detect it at first. After analyzing the situation, Gitlin cursed inwardly. Damn it, there is never any record saying the ore vein region held a special danger like this. He turned and ordered everyone to prepare. Everyone, be alert. Get ready to fight. But before he could finish giving the order, Gitlin was horrified to discover that behind those glittering ore masses, a gigantic monster was hidden. Its eyes were blood red as it stared fixedly at them. Fast as lightning, the massive monster suddenly opened its mouth full of sharp fangs, a blood-soaked abyss yawning inside. Gitlin instantly drew his sword and shouted, scatter! Everyone turned around in confusion, and the moment they saw it, panic seized them all. The cold tip of Gitlin's sword was aimed straight at the deathly maw of the gigantic serpent. Without hesitation, he struck. The shrieking steel blade, carrying terrifying power, slashed straight down at the giant snake's head. Faster than the monster could even react, Gitlin had already leaped onto its head, seizing that rare opening. His eyes cold, he poured all his strength into his arm and viciously drove the long sword down, intending to pierce those iron-hard scales and pin the blade into the monster's skull. But contrary to expectations, the strike that should have been fatal only left a shallow scratch on the giant beast's thick, iron-like scales. Watching from below, Jillian and Cal both frowned and said, even with internal force, it only left a mark like that? Those scales are absurdly tough. In that split-second flash, Gitlin sprang back into the air, and the giant serpent opened its mouth and lunged at him again. Before anyone could even react, a stream of sticky green liquid violently sprayed from the serpent's mouth. Gitlin hurriedly raised his sword, hoping to block the dangerous substance. As he dodged that bizarre fluid, a thought flashed through his mind. Poison. In the very next instant, without warning, that strange green poisonous fluid sprayed directly onto Gitlin. The terrifying corrosive venom instantly melted the portion of his robe it touched, and before he had even regained his balance, the giant serpent's thick tail lashed across like an iron whip. Facing the deadly danger right in front of him, Gitlin did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. The long sword whistled upward, and at that critical moment, he barely managed to block the horrifying blow from the snake's tail. But the power contained in that enormous tail was simply too great. It pressed down hard on the blade, sending such force through it that Gitlin's wrist felt as though it were about to snap. Then came another savage attack. The giant serpent suddenly whipped its tail and smashed it into Gitlin, slamming him straight into the ground. Seeing Gitlin struck down by the giant serpent, Belinda immediately screamed, "Young master." The huge monster writhed and coiled, ring after ring of its body overlapping and shaking the entire area so violently that even standing firm became difficult for the mercenaries. The men kept shouting, "Careful! Don't get caught in it. That snake is too huge. It'll crush us to death." Jillian, Belinda, and Cal rushed forward without hesitation, helping the mercenaries who were being fatally constricted by the giant serpent and had already fallen into despair. Amid the chaos, screams rang out everywhere. "Get back! Save me! We're going to be crushed flat. Damn it, I don't want to die here. Stop it! Stop it now! Hold the formation. Where's the young master? Young master." Beneath the dirt, Gitlin thought grimly. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, all doubt is gone. That thing is the true master occupying this, or vein. The blood python. According to the Monster Forest Survey plans, it is one of the monsters considered nearly impossible to hunt. It lives in the deepest part of the forest, so I never imagined I would encounter it like this. The chance of victory is vanishingly small. Retreating and waiting for another opportunity would be the reasonable choice. But I don't have time to waste. Gitlin clenched the crystal in his palm. If I give up now, then everything I've done until today will become meaningless. Absolutely not. In that death-soaked space, Gitlin raised his long sword high, and an abnormal pink glow blossomed across his chest. His eyes were resolute as steel. "Don't stand in my way. I will become the one who bears every burden." Activating the third core, a soft pink light coiled around Gitlin's blade like a naked challenge, meeting the ferocious blood python head-on as it charged at him with terrifying speed. The blood python shot forward at a dreadful pace. But Gitlin twisted his body and narrowly evaded that deadly mouth. Borrowing its momentum, he slashed sharply at the edge of the monster's jaws. Gitlin moved so fast that the eye could barely follow him, leaving only the whistling sound of the sword tip cutting through the air. The pink glimmering sword tore through the atmosphere and left a bright red streak of blood on the coarse scales near the blood python's mouth. In the next instant, the blood python suddenly whipped its tail and launched a vicious strike from behind him. Gritting his teeth, Gitlin braced himself and held his sword crosswise, forcibly enduring the horrifying pressure carried by the sweeping tail. But the force transmitted from that gigantic tail far exceeded the limits of his endurance, making this defense unbearably difficult. The blood python roared in fury. Gitlin knew very well that no matter how slim the chance of victory was, there were battles one still could not avoid out of duty. He opened his mouth and roared, bolstering his own fighting spirit. That blood python loomed before him like a terrifying figure hurling a challenge at his face. Watching Gitlin's frenzied stand against it, everyone stared in stunned disbelief. They saw him leap upward and swing his sword into the blood python's gaping mouth. Fresh blood instantly burst from within the serpent's jaws. This was the very moment to fulfill that duty. After grievously wounding the blood python with a single strike, Gitlin dropped back to the ground, his expression heavy as lead. His face darkened, his eyes thoughtful. Blood python. Gitlin thought to himself. It shows no sign of collapsing at all. Maintaining the third core for too long is extremely dangerous. If this keeps up, my magic power will run dry before I kill it. The danger of the situation was so severe that the people behind him could no longer stand by and watch. As they ran forward, they shouted, "My lord!" Jillian and Cal stepped forward to stand in front, while Belinda hurried to Gitlin's side and anxiously checked his condition. "Are you hurt anywhere?" she asked, nearly pleading. "Please fall back to somewhere safe, young master. Leave that monster to us to hold off." Gitlin's expression darkened, and without hesitation he barked, "Everyone, leave this place immediately." Everyone froze. Belinda wondered if she had misheard and asked, "What?" Even Godin the Muscle asked tensely, "What did you just say, my lord?" Jillian's face turned grave as he turned and pressed, "What do you mean by that, my lord?" Looking at the gigantic blood python, Gitlin said, "Even I cannot guarantee that I can protect you from being harmed by this monster." His voice was steady, but it still carried a deeply suppressed worry. Brow furrowed tight, he said in a low voice, "I can't let you die here." Belinda was so worried about her young master, she was nearly frantic. "Then what about you, young master?" Gitlin tightened his grip on the longsword and said, "I have to bring it down here." She was full of confusion. "We finally made it this far, so why do you still have to risk your life like this?" Facing the blood python as it lurked and waited for an opening, Gitlin stood firm, his cold eyes never leaving his enemy, his body wrapped in a layer of pink light. The blood python opened its mouth wide and immediately spewed a stream of thick green venom at the group. He shouted at everyone, "Go!" Gitlin instantly lunged forward. But unexpectedly, when faced with danger, not only did no one retreat, they instead tightened their grip on their weapons and charged straight ahead to meet it. The mercenaries did not hesitate in the slightest. They rushed forward together, wooden shields and iron shields quickly locking into a solid wall, determined to block the blood python's deadly venom. Gitlin's eyes fixed on those shields, stubbornly resisting the poison, and his expression briefly froze. The mercenaries raised their weapons and continued advancing, shouting loudly, "Let us fight shoulder to shoulder with you." The one-eyed mercenary laughed and said, "We've never seen a master like you." Godin the Muscle added, "Because of you, we've managed to survive again and again." Up ahead, Cal rested his sword on his shoulder and smiled faintly. "If we can kill that damned snake, all the treasure will be ours." There wasn't the slightest fear on Belinda's face as she said, "I will never abandon you, young master." Standing in front of Gitlin, Jillian said firmly, "I'll draw its attention and create an opening for you." Gitlin softly called, "Jillian." Jillian said confidently, "Just as we trust you, Duke, please trust us as well." Gitlin silently watched the battle before him. His expression remained solemn, but those deep eyes seemed to conceal countless thoughts no one else knew. Cal calmly analyzed the situation. Its size is far beyond normal standards. Jillian turned to look at him, not understanding what he meant. Gitlin continued, "Its venom is fatal, its blood-red scales are frighteningly hard, and even a blade imbued with magic power gets deflected. If any of you take even one hit, you'll die." The moment she heard the words fatal venom, Belinda immediately thought of Gitlin and cried out, "Young master." But Gitlin seemed not to care about that at all and continued, "However, its right eye's already been ruined, and it has wounds on its body. I can attack those points. Gitlin's sword tip aimed straight at the enormous blood python, his battle stance utterly unwavering. Without hesitation, he raised his long sword high and led everyone in a charge toward the gigantic blood python. On this expedition into the monster forest, all of us will survive and return together. In the hearts of every mercenary, fear no longer remained. What now filled their chests was only the fearful to follow Gitlin, to follow their leader. In one voice, they all answered, "Yes, sir." In a frenzy of rage, the gigantic blood python suddenly lunged at the gathered mercenaries, its huge maw spread wide, rows of sharp fangs aimed straight at them. No longer afraid, everyone gave it everything they had, fighting shoulder to shoulder against the blood python as an unyielding will awaken within them. In one lightning-fast coordinated assault, Cal struck at the serpent's body. Belinda moved nimbly to draw its attention, and Jillian did not hesitate for even an instant. The axe in his hand crashed down with tremendous force. As for Gitlin, relying on his astonishing agility, he seized that fleeting opportunity and stabbed straight into the monster's eye. Even if I know the future, it doesn't mean everything will unfold according to plan. But if I do not act, many people will die. I absolutely will not let that happen. The giant serpent crashed to the ground. I am the only one who knows the future of this land. Everyone saw only that he charged straight at the giant serpent, and his subordinates shouted anxiously, "Duke!" The long sword, carrying terrifying power, pierced through the scales as hard as steel, tore through the thick flesh beneath, and carved a horrifying gash into the monster's body. The blood python's head was split in two, falling apart to either side, while fresh blood gushed non-stop from the ghastly wound. The sight was horrifying beyond words. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Yet what filled their chests even more fiercely was the wild ecstasy of victory. Gitlin's expression remained grave, but a supremely certain light flashed in his eyes. I am the future of Podium. Countless slashes erupted in succession. The scene shifted to Podium Castle. The majestic castle was covered in layers of blue roof tiles. Amble slammed the table in fury and roared, "This is outright rebellion." Inside the castle, three people were talking. Amble lifted a hand to rub his forehead and said as he massaged his temple, he ignored the Lord's orders and entered the monster forest on his own. Seeing him in a rage, Herman immediately said, "Calm down first, Amble." Amble frowned irritably. Even the Lord knows that Duke is brazen and reckless. The Lord is away on a long campaign, so does he think he rules in his place now? Herman raised a hand and said, "There's no use getting angry now. The Duke has already been in the monster forest for 15 days. If that bastard Scovan hadn't falsified the report, we could have stopped this long ago. I truly don't understand why he'd help the Duke. If he keeps this up, he may not even be able to keep his knighthood." The more they talked, the more agitated the two became. "We can't keep standing by any longer, my lord. We have to act before he causes an even greater disaster. The moment he returns, he must be thrown into prison and severely punished without mercy." Walter silently considered the words of the two men, thinking inwardly, Gitlin. Just as he was lost in thought, Randon suddenly shoved the door open and rushed in, calling out loudly, "My lord." That cry made Walter immediately look up toward the door. Randon quickly strode up before the three of them and said, "There's an urgent matter. You must come outside at once." Walter asked what happened. Breathing hard, Randon announced a shocking piece of news. Duke Gitlin has returned. The moment they heard this, all three men's expressions changed at once, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Outside, meanwhile, the very person they had just been talking about, Gitlin, had indeed returned and was walking toward Podium Castle. After returning from a desperate battle, Gitlin sat down before everyone. The atmosphere in the room seemed frozen solid, and every eye was fixed on him. For pairs of eyes stared at Gitlin, holding both expectation and silent doubt about the battle that had just taken place. He looked directly at his father and spoke. "I'm back, father." Walter frowned and scrutinized his son, his face full of suspicion. "I made it perfectly clear. You are not to exploit the monster forest." Gitlin closed his eyes and lowered his head. "I'm truly sorry, but it was something that had to be done." Herman frowned and asked in return, "Had to be done?" Even Randon standing behind them, did not understand. Are you saying it was so important that it was worth disobeying orders? He pressed the issue. Entering the monster forest without permission was already a grave offense, and your life was on the line on top of that. What if the monsters had rushed out of the forest and attacked the territory? Gitlin let out a faint breath and said, "As Father can see, I'm still alive, and those monsters never invaded the territory." Herman's expression immediately darkened, shocked and furious. "What?" Randon shouted. "How dare you say that?" Even Amble, who had remained silent until now, could not help asking, "Duke, do you find this amusing?" As he spoke, he reached into his pocket as if searching for something. Since nothing unexpected happened in the monster forest this time, we can temporarily set that matter aside. But Amble placed a sheet of paper on the table and said to Gitlin, "On this matter, you have absolutely no room to defend yourself." Gitlin frowned and picked up the paper to read it, immediately showing a hint of surprise. It was a letter from Count Rayfot. Amble nodded and said, "That's right. From the moment I heard that you went to see Rayfot without informing anyone, I had a bad feeling. But you forced Lady Amelia, who had always been sending financial support to Podium, to hand over 20,000 gold coins. Thanks to you, Count Rayfot is now absolutely furious. He has cut off all aid to the estate and also annulled the engagement. This is enough to shake the entire estate." Gitlin turned the paper over and examined it again, thinking to himself, this report had been written by Count Rayfot himself. He had never liked Amelia to begin with, so it did not look forged no matter how he looked at it. Manipulating the emotions of a greedy count was not difficult, but that also meant Amelia was willing to join hands with the enemy just to bring him down. Gitlin set the paper back on the table, calculations racing through his mind. I already guessed that sending assassins would not be their final move. If that is the case, then the leverage I held over Amelia has already lost its usefulness. Now, no matter what tacit agreements or connections exist between me and the merchants, all of it will be seen as an attempt to conceal the truth. If I'm even one step too slow, I'll probably end up trapped to death in this estate. Time truly was not on his side. Amble looked at Gitlin coldly and said, "Young master, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Herman impatiently cut in. "First of all, you must return those 20,000 gold coins immediately." Beside him, Randon held his forehead and sighed. That amount of money would have been enough to cover the knight's expenses for quite some time. Faced with everyone's accusations, Gitlin still replied in a calm tone, "I already spent it all." At those words, all four of them froze. He explained, "I used all of it to develop the monster forest." A heavy silence fell over the room, and it seemed each person had sunk into their own thoughts. Amble's face darkened as he said with difficulty, "You burned that much money in a forest full of monsters?" Gitlin lowered his head, assuming the posture of someone admitting guilt. "As for Rayfot, I have no excuse." In the very next instant, like thunder crashing from the sky, Randon suddenly grabbed him by the collar and roared in his face, "You brat! As the heir, you personally sold away the future of the estate." At that moment, Herman completely lost his temper as well. No longer caring about etiquette, he pointed directly at Gitlin and said, "Gitlin Podium, you are no duke now. You are a criminal. Seize him at once and throw him into the dungeon." Gitlin paid no attention to those words and said evenly, "I will make up for it. From now on, including those 20,000 gold coins, all future financial support will be provided by me." Only then did Walter finally speak, his voice low and carrying unmistakable authority. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Gitlin glanced lightly toward the door and called, "Belinda." At his call, Belinda entered carrying a box. She set the box on the table. Gitlin rose from his chair and said, "If all I intended was to enter the forest and come right back out, I would never have chosen development from the beginning." In the stillness of that moment, the lid of the box slowly opened and a clear, refreshing blue light spread out, reflecting on the expectant faces around it. Gitlin's expression turned serious as he raised a hand and pointed at the box. "This is high grade ore." A cry of shock rang out immediately. "Ore." The people who had doubted him moments ago now fixed their eyes on the ore inside the box. Herman carefully picked up a piece of ore and asked, "Where did you get something this valuable?" Behind him, Randon was covered in sweat as he muttered, "Don't tell me those 20,000 gold coins were exchanged for this." Gitlin said, "I mined it from the monster forest." Belinda, standing nearby, nodded to everyone as if to prove that every word was true. Amble took the ore and examined it closely. If this truly is ore, then its value is extremely high. But even so, relying on only this much still would not be enough to support the entire estate. Gitlin smiled. "That's true. It still isn't enough. But this isn't all of it." Outside the castle, the mercenaries had gathered beside the corpse of the giant python, nervously dividing up the work of transporting the precious or that gleamed with a metallic sheen. The people in the castle looked out at the mercenaries busily moving things outside. "That cart is full. Be careful not to scratch the ore. Move all the bark over here," Herman said in shock. "You actually gathered this much in just 15 days?" Randon, his forehead drenched in sweat, could hardly believe what he was seeing. "My lord, am I seeing things?" Walter asked Belinda. "All this, or is the harvest from this expedition?" Then again, as if confirming it, "Belinda, you mean all of this was brought back from the expedition?" She replied, "Yes, my lord. Young Master led the team personally and brought all of this back. The bark, the various materials from the blood python, and many other things besides. Even the ore you see here now is only a small portion of what was mined from that vein." Gitlin placed a hand over his chest and said solemnly, "This entire development plan was for the benefit of the estate. Naturally, all of these profits will also be used for the estate." Amble hurriedly opened the small ledger in his hand and said, "My lord, according to my preliminary estimate, this batch alone may already be enough that we no longer need to worry about financial aid." Herman and Randon both froze at once, their eyes wide, completely unable to believe what they had just heard. The two of them simultaneously put their hands on Gitlin's shoulders, startling him slightly. Then they immediately began currying favor by massaging his shoulders and pounding his back. "This is wonderful, young master. Your expedition must have been extremely arduous. If you have any requests at all, please just give the order." But before they could celebrate for long, Gitlin spoke up. "However, if you want my support, I have a few conditions." Their expressions stiffened. "Conditions?" Gitlin raised a hand and said, "First, release Scovan and Ricardo. They were only following my orders. Second, continue restricting entry to and exit from the monster forest. If unnecessary rumors spread, the estate may suffer the consequences." Hearing his two conditions, everyone fell into thought. Walter stroked his chin and said, "That request is not unreasonable." But Herman still looked hesitant. Gitlin continued, "Lastly, I want to personally recruit and command the mercenary force and the security force. If someone interferes, every time troops are mobilized within the estate, it will only waste time for nothing." Herman immediately asked, "Do you mean you want a private army?" Randon shouted, "Absolutely not. Who knows what you might use it for?" Amble covered his mouth and closed the small ledger in his hand. "Young master, I think you misunderstand. Let me be clear. Your current position should be to beg for forgiveness. But what I'm hearing is that you want to do as you please and refuse any interference." Gitlin looked at him and smiled. "That's a misunderstanding, Treasurer Amble. I'm merely proposing a few necessary conditions to replace the financial support Rayfot used to provide." Gitlin's explanation made Amble's whole body tremble. If plans are delayed over such trivial matters, Podium's finances will also suffer adverse effects. Do you truly intend to do this? Sweat covered his forehead as he turned to Walter and hurriedly said, "Please, my lord, say something. He's gambling with the future of the estate." Walter remained silent in thought. Just then, a voice called out, "Young master." That voice interrupted their discussion, and everyone turned toward the source. Cal and Jillian entered with the mercenaries. "You're here. You've all worked hard," Gitlin said as he looked at them. "Yes," one of them bowed his head and said, "The transport of the ore is nearly complete. As soon as you give the order, we can depart at any time." Another looked at Gitlin and reported, "As instructed, the bark has been preserved without using anti-rot agents. How do you intend to handle that blood python?" He gave the order. Its corpse will be disassembled soon. The venom, blood, meat, and hide must all be processed separately to prevent spoilage. Everyone answered in unison, yes, understood. At that moment, Walter frowned slightly and glanced at Randon behind him. Randon? Yes, my lord. Every man in that mercenary group is deeply impressive, but I do not understand how exactly the young master managed to command such powerful warriors. His heavy gaze lingered on those battle-hardened mercenaries. They truly looked no different from an elite army. While speaking with his subordinates, Gitlin happened to turn his head and met his father's gaze. After stepping closer, he heard Walter say, "To make those unruly mercenaries obey willingly, you must have put in no small amount of effort." Gitlin lowered his head and replied, "No, father. Without their help, this expedition would have been far more difficult." Walter gently closed his eyes and nodded lightly, as if he understood. "I see." Walter turned around. "Let's go back." No one understood what was happening. Seeing him accept the matter just like that, everyone showed astonishment. "My lord," as he turned to leave, Walter said to his son, "This time, I will let you off, Gitlin. But if you disobey me one more time, prepare to bear the consequences." Even after hearing his father's warning, and though a trace of unease passed through his heart, Gitlin still smiled and said, "Thank you, father." Walter did not turn around, only continued walking forward as he said to him, "One day, you will inherit this land as its heir. So the spirit of the northern wolf also runs in your blood." Watching his father's receding back, Gitlin fell into thought. The northern wolf was the title bestowed upon Count Defium, guardian of the northern frontier of the kingdom of Rathania. His father was a lonely man. With weak military strength and a barren estate, he still had to keep fighting on the farthest northern front, pouring out his entire life to protect this land, a place without mother, without Elena, and without even his son by his side. And in the end, what he received in return was only a miserable death, with not even a single person to remember him. Cal happily looked up at the sky and said, "At last, we can relax a little." Belinda asked, "Young master, are you going straight back to the castle?" Even after everything that had happened, Gitlin's expression did not relax in the slightest. "No, not yet. Finish preparing everything and make sure we're ready to depart at any moment." She widened her eyes. "Huh, you're not planning to rest?" Jillian said worriedly, "You're pushing yourself too hard. Your body is still far from fully recovered." Belinda tried to persuade him. After being swallowed by that blood python and still surviving, that's already a miracle. Anxiously, she said, "Do you know how much effort we spent to detoxify you?" Noticing the worry on Belinda's face, Gitlin gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Belinda," looking straight into her eyes, he said without the slightest hesitation, "I trust you." No one could hide their concern. Their eyes showed both care and unease. Gitlin turned around. "News that we seized the, or will spread quickly, and of course it will also reach the ears of those who have been coveting this estate. We must grow stronger as quickly as possible, strong enough that no one will dare challenge us again." Gitlin raised his head and looked up into the deep blue sky. At the far end of the horizon stood that towering castle, the very thing he absolutely had to protect. In the next instant, Gitlin collapsed heavily to the ground like a great tree being felled. The loud thud terrified everyone. "Young master!" In a dim and silent room, a pure white dove suddenly flew in from nowhere, a letter tied to its leg. A mysterious man sat quietly in a chair. After seeing the dove arrive, he slowly raised his hand. The man untied the note from the bird's leg, his eyes quickly scanning the lines written on it. Confirmed, part of the monster forest has been reclaimed. Begin territorial war with House Degat. Simultaneously eradicate Podium. After that, the Duke will personally make his move. The weak candlelight reflected in his eyes, but in his heart another flame was blazing fiercely. Destroy Podium. The people below the round table were arguing. "Do you mean we should turn Podium into ownerless land?" The final hour has come. That means the Duke intends to appoint a new ruler for Podium. He spoke to the people still bickering endlessly. "How many people do we still have in Podium?" Someone below replied, 2 attendants and 1 knight remain. Send those 2 attendants to House D. Gat's territory." The missing heir of Dgat has been found dead in Podium. That alone is enough of a pretext to start a war. His gaze was sharp as a blade, utterly unhidden in its cruelty and malice. In addition, Victor will have full command of this operation. At the mention of that name, the people below instantly stirred again. Victor, I never thought we'd play House Detmold's strongest card this early. If Podium had properly fulfilled its role, it should have collapsed on its own long ago. One of them voiced an opinion. My lord, Victor can certainly handle this, but aren't we revealing our trump card too soon? We've always acted with extreme caution, but this move seems far too hasty. Why is the Duke, who has always operated in the shadows, suddenly choosing to interfere directly in Podium this time? His hand tightened around the armrest of the chair. Because of the monster forest. Everyone asked in shock. The monster forest? He braced a hand on the table and stood up. All decisions must follow the will of Duke Beefy. No more questions. His face was filled with coldness. Prepare for war. This man was Count Detmold, or more precisely, Herren Detmold. His expression was stern, his face icy, as his gaze swept across the people below. Does anyone else know about this? Just then, a shrill scream suddenly tore through the castle's silence. The terror in that voice startled everyone. Amelia trembled all over, burying her face in Bernab's chest as she screamed, Gitlin Podium. Seeing that she was crying so hard she could barely breathe, he said softly, My lady. Amelia was so furious that both her hands trembled as she clenched Bernab's clothes. That bastard Gitlin actually used the 20,000 gold coins he stole from me to seize the stone mine. My team even sent the Wycott squad, and they still failed to kill him. I even had to humble myself before that hateful old man, just to cut off Podium's funding. In the end, I'm the one who looks like a fool. Bernab silently listened to Amelia's words. Only after a moment did he speak. My lady, this is unlike you. Hearing Bernab's words, she let out a long breath, and the distress on her face eased slightly. Amelia turned around and nodded. You're right. I let emotion overwhelm reason. She clenched her fist, her gaze cold and perfectly still, as if the one who had been crying just moments ago was not her at all. What is past is past. He lowered his head slightly and said seriously, As long as you give the order, my lady. Amelia placed her hand on the map and said, Now that Podium has found an Orvain, it will soon escape its financial crisis. Bernab stepped forward and replied, They must be preparing a celebration over there. She turned to look at him. Perhaps. But what matters is that they still haven't sold that batch of, or yet. Bernab said in confusion, They haven't sold it yet? According to the latest intelligence, they only secured the Orvain 2 days ago. They have not had enough time to establish a supply chain. We will exploit that weakness. It is obvious they will definitely try to sell that or... Hearing this, he asked suspiciously, So you intend to strike before they can sell the ore? But where? Amelia closed her eyes and thought. In the north, there's only one place that can buy that shipment of ore, the Advancement Tower, the northern magic tower led by the Seventh Circle Mage Daemon. She placed a game piece on the map and said, Ore is an important material for magical research. The major magic towers have always been under pressure regarding ore supplies. Have the Wycott squad lie in ambush on the main route leading to the magic tower. The target is not Gitlin, but the workers transporting the ore. Strike and withdraw, create chaos, cut off the supply route, and seize the ore amid the confusion. Bernab frowned. But doesn't the land of the Dead Coast also have the Crimson Flame Tower? Are you sure you want to commit all our forces to the Advancement Tower? Amelia recalled something and said, That might have been true before, but things are different now. The Crimson Flame Tower has lost the status it once had, and ever since then, it has been an unstoppable decline. That greedy Gitlin definitely won't go to the Crimson Flame Tower because the Advancement Tower pays a higher price. She dropped the final words coldly, her voice holding not the slightest warmth or wavering. This time, I will take everything from you, Gitlin Podium. Darkness shrouded this place, while on the other side, Podium Castle was bathed in radiant golden sunlight beneath a clear sky. Gitlin, his body covered in wounds and carefully bandaged, lay silently on the bed. He still had not woken up. In his unconsciousness, the roar of monsters. The sound of a blade striking Snake's scales echoed ceaselessly in Gitlin's mind. In that chaotic stream of consciousness, Gitlin saw himself landing a grievous blow on the giant serpent, making it writhe in pain. The predator had begun preparing to digest its prey. Before the prey passed through the glottis and into the esophagus, the venom secreted inside its body would first dissolve the prey to make digestion easier. The mana released by the third core burned away the venom the moment it made contact, preventing it from seeping into the body. However, the toxic gas produced in the process created a lethal breathing environment. Most prey would lose consciousness at this stage, or even die on the spot. I have to hold on. If I lose consciousness now, everything will be over. This expedition, everything I treasure, my future. I'll make it all mine. The poison has entered my body. I'll absorb all of it into my mana core. Use the powerful mana vortex inside the core to neutralize the toxins. This kind of delicate mana control is something only those who have reached the transcendent realm can achieve. I'll use it as substitute fuel. Use it to endure the mana eruption. His eyes opened, but they were still vacant and hazy. It took Gitlin a while to piece everything together after waking from his coma. After resting for a moment, he felt incomparably comfortable all over. A thought surfaced in his mind. This feels nice. Gitlin sat up and raised a hand to rub his head. Is this my room? What happened? I remember Father forgave me, but after that, when he noticed Elena quietly keeping watch by his bedside, his eyes widened in shock. The moment she saw Gitlin open his eyes, the little girl could no longer hold back her emotions. Elena burst into tears and threw herself into her brother's arms. She scolded him angrily. You were unconscious for 2 whole days. You left without a word, and when you came back, you suddenly collapsed. After that brief reproach, Elena's voice turned gentle and full of affection again. Big brother. Seeing her suddenly fall silent, Gitlin softly called her name with concern. Elena. Before Gitlin could react, Elena suddenly shoved him back down onto the mattress. A muffled groan escaped his lips. She ran to the door and shouted, Belinda, second brother, is awake, leaving him only able to watch helplessly as she ran off. Gitlin frowned, trying to sort through what had just happened. 2 days. After crawling out of that giant python's stomach, I only had Belinda give me basic first aid and then kept working. I planned to hold out until the ear was sold, but this young body still couldn't take it. Still, considering how reckless I was before, my current condition is strangely good. There's no way sleeping for just 2 days could restore me this much. Sensing that something was off, Gitlin decisively tore off the bandages wrapped around his body. This is a little strange. My recovery speed has clearly become much faster. The total amount of mana in my body has also increased for no clear reason. He was not entirely certain. Even the nature of the mana inside me has changed. In my previous life, I never knew I could grow stronger like this. I need to test this a few more times, but Gitlin stared at his clenched fists, his heart filled with countless thoughts. If this method really works, I could become dozens of times stronger in a short period of time. After thinking for a moment, he opened the wardrobe. But for now, the top priority is still to sell the ore as soon as possible. As he changed clothes, Gitlin kept calculating. 2 days have already passed. Most of those who need to know about this probably already do. He weighed things in his mind. I need to gather the mercenaries immediately. Hearing a knock at the door, Gitlin said to the person outside, Belinda, there's no need to knock. But what appeared beyond the door was not Belinda's familiar figure, but a pair of legs encased in cold iron armor. Carrying an imposing presence, Walter was the first to step inside, walking at the front. Elena and Belinda followed quietly behind him. Walter sternly observed every movement of his son before slowly speaking. You're awake. Gitlin froze, his eyes wide as he looked at his father, who had suddenly appeared at the door, his face full of surprise. Father, Walter said, I heard from Belinda that you jumped into that python's stomach and were poisoned. Are you all right? Gitlin replied, I'm fine. Walter gave a slight nod, as though he understood and acknowledged it. Good. Then I'm relieved. Belinda immediately stepped forward and looked carefully at Gitlin's face. Young master, Do you know how worried we were when you suddenly collapsed? Are you really all right?" Faced with her excessive concern, Gitlin looked somewhat helpless. I'm fine." At that moment, Walter suddenly called out, "Gitlin." His voice dropped, carrying an unusual seriousness. "Can we speak alone?" Walter frowned and looked at Gitlin seriously. "I have a request to ask of you." Confusion flashed through Gitlin's eyes as he asked again, "A request?" Their footsteps rang steadily across the floor. Walter and Gitlin each carried a sword as they walked toward the center of the training hall. Father in the training hall. This was the first time he had ever been alone with him like this. In my previous life, I was always busy avoiding him, afraid of being scolded. Walter turned and said, "Sorry. You just woke up, and I already called you out here." Gitlin replied that it was fine. "It's all right, Father. I slept for 2 days already. I feel very well now." With a suspicious look and a voice full of uncertainty, Gitlin asked, "So what exactly was the request you mentioned earlier?" Walter silently looked at his son. His gaze was stern and unreadable, as though he were weighing something in his heart. After a long silence, Walter shifted his eyes away slightly, as if there were some things he did not want to face directly. Seeing his father suddenly turn his face away, Gitlin frowned, his expression full of confusion and concern. He sank into thought for a long while. Suddenly, Gitlin remembered something his mother had once told him when he was little. Was this what Mother meant? In his memory, she gently told him, "Your father isn't a straightforward person." Gitlin turned his head, puzzled. "Father." At that time, Elena had been sleeping in their mother's arms. Their mother said, "He says he must become a solid pillar for everyone in the estate. He always puts others before himself and has never shown his true feelings, except when he confessed to me." Gitlin listened quietly without speaking. His mother instructed her young son, "So even if your father seems a little stiff, you should still try to understand him. He's just not good at expressing affection." Walter gripped the sword in his hand firmly, his serious eyes fixed on his son. "Draw your sword." Gitlin looked at his father, his expression thoughtful. All sorts of thoughts rose in his heart about this father-son relationship that had always been cold and distant. Gitlin tightened his grip on the hilt, raised the cold sword point, and faced his father directly. "Yes, Father." The two of them assumed battle stances at the same time. Walter took the initiative and charged forward. The long sword in his hand traced a sharp arc through the air and slashed straight at Gitlin. Although Gitlin raised his sword in time to block the attack, the terrifying force still made him grit his teeth and drop to one knee, barely enduring it. Immediately after that, Walter and he launched into a fierce sword duel. Sword lights spun and crossed, blow after blow falling in rapid succession, neither willing to yield. Every strike was both powerful and fast, setting off a series of violent sounds. The ringing of metal against metal was endless in their ears. After a lightning-fast exchange, father and son retreated at the same time, staring at each other, both faces full of caution and absolute concentration. Gitlin watched carefully and thought to himself, "So heavy, this is father's sword." Walter raised his long sword high, his gaze locked on his son. It was a sword strong enough to suppress the savage northern barbarians, yet gentle enough to protect everything precious. Without giving the other even a moment to breathe, the two suddenly charged at each other again. The sound of clashing blades rang out one after another. This time, Gitlin was no longer merely defending passively, but took the initiative to rush forward. The sword Gitlin swung possessed astonishing speed and power. A flicker of surprise crossed Walter's face. But with incredible reflexes, he immediately moved his sword behind his back in a defensive posture and blocked that dangerous attack. Both Walter's and Gitlin's expressions were cold as ice. Their gazes were tightly locked on each other, and aside from seriousness, there was no other emotion in them. In that suffocating instant, the tips of both their swords had already reached the other's throat. The slightest mistake would have been enough to kill. The clash abruptly stopped. Walter paused slightly, looking at the cold blade pointed straight at him, his expression growing even graver. Walter sheathed his sword and turned to speak to him. Rarely, he praised his son. "You've improved a great deal." Gitlin was a little puzzled and softly answered his father with respect. "Thank you, Father." Walter suddenly spoke again. The words came so abruptly and were so hard to interpret that Gitlin unconsciously frowned. Stroking his chin, Walter said, "But when you spar, you might try restraining that oppressive feeling a little. You already have enough strength and reflexes to bring down the giant beasts in the forest, but I find your intentions are too easy for your opponent to read." Gitlin also raised a hand to touch his chin, seemingly considering something. "Is that so? When I fight, I can usually sense how my opponent is going to move." When Gitlin suddenly realized that, his heart shook. Thinking about it carefully, was this the first time in my life that someone had taught me systematically? My swordsmanship was built entirely on real combat and accumulated experience, put bluntly, on instinct. Because I was never formally trained, I've probably overlooked many things without even realizing it. And now, Father's pointing out those problems and personally teaching me. I always believed I could only rely on myself, that I could only struggle on alone, but having someone guide me doesn't seem so bad. After listening to and accepting his father's instruction, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gitlin nodded and respectfully said, "Thank you for your guidance, Father." Walter looked at him, his expression still stern, but there was now a deeper look in his eyes. Walter said softly, "To tell the truth, at first I intended to punish you." Gitlin asked in surprise, "What?" Walter closed his eyes and said, "No matter how great your merit, breaking the rules is still breaking the rules. If everyone ignores the rules just because they have accomplishments, then in the end it will only lead to chaos." Gitlin silently listened to every word his father said, his expression grave as he tried to reflect on and understand the deeper meaning behind them. Walter turned and said, "But you've changed." Gitlin looked at him in surprise, not knowing what he was about to say next. "Unlike those who only know how to cause trouble because they have merits to their name, I can tell that you are looking farther ahead than that." Walter continued, walking forward as he instructed, "Keep it up. Think of podium, think of the people around you, and fulfill the responsibility of an heir." Gitlin fell completely into thought. Those two words echoed endlessly in his mind. Responsibility. Gitlin's gaze suddenly shifted to the side as he abruptly remembered something. "All right," Gitlin said to him. "Now that I think about it, earlier you said you had a request to ask of me, but you still haven't told me what it is." Hearing the unexpected question, Walter instantly stiffened, his steps halting as hard as if he had run into an invisible wall. Walter fell silent for a moment in thought, a trace of hesitation flashing across his face. He coughed awkwardly, frowned slightly, and with difficulty turned his gaze away, glancing behind him once. His voice was heavy, as if every word had to be forced out. "Do you have any money?" After recovering from his injuries, Gitlin went to where everyone had gathered, the camp in the monster forest. In a solemn stillness, everyone present stood upright and looked toward their leader in a greeting full of respect. Wearing a faint smile, Gitlin stood straight, calm, and composed from head to toe. He slowly swept his gaze across each of them, his eyes sincere and direct, then asked, "Is everyone all right?" Like a clap of thunder, everyone shouted in unison, "Yes, master." Cal stepped forward, looked Gitlin over, and said, "You look even healthier than before." Jillian also walked over to him and asked, "Has your body fully recovered?" Gitlin replied, "Sorry to have kept everyone waiting so long." Gitlin turned to Jillian and asked about Deezy. "Jillian, how is Deezy?" At the mention of his daughter, Jillian frowned slightly, his expression darkening as though a deep worry still weighed heavily on his heart. Jillian bowed before Gitlin and said, "I never thought I would see that child walk again. It is all thanks to you, your grace." Hearing that, Gitlin smiled faintly. "Good. I understand. Belinda, Jillian, Cal, there's something I need to tell you." Gitlin announced an important matter. The territory is facing danger. The moment he finished speaking, the three standing before Gitlin were stunned as if struck by lightning, unable to hide the shock on their faces. The four of them sat together to discuss it, with a map of the territory spread across the table. After calculating things in his mind, Gitlin told them everything. Elena's ambush, the plot to kill Elena and use her death as a pretext to start a war, the discovery of Prince D. Gat's corpse, and the fact that a certain force was targeting Podium. Lowering his voice, Gitlin said, Someone is monitoring us. I'm afraid they infiltrated the territory long ago and have been operating inside it ever since. We don't have enough time or enough resources to prepare for a full-scale assault. Belinda said tiredly. Now I understand why you were in such a hurry, young master. I thought that after securing the ore, we could finally breathe easy. Cal crossed his arms and nodded. In other words, after the monster forest comes war next, this territory really never gets a moment of peace. Jillian looked at him and said, if everything you say is true, then Podium really is the perfect target right now. A poor, weak territory that suddenly discovered a high-grade or vein. Gitlin looked at him and nodded. That's right. They won't let us go. Belinda's eyes widened in alarm as she said to him, you should have told us this sooner. We need to inform the generals and the lords immediately. Gitlin looked at Belinda and replied, no, not yet. Even Elena's own knight betrayed her, so there may very well be spies mixed in among the officers as well. Right now, I can't distinguish friend from foe. The best course is to keep this contained internally. Hearing that, Belinda shivered slightly. Then, Gitlin continued, because Elena is still alive, their plan has been thrown into disorder, and that's the only reason we managed to buy a little time. But now that the ore vein has been exposed, they have no reason to delay any longer. Gitlin's gaze passed over everyone and fell into empty space. This is going to be a very hard battle. After he finished speaking, a heavy silence spread through the air, so tense it was almost possible to hear each heartbeat. Cal looked at him, his tone easygoing as if he had already entrusted everything to him. All right then, just give the order. To be honest, following you is pretty interesting. Jillian followed up, saying, we already swore loyalty to you, Your Grace. We'll follow you to the very end. Belinda clenched her fist firmly, her face full of spirited determination. That's right. Besides me, who else could protect you, young master? Gitlin smiled at his companions. That smile was filled with trust and pride for those fighting alongside him. Podium's greatest enemy is Duke Beefy, along with Count Detmold and Lady Amelia, who are acting under his orders. I absolutely will not let things unfold according to their wishes. His expression turned serious. From now on, we're going to the Flame Tower. Belinda lifted her head and laughed. At last, we're finally selling this batch of ore. We're about to make money. The moment she heard Flame Tower, Belinda asked doubtfully, but why the Flame Tower? Isn't the Bloodfire Tower closer? And doesn't it also pay more? Gitlin answered softly, because trading with the Flame Tower will help us avoid unnecessary trouble. Jillian asked in confusion, trouble? Then, as if suddenly understanding, he said, I see. When transporting cargo this valuable, there are bound to be some uninvited guests. Especially since this is ore. It's only natural to guard against the enemy in advance. Belinda nodded as well. That's right. They'll very likely ambush us again, just like last time. Ever since Detmold of the Bloodfire Tower became the renowned Seventh Circle Archmage, the Flame Tower had gradually declined. From then on, selling ore to the Bloodfire Tower, the number one tower in the north, became more profitable instead. Although the Flame Tower was still struggling to hold on, it would not be easy for it to regain its former glory. But the reason I chose to go to the Flame Tower is because of her. The Flame Tower. This magnificent, majestic structure rose straight into the heavens, towering far above anything they had ever seen. In the vast library, a girl sat alone, trembling as she clutched her staff tightly, surrounded by piles of books of every size. She called softly, Master, holding her staff. Her fingers tightened around the wooden shaft as she murmured to herself, when will the light you spoke of finally appear? Gitlin's group rode to the foot of the Flame Tower, unable to hide their amazement. So this is the Flame Tower? The heavily muscled Gordon looked up at the tower and exclaimed, it's huge. Another mercenary also stared up in admiration. I've heard of this place for a long time. I never thought I'd actually come here in person one day. The mercenaries were stunned by the row upon row of connected buildings before them, clicking their tongues in wonder. Just from looking at the way people lived here, it was obvious this place was a completely different world from Podium. So this is where magic scrolls are made. Along one stretch of road, a group of mages were repairing the street. One of the mercenaries said in surprise, look, mages. As the mercenaries rode past on horseback and looked toward them, one asked suspiciously, "What's he doing?" "I've never seen magic cast without a scroll." The group of mages looked at them with contempt. One of them raised his staff, casting invisibility magic that concealed the entire group from the mercenaries' sight. The mercenaries' eyes widened as they cried out in shock. He vanished. "Damn, that's insane." Gitlin turned back and explained, "That's invisibility magic. It seems they don't welcome us very much." Cal turned and warned them, "You idiots, stop acting like country bumpkins." Belinda looked around and sighed. Even if it's no longer the strongest, a magic tower is still a magic tower in the end. Beside her, Jillian added, "No matter how you put it, Podium is still one of the richest regions in the kingdom." Gitlin looked at the tower ahead, lost in thought. On the surface, maybe, but who would have thought that a tower that once stood at the pinnacle had declined this badly? After thinking for a while, they arrived before the tower gates. He pulled on the reins and said, "All right, we're here." Beside him, Cal looked up and said, "From this close, my neck's about to snap." Belinda behind them couldn't help exclaiming too, "It's absurdly huge. Just getting to the main gate probably takes a while." She looked toward the entrance and said suspiciously, "But where's the gatekeeper? Why are these suits of armor lying all over the place?" Suddenly, the gatekeeper's voice rang out from above. "Step back." A blue force had somehow linked those scattered pieces of armor together. They activated magic, causing each part of the armor to assemble, ultimately forming two gate-guarding puppets. The man standing atop the gate controlled the puppets and shouted down below, "Not just anyone may enter the magic tower. State your identity and your purpose here." The gatekeeper questioned them through magic. Belinda looked up and said in confusion, "What? Those suits of armor are puppets?" Cal, annoyed, said, "They're so lazy they can't even be bothered to come down and meet us themselves. Typical watchdogs from a magic tower." Jillian pointed at Gitlin and introduced him. "This is Gitlin of Podium, the Duke of Podium. Call out the person in charge of transactions." Then he sternly said to the gatekeeper, "We've brought valuable goods." The gatekeeper let out a contemptuous snort. "We're not buying." Belinda cried out in disbelief. "Wait, you're refusing before you've even seen the goods?" The gatekeeper answered scornfully, "Podium? Isn't that the poor backwater up north? Most things shipped from a place like that are nothing more than cheap monster materials or a few ordinary potions. Dealing with people like you is a waste of time. Get lost." With that, he controlled the puppet and pointed its axe at Gitlin. Belinda angrily raised her fist and shouted back, "Hey, who gave you permission to call us beggars? Get down here right now." Jillian turned and asked Gitlin, "What should we do, young master?" He looked at the other side coldly, then slowly said, "Do you really think this is acceptable? If you're mages, then you should know exactly what this is, shouldn't you?" As he spoke, he held the ear up high. The gatekeeper panicked and looked down. "What?" He couldn't believe his eyes and said in shock, "Oregon, or? Then doesn't that mean everything they brought is?" Gitlin looked at him and asked, "You're not planning to buy it?" After that, Gitlin's group was invited inside to meet Stephen. He bowed respectfully and said, "My deepest apologies for failing to recognize such an esteemed guest as yourself. I am Stephen, the transaction manager of the Magic Tower. May I ask what you require?" Gitlin pointed to the cargo wagons and said, "As you can see, we have an enormous quantity of goods. I need someone who can take full responsibility for this transaction. Therefore, I wish to meet the Tower Master directly." Stephen immediately turned pale. "The Tower Master? I understand. I will report this at once. Please wait a moment. Take them to the reception room." He steadied himself as he instructed the gatekeeper. The man replied, "Yes, sir." Belinda looked at the gatekeeper and said mockingly, "You should have acted like this from the start. How dare they insult our territory?" As they passed through a corridor, a strange noise could be heard. Gitlin asked the gatekeeper, "Did something happen?" The other man turned back calmly and replied, "Ah, no need to worry. Those are just sounds that often come from magical research." The scene shifted to the front of a magic research room. The door was flung open, and Vanessa was kneeling on the floor before Anfoe and two low-ranking mages. Anfoe stepped forward, looking at the trembling Vanessa with a mocking gaze. "Hey, I told you before, didn't I? Don't even dream of stepping into the laboratory. You don't even know how to use magic. yet you dare take up space in the research room. He lowered his head to look at her, his tone growing more and more contemptuous. Are you planning to ignore the words of Anfoe, heir to the magic tower and a third circle mage? The two low-ranking mages behind him also laughed without restraint. Unbelievable. A professor actually accepted her as a disciple. Even if the masters of the Flame Tower leave you just this tiny bit of room, you ought to be deeply grateful. Vanessa said with a trembling voice, but I also have the right to use the research room because I'm a mage too. Anfoe looked down at her with contempt and said, Is that so? Fine, then I'll call you a mage. In that case, you should be able to use defensive magic to block a basic attack like this, right? As he finished speaking, he cast a spell and summoned a flame. With a smug look, he said to Vanessa, Come on, block it with magic. Before Vanessa could even react, Anfoe had already hurled the flame at her. First circle spell, Fire Seed. She weakly raised her hand and softly said, word by word, block it. But when the fireball came close, she drew her hand back in despair and covered her head. At that very instant, Gitlin rushed over like lightning and stood in front of her. With an effortless swing of his sword, he knocked Fire Seed away. Seeing that, Anfoe and the two low-ranking mages were all stunned. Gitlin coldly gritted his teeth and demanded, magical research. So this is what the Flame Tower calls research. In the Tower Master's meeting room, the Tower Master's furious roar echoed out. What? We're about to run out of, or? The Flame Tower's master, Hubert, sat on a long chair and said in shock, Damn it, how did it come to this? He clawed at his hair and muttered, If this keeps up, the gap between us and Bloodfire Tower will only keep growing. Didn't I say long ago that we needed a stockpile, or first? What in the world have those old men on the board been doing lately? He angrily pointed at the elders. The elder in the yellow hat sighed and thought to himself, Every time I want to secure the supply, they say there are better uses for it, and then it gets delayed again and again. The elder in the red hat said in a low voice, Instead, they waste time currying favor with nobles, buying jewels and luxury goods. I've had enough. The elder in the green hat spoke up, Sigh. Your issue is one thing, but the master of Bloodfire Tower is a 7th circle mage. Our tower master has only just reached the 6th circle. Hubert raised a hand to cut him off. Don't mention that bastard again. If I had more, I'd reach the 7th circle in no time. The elder in the green hat sighed and asked, If the ore runs dry, we won't even be able to carry out normal cultivation. What do you plan to do? Hubert frowned and muttered irritably, Damn it, how could someone as lowly as Diomen surpass me and reach the 7th circle first? Didn't he already sweep up all the ore in the kingdom? What's so special about those rocks anyway? Stephen rushed in a panic. Tower Master, something huge has happened. Hubert pointed at him and roared, How dare you interrupt us? Can't you see we're in a meeting? Who gave you permission to barge in? Stephen bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry, but you need to come down immediately. As if he could hardly believe what he had just seen, he said loudly, An enormous shipment of ore has just arrived. Hearing that, everyone in the room gaped in shock. The scene returned to Anfoe repeatedly hurling fireballs. A flicker of tension flashed through his eyes. But no matter how many fireballs he threw, Gitlin blocked every single one with his sword. Suddenly, Anfoe put all his strength into it and hurled a gigantic fireball at him. Gitlin swung his sword fiercely, slashing straight through the fireball and splitting it in two. Everyone watching was utterly shaken by the sight. Anfoe seemed unable to believe his eyes and gritted his teeth. It was split apart? Who did that? Just as he came back to his senses, several ropes suddenly appeared around his body. Huh? Belinda appeared from behind him and pulled the ropes tight, binding Anfoe firmly. She said angrily, You dared attack my young master? Anfoe trembled in fear and forced out the words, Who exactly are you people? Just then, Hubert appeared and shouted, Stop at once. What exactly is going on here? He yelled in utter confusion. Vanessa looked at him timidly and softly called, Tower Master. Gitlin said to Belinda, who was tying up Anfoe, Let him go, Belinda. She reeled the rope back in and replied, Understood. The moment he was released, Anfoe immediately cried out pitifully, Master. Hubert caught him and asked anxiously, Oh, Anfoe, what exactly happened? Anfoe buried himself in Hubert's arms and said in a pitiful voice, pretending to be wronged, "They're intruders. I was stopping Vanessa from entering the laboratory when they suddenly attacked me. I was only trying to keep Vanessa, someone with no ability, from getting hurt. So I stopped her." Hearing that, Belinda couldn't help sneering. "Oh my, now you cry like a girl too?" Anfoy glared at her and gritted out, "I'm a man, all right?" Vanessa timidly whispered, "I only wanted to use the laboratory." Gitlin glanced over and thought to himself, as expected, I didn't see wrong. Within that memory of a blazing sea of fire, the nightmare had begun to take root. Vanessa. So even you once had a time like this. Hubert angrily raised his staff and cast a spell, gathering flames into his palm. "You barged into the tower without permission, and now you want to harm my disciple as well? I'll burn you all into ashes without leaving a trace." Belinda tightened her grip on her dagger and asked Gitlin, "Young master, what do you intend to do? They look pretty dangerous." Gitlin calmly stepped forward. "Forgive the late introduction, Tower Master of the Flame Tower. I am Gitlin, Grand Duke of the Podium Estate. I came to trade, or..." Hubert froze and asked back, "What?" Anfoy was equally stunned. "Ore? You?" Gitlin said sternly, "My men are still waiting outside the city. Would you like to go meet them right now?" Everyone went outside to look, only to see more than a dozen wagons piled high with or in front of the tower. The Tower Master and the elders stared at the mound of ore, all of them gaping in shock. The elder in the blue hat blurted out, "Impossible." The elder in the red hat said, "Where did he get so much ore?" The elder in the yellow hat observed for a moment, then reported to Hubert, Tower Master, "It looks like there are at least 10 wagon loads of stone. What do you intend to do?" At the mention of Tower Master, Hubert's expression darkened slightly, but inside he was overjoyed. This much ore? This was truly a gift from heaven. With this pile of stone, I can completely crush that detestable Bloodfire Tower. He was so delighted he nearly felt like floating into the air. But to save face, he outwardly pretended to remain calm and said, "Ahem, but this amount is less than I expected, and the quality doesn't look very good either." Cal immediately flew into a rage, nearly drawing his sword to cut someone down. That bastard actually dare belittle what we worked so hard to gather? At that moment, Vanessa softly said from behind, "But isn't this already a great amount? As far as I know, even a single wagon load of stone is enough to use for several weeks." Hubert furiously turned around and shouted at her, "Shut up. Is it your turn to speak here? Get to the side right now." He glared at her and cursed through clenched teeth. That useless lorgnat left behind a heap of trouble like this. If you're worthless, then at least you should know your place. At that moment, Gitlin merely watched the reactions of everyone around him in silence. Then Hubert exchanged glances with the elders and said, "You all think so too, don't you?" The elders stepped forward, picked up the ore to inspect it, then all nodded and said, On closer look, the quality really is a bit poor, just as the Tower Master said. For a poor territory to suddenly bring this much valuable ore, it's also possible that it's counterfeit." Belinda immediately exploded in anger. "What did you say? My young master put in tremendous effort to obtain this ore, and you dare say it's fake?" The elder in the yellow hat replied indifferently, No matter how much effort you spent to get it, that has nothing to do with us. There have been many swindlers lately, haven't there? We have no reason to trust the seller's word alone." Seeing their attitude, Gitlin looked at the elders and said, "I understand. So that means you don't want to buy it, after all?" They froze and asked back, "Huh?" Gitlin turned and said to his companions, "Everyone, the Flame Tower says they don't need the ore. Let's go somewhere else." Hubert's face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly stopped them. "Wait." He exchanged a glance with the elder in the blue hat. "Hey, yes, Tower Master." Understanding the signal, the elder in the blue hat immediately called out to Gitlin's group. "Well then, to show respect for the effort you went through to transport it here, how about we buy it, after all? You've come such a long way, and it wouldn't look good for you to return empty-handed. Please help preserve a little of the Tower Master's dignity." Hubert put on an aloof expression and nodded. "Now that's more like it. Since the elders have put it that way, I can't simply ignore it. With my generous heart, we will buy all the ore you brought. However, the price will be a little below market value." Gitlin cut him off. "It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Cal, leave one wagon of stone. Take all the rest away." "Huh?" Then he added to Cow, "Weren't we only planning to sell one wagon from the beginning?" With a faint smile, he looked at Hubert. Hubert and the elders all froze. Huh. Cow turned to look at them and replied with a grin, "All right. I forgot." Then he urged his subordinates, "Everyone move the wagons." The entire convoy immediately began driving away. "Yes, sir." Hubert hurriedly asked Gitlin, "What exactly is the meaning of this?" Gitlin calmly explained, "Sorry. Perhaps my subordinates got the amount wrong and caused a misunderstanding. Our original destination was Bloodfire Tower. We only wanted to earn a little travel money along the way." He answered with complete composure. Hubert reacted as if his tail had been stepped on and demanded with a twisted expression, "What? Bloodfire Tower?" He immediately lowered his stance and tried to keep Gitlin's group there. "Why? I was only joking a little to lighten the mood. Don't be like this. Could we go upstairs and talk?" The elders were utterly humiliated and could only stammer, "Tower Master." Having achieved his goal, a trace of satisfaction appeared on Gitlin's face. He nodded in agreement. "Fine, let's do that." Gitlin's group was invited into the meeting room. Hubert began to introduce them. "Now, then, let me make the introductions. These are the elders of the Flame Tower. They are all mages who have reached the 5th circle." Gitlin replied calmly, "All of them are 5th circle mages? That's truly impressive. As expected of the 2nd strongest tower in the north. The strength here really is astonishing." Hubert looked a little embarrassed and covered his face as he replied, "Maybe you've heard some strange rumors, but they're all false. Flame Tower is still #1 in the north." Gitlin smiled. "All right, let's say that's true. In any case, it doesn't matter to me." Belinda said in confusion, "Young master, aren't you provoking them for no reason? Is that really all right?" From behind them, Gillian reassured her, "The young master knows what he's doing. Just leave it to him." Hubert waved his hand and pulled the conversation back to the main issue. "All right, enough nonsense. How much are you planning to sell those stones for? I guarantee that if you go anywhere else, you might not even get their real value." Gitlin calmly raised 2 fingers and named his price. "Double. We want double the market price," he said seriously. Hubert froze on the spot and muttered, "Double? You really don't understand anything. Hey, that's not how business works. I don't know who taught you how to negotiate, but they definitely taught you everything wrong." "Huh." He lifted a hand and signaled, "Negotiate. Don't just walk in and start making demands like that." Gitlin said frankly, "I think Flame Tower is worth paying double." The elder in the blue hat frowned and said, "Do you even know where you are to be pulling a stunt like this?" The elder in the green hat said angrily, "Are you taking Flame Tower for a joke?" Hubert stared at the young man in front of him and said, "Hey kid, watch your mouth." He let out a low, furious growl. "Watching some idiotic brat who knows nothing stand here and babble nonsense is starting to make my blood boil." Gitlin showed no fear and looked him straight in the eye. "Of course, you're young, so making mistakes is normal. This time I'll generously let it slide, but you'd better start taking this seriously." Hubert lectured him in a deep voice, while Gitlin simply sat there in silence. "Now then, why don't we offer a price just a little above market value, and you sell us the entire shipment?" Hubert directly named his offer. Suddenly, Gitlin shot to his feet. Hubert panicked. "Huh? Why are you standing up?" Gitlin gave him a sidelong glance, his tone making it clear he had no intention of wasting any more time. "Honestly, it seems you don't want it that badly. I already offered you double. If you don't want it, then I'll go to Bloodfire Tower. I'll take my leave." With that, he turned and walked away. Hubert hurriedly shouted, "Stop. Hey, young man, why the rush? I never said I wasn't buying, did I? I was just a little agitated just now. Sit down first." He softened his tone and pleaded. Gitlin turned back and said, "Oh, is that so?" The people on Gitlin's side watched the other party's constantly changing attitude and could only fall silent helplessly. Hubert said awkwardly, "All right, you've got some nerve. Since you came to me first, then we'll buy the whole lot at the double price you just named." "Well, that should be enough, right?" Gitlin turned around and said with satisfaction, "Good. We'll sell it to you at double the market price." Then he added seriously, "But only one cart." The elder in the green had exclaimed in shock, "What?" Hubert's face went pale as he carefully asked, "What did you say? However much you brought today, of course you're supposed to sell all of it." Gitlin sat back down and explained calmly, "If word gets out that you bought or at double the price, who knows? Bloodfire Tower might offer triple. So why should we sell everything here for only double? Hubert's expression grew uglier and uglier. Triple? This damned brat had been toying with them all along. I'm running out of patience. Hearing that, Gitlin stood up again, turned around, and said his farewells. Goodbye. Hubert cried out in alarm. Wait, hold on. I'll buy it all at triple the price. In the end, he helplessly made his decision. Gitlin curled his lips in satisfaction. Having achieved his goal, Gitlin returned to his seat. Now we're finally speaking the same language. As expected of the number 1 magic tower in the north. Afraid he might change his mind, Hubert quickly stood up and pointed at him. Stay right there and don't move. I'll go get the money immediately. The elder in the green hat called out, Tower Master. Hubert was speechless as he tried to think of a way to finish the deal as quickly as possible. Damn it, I'm a 6th circle mage, and yet I've been spun around by some country brat. I can't understand why so many absurd things keep happening in my time. This time I'll endure it for the sake of the ore, but if he dares pull anything else, I'll burn his head to ashes. But Gitlin's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Wait, I'm not done stating my conditions. Gitlin called back Hubert, who had been about to leave. Hubert angrily turned around and shouted, What now? Gitlin spoke in a serious tone and made his demand. Vanessa, hand her over to me. His gaze became resolute. The atmosphere in the room instantly fell silent, and all eyes turned to Hubert. Hubert asked in confusion, Vanessa? Gitlin became even more firm. That's right, Tower Master. I want her as my personal mage. The scene shifted back to memories of his previous life. At that time, Gitlin and Claude were roasting meat over a greatsword. Gitlin reminded him, Hey, the meat's burning. Claude replied unwillingly. Then why don't you do it yourself? You want someone with only one arm to handle this too? What is that supposed to mean? Gitlin clenched his fist threateningly. What? Claude immediately changed his tone. No, nothing. Then Claude changed the subject and said excitedly, By the way, Captain Gitlin, do you know Vanessa Blooddream? Gitlin turned his head and asked, Blooddream? Claude began recounting the intelligence he had just gathered. I heard something recently. It's pretty interesting. You know, that female mage who burned all of northern Lithuania to the ground. In the image, a woman in a white dress stood amid a sea of flames. Claude continued. That woman has already reached the 7th circle. 7th circle? Gitlin pressed his lips together and replied indifferently. 7th circle, and she's got a title like Blooddream. Sounds impressive enough, but so what? Claude spun the iron hook on his right hand and said excitedly, They say she's completely lost control. She's clearly a mage, but she went off to cultivate mana instead. Gitlin set down his cup and pressed further. Why would a mage abandon magic and go learn to cultivate mana? Claude continued, She's really gone insane. In short, she's been wandering around burning and killing, and the local lords are practically going bankrupt because of her. The recent kill order is to take her down. While waiting, he added a few more details. Claude's expression suddenly turned serious. After a moment of thought, Gitlin spoke. A mage who reached the 7th circle by cultivating mana instead of traditional magic. He raised his hand, his face showing extreme interest. That's fascinating, isn't it? Claude, bring her here. He turned and said it to Claude. Claude froze. But in the end, that plan never came to pass. Back in the present, Gitlin thought to himself, Vanessa can't control her magic, and when we found her, she was already near death. But even so, she still has the talent to develop to the 7th circle. As long as she's guided properly, she'll shine. He silently made up his mind. Gitlin's gaze grew more and more resolute. This time, I must take her with me. Stroking his beard, Gillian recalled. You mean that girl from earlier? Cal said doubtfully. She doesn't look strong at all. Belinda leaned in closer and said in a low voice, If you were planning to take someone away, young master, you could at least have told me first. The elders and Hubert discussed it in hushed voices. This is great, right? It couldn't be better. She was a burden anyway. Wouldn't it be better to use this chance to get rid of her? We've already taken care of her long enough to maintain our relationship with Lonit, haven't we? Hubert stepped forward and said to Gitlin, well, Vanessa is one of Flame Tower's finest mages. She would certainly want to devote herself to the magic tower. Gitlin interrupted him. In addition, I need you to send combat mages of the third circle and above to podium. We need mages to take part in the territorial war. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly turned tense. The elders blurted out in shock. A territorial war? Gitlin raised his hand in a signaling gesture and continued. Triple the market price. Mages of the third circle and above dispatched to podium for 1 year, and Vanessa handed over to me as my personal mage. Those are the 3 conditions for selling the ore. The atmosphere in the room grew even heavier. Everyone fell silent. Hubert turned his back to him. Suddenly, rage erupted from his body, murderous intent bursting forth, and the force of his power was so great that it shattered the room's glass windows. Hubert shouted loudly, "Gitlin Podium, do you really take me for a fool?" His eyes darkened as he stared fixedly at Gitlin. Mages under a magic tower are not allowed to interfere in territorial wars. Not only do you fail to understand even the kingdom's most basic laws, but you also want to send core mages from the third circle upward onto a battlefield? This is a disgrace to Flame Tower. I'll burn everything to the ground. Gillian immediately took up a defensive stance, inwardly startled. Just as mana alone creates such terrifying pressure. Beside him, Cal gritted his teeth and held firm as he spoke. Is this the power of a sixth-circle mage? Belinda called out anxiously, "Young master." But in the face of that enormous tide of mana, Gitlin remained completely calm. He looked over coldly and said slowly, "You'll regret this. A massive mineral vein has been discovered in our territory, worth dozens of times more than what we brought today." Sitting there, he explained his demand. Hearing that, several elders could not help crying out in shock. What? Gitlin continued relentlessly, throwing more information at Hubert. Furthermore, news of this has already begun to spread through the north. What does that mean? Hubert replied irritably, "It means there will be many people targeting that mineral vein." Gitlin braced his hands on the table and stood up, nodding in approval. "You understand quickly. We have no intention of starting a war. Podium only needs the magic tower's help while we consolidate our strength. If you can help us overcome this crisis, I guarantee an exclusive ore supply to Flame Tower." After speaking, he extended his hand toward Hubert, inviting cooperation. Hubert hesitated, curiosity showing in his eyes. Exclusive mining rights. If it can really be done, then... Gitlin kept his hand outstretched, his voice full of temptation. Flame Tower surpassing Bloodfire Tower and climbing back to number 1 again would only be a matter of time. Hubert looked at the hand still extended before him, his face full of unwillingness. Grinding his teeth, he finally made up his mind, strode forward, and clasped Gitlin's hand tightly. After sealing the cooperation, he walked over and patted Anfoe on the shoulder. "It's all decided, Anfoe." Anfoe was full of panic and shock. "Tower Master, there are clearly so many other mages. Why does it have to be me?" Hubert comforted him lightly. "Don't misunderstand. I'm sending you because you are the greatest genius in Flame Tower's history, and also for our future. That's why I'm making you the overall commander." Anfoe immediately perked up and said, "The greatest genius in history?" Hubert explained calmly. "This experience will be very useful when you become Tower Master in the future. You must supervise them closely and make sure those country bumpkins don't secretly move or out. If a territorial war really breaks out, do not fight. Leave immediately. Understood? As long as we endure for 1 year, just 1 year, our tower will surpass Bloodfire Tower and reclaim the number 1 position." Anfoe was silent for a moment. His eyes gradually lit up with excitement, and he lowered his head in reply. "Yes, Master." But the moment he thought about having to work with Gitlin, his face instantly twisted with displeasure. The scene shifted to after they left the palace. The one waiting to receive them was Gitlin and the mercenary troop. "Welcome to Podium." The mages accompanying Anfoe looked around and began discussing it among themselves. This city was built in quite a classical style. It isn't glamorous, but it's practical enough, using proportional balance to shape its spatial structure. Anfoe also looked around once. Feeling annoyed, he thought, as expected, it's a shabby backwater. I only came because of the Tower Master's orders. An heir to a magic tower, like me, was actually sent to this filthy little territory? Even so, he still stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Anfoe, a third circle mage and heir to the magic tower. This time, I have been ordered to lead the mages here. Gitlin stepped up to greet him, speaking in a serious tone. There's a lot of work to be done in this territory, so don't slack off. Do your job properly. Anfoe was full of resentment, grinding his teeth. Does this country bumpkin think I'm his servant? Just wait. Once I become Tower Master, the first person I'll deal with is you. Meanwhile, Gitlin looked around. Then he called out, Anfoe. Where is Vanessa? He asked sternly. Anfoe turned a glance back and answered indifferently. Oh, she's probably in the back, carrying the luggage. Along with heavy breathing and a weary figure, Vanessa appeared, carrying everyone's luggage in her hands. Her face was covered in sweat. Then she spoke with difficulty. I am Vanessa. Greetings, Lord. Anfoe impatiently shouted, Hey, hurry it up. I thought you weren't coming after all. Gitlin glanced at the young man beside him, then walked over to Vanessa and held out a hand. Vanessa, put everything down and come here. Exhausted, she asked blankly, Huh? But I still haven't finished moving everyone's things. From behind, Anfoe said coldly, Just leave it. She only did chores like that back at the tower anyway. She can't even use magic, so odd jobs suit her just fine. The next instant, Gitlin directly hurled a suitcase into Anfoe's face. The other mages rushed over in alarm. Anfoe stared at him in disbelief and roared, Damn it, what the hell are you doing? Standing in front of him, Gitlin rolled his wrist and said, Vanessa no longer belongs to the magic tower. From now on, she belongs to me. Don't treat her like that again. I'll let it slide this time, but if there's a next time, you'll pay with your life. Vanessa widened her eyes and stared at him in shock. Anfoe went mad and shouted, You insane country savage. You dare treat me like this? I'm the heir to Flame Tower. And a third circle mage, too. The lower circle mages with him also spoke up one after another. Even if he's a noble, this goes too far. If we wanted, this place could become a sea of fire in an instant. Anfoe raised his staff and ordered, Move. Let them witness the pride of mages. But Gitlin ignored them completely and merely snapped his fingers in a signaling gesture. Shoo! Fully armed soldiers immediately surrounded the group of mages. They instantly panicked and shouted, What is this? How dare these barbarians? What kind of territory is this, daring to point weapons at mages? Anfoe cried out in horror, We are mages, and we deserve respect befitting our status. Gitlin said in disgust, Shut up, Anfoe. No matter how you are treated, a contract is still a contract. Through an agreement legally signed by the Tower Master, I have the right to command you for 1 year, and also the right to exclusive or supply. If your actions ruin the contract, who do you think the Tower Master will side with? His tone was light, but full of mockery. Anfoe was immediately struck speechless and stammered, that. Gitlin continued coldly, Your function in Podium is, at best, as reserve mana batteries. If you want better treatment, then first fulfill that duty. Anfoe was so furious that he ground his teeth and shouted loudly, Reserve mana batteries? You dare call me a reserve mana battery? Gitlin turned and walked away, tossing out an order. Gillian, Cow, make them understand their place. Cow revealed a wicked grin and said excitedly, Sure. Looks like these lofty scholars have gotten used to comfort inside the tower, huh? Gillian also replied with interest, Remember to teach them how to adapt to our territory. Anfoe's expression changed, fear filling him to the extreme. You crude bastards. In complete contrast to the chaos on that side, Vanessa had remained standing quietly by herself from beginning to end. Gitlin walked over to her and called out Vanessa. She hurriedly answered, Yes, Your Grace. Gitlin looked at her and gently instructed, From now on, do not obey anyone except me. You are my personal mage. She froze instantly. Right after that, her gaze dimmed a little, as if she were afraid he might change his mind. Vanessa lowered her head in embarrassment, but still said softly, But just like Anfoe said, I can't even use magic. A personal mage. Gitlin gave a faint smile and gestured to her. Come with me. He extended his hand toward her and said gently, I'll make it possible for you to use magic. Gitlin and Vanessa slowly walked into the city. As they walked, Vanessa seemed weighed down with thoughts. The next second, Gitlin suddenly turned his face, his expression dark, and called her name. Vanessa. She tensed up at once and hurriedly answered, Why, yes, my lord. This time, Gitlin turned to face her and asked coolly, How far have you studied? Vanessa shrank back and answered with a stammer, I've studied up to fifth circle magic, but only the theoretical formulas. Hearing that level, Gitlin curled his lips and smiled with interest. Fifth circle? Impressive. Vanessa fell silent. She stared at him blankly. Then she suddenly lowered her head again and muttered dejectedly, But all of that is meaningless because I was never able to use magic. Yet Gitlin calmly continued, Why is it that you can't use magic? Vanessa hugged the staff in her hands tightly and hesitated before explaining, Ever since I was little, I've never once been able to sense magical power. Even so, I always believed that one day I would be able to use magic, so I kept working hard. But the more I learned, the more I felt that I would never be able to use magic. And now, even the teacher who once taught me has passed away. Is that why I was abandoned like this? The person facing her, Gitlin, only pressed his lips together and looked at her coldly without saying a word. He observed her indifferently. In his field of vision, Vanessa's entire body was shrouded in a strange blue light. Gitlin thought to himself, Fifth circle, judging by strength alone, that already put her on par with most of the elders in the magic tower. Magic was not something one could use simply by studying it. Gitlin vaguely recalled the past. He himself had once suffered through bitter study like that. What she needed was an understanding of the principles behind activation and the ability to interpret them, to pour her own will into it. Vanessa's mind could understand, but her body could not keep up. She must have gone through countless hardships, experiments, and failures to force her way past that point. Her efforts were absolutely not meaningless. Vanessa. Gitlin's gaze was calm and intent as he looked at her. She had merely stepped onto a different path. At that moment, Gitlin suddenly remembered his previous life. Once, someone had asked Claude excitedly, Do you still remember that mage who burned down the entire north of Latania? At the time, Claude had been sitting by a campfire and replied casually, That woman seemed to be a seventh circle mage. Even though she was a mage, she studied the cultivation of magical power. After a pause, he had turned his head, smiled, and commented, completely insane. Returning to the present, Gitlin recalled that past memory, and the corner of his lips curled into a faint smile. He straightened up and looked at Vanessa, declaring calmly, From now on, I will teach you how to cultivate magical power. The moment Vanessa heard that, she froze on the spot. Then she came back to her senses, hurriedly lowered her head, and stammered out her doubt. But I'm a mage. Why would I have to learn to cultivate magical power? Gitlin still raised his hand calmly and explained to her, Magic and the cultivation of magical power are built on the same principle. He looked at her indifferently, then asked in an even tone, You've never tried it? Those words made Vanessa's face turn deathly pale at once. Her whole body stiffened, and for a long time she could not say anything. After a while, she shook her head hard and replied, No, that's far too crazy. Using cultivated magical power to cast magic. If anything goes wrong, I'll die. But at that moment, Gitlin slowly called her name. Vanessa. He extended a hand toward her and said unhurriedly, Try it. Confidence filled his blue eyes, and the corner of his lips lifted slightly. Vanessa stared at Gitlin in a daze, her gaze unfocused, unable to say a single word. Then she slowly raised her slender hand. Vanessa lowered her head and looked at her own hand, her heart full of doubt. Could I really use magic? A moment later, she clenched that hand tightly and firmly accepted his proposal. Not long after, Gitlin sat cross-legged on the ground, and Vanessa crouched in front of him. One thought kept repeating in her mind, If I too can use magic. Vanessa tilted her face slightly and forcefully tugged open the collar of her robe, loosening the front. Then she slowly untied the fastening at the back, revealing a stretch of pale, smooth skin. In my previous life, she had eyes just like mine. Gitlin wore a serious expression as he stared fixedly at Vanessa. Regret, rage, hatred. She had controlled a power beyond her limits and fallen into an endless end. She learned the cultivation of magical power and became a calamity ruled by instinct, burning everything to ashes. But now, I am here precisely to stop you from falling into that abyss again. Gitlin reached out his hand, and a brilliant stream of blue light erupted in an instant. I will reach out and take your hand. Bit by bit, Gitlin poured that dazzling blue light into Vanessa's body. That magnificent blue power slowly merged from Gitlin's hand into every blood vessel in Vanessa's body, quickly spreading to every corner within her. Blue veins rose from her neck all the way to her face. She clenched her teeth and let out a pained groan. Light enveloped Vanessa's entire body. She raised her head, gasped with her mouth open, and cried out, "It's so hot." At that moment, Gitlin behind her suddenly shouted, "Be quiet. Your magical current is in chaos." He frowned deeply, determination filling his blue eyes. Gitlin shouted his command, "The magical power inside your body right now is mine. Don't lose that sensation." The brilliant blue light flowed through Vanessa's blood vessels. She shut her eyes tightly, pressed her lips together, and said nothing. Gitlin's voice continued to ring in her ears. "Concentrate with everything you have and feel the flow of magical power." The magical current gradually seeped into every part of her body. That scorching force fused into every blood vessel and rushed straight toward Vanessa's violently beating heart, circling through every corner of her body, guided to the center. Immediately afterward, Vanessa abruptly opened her eyes wide, blazing blue light shooting from their depths. A dazzling sea blue radiance exploded violently, enveloping both Gitlin and Vanessa at the same time. She lifted her face high, her whole body seeming to freeze. Vanessa seemed to fall into the past, returning to her childhood. Through a crack in the door, she vaguely saw inside and heard an angry shout coming from within. "You're saying you want to cut the funding? Do you know what you're saying?" In the room, Lonit was speaking loudly to Hubert, who sat silently in his chair. "Vanessa truly is very gifted. Without that child, would we have been able to prove the law of transformation from magic particles into magic?" But Hubert still sat with his face turned aside, his expression gloomy as he explained, "I admit that as well, but even so, I've always felt that something isn't right. Don't you see it, Lonit? No matter how intelligent she is, if she can't use magic, can she still be called a mage?" Lonit's voice continued to come from inside the room. "Hubert, what nonsense are you talking about?" Hubert refused to yield and raised his voice again. "What I mean is, no matter how intelligent she is, if she can't use magic, then she's useless." And outside the door, behind the small Vanessa, stood the grown Vanessa herself. The older Vanessa stood there silently, looking coldly at her younger self, and murmured in a low voice, "That was me as a child." The scene suddenly changed, and she saw herself as a child again, covering her face and crying to Lonit. "I'm sorry, Teacher Lonit. If I had just a little more talent, you wouldn't have had to leave the magic tower." Then, Lonit raised his hand and stroked young Vanessa's head, comforting her gently. "I'm not leaving the magic tower. I'm only going to find a way for you to use magic." The sky that day had been incomparably blue. Lonit patted little Vanessa's head and told her, "Lift your head. Look at the sky." Vanessa recalled the dark years she had once endured and sighed sadly. In this world, no darkness lasts forever. Then she suddenly remembered the words Teacher Lonit had once said, "I promise you." Right at that moment, a slender yet unwavering hand reached out toward her. Teacher Lonit's words still rang in Vanessa's ears. "Sooner or later, the light will come to you." And now, someone truly had brought light with him and reached out a hand to her. That person was Gitlin. Brilliant light spread out behind him as he extended his hand toward Vanessa, his expression cold, yet incomparably resolute. Her long hair floated gently in that warm radiance. Vanessa stared blankly at Gitlin. Then she slowly raised her hand and reached toward the hand he offered, choking out in a whisper, "Teacher, you were right." At the very instant their hands touched, a blazing, dazzling light suddenly erupted and swallowed everything. Back in reality, Vanessa was sprawled on the ground, a gentle blue light still radiating from her abdomen. Even I have finally lived to see the light. At the same time, somewhere else, a star-filled night sky stretched over a wooden house that was still lit from within. Inside the house, a tall, white-haired man, one of Victor's subordinates, was fiercely attacking a soldier. Someone shouted in panic. This madman has already beaten down 4 men. What kind of monster is he? The tall, white-haired man waved his hand arrogantly. Come on, weaklings. You think those little metal toys of yours can actually cut me? The moment he finished speaking, another sword-wielding soldier charged at him in fury and shouted, Stop acting so high and mighty. The white-haired man stomped his foot, swung an arm, and easily seized the soldier's sword arm. Then he brutally grabbed the man and slammed him down onto the ground. Another soldier seized the chance and rushed forward with a sword, trying to attack from behind. But the white-haired man noticed the movement immediately. A contemptuous smile tugged at his lips as he shot the man a sideways glance, then grabbed the soldier he had just thrown down and hurled him straight at the one charging in. The 2 soldiers smashed through the wooden wall and were sent flying outside. Inside the house, the white-haired man brushed off his hands and leisurely looked at the 2 lying outside, mocking them. I haven't even warmed up yet, and you're all down already? A soldier in the house laughed and praised him. As expected of the greatest warrior of our age, my hero. Another soldier rubbed his nose and chimed in, These maggots actually dared ruin our party? Then they all arrogantly declared, No one around here can stop us. With a loud bang, someone sitting inside the house suddenly slammed the cup in his hand down on the table. In the night, on the grassy slope below that still-lit wooden house, someone was lying there. Another person slowly walked toward him. The newcomer wore a hood that hid his face. Stopping at the slope, he asked, How is your training progressing, my lord? The man lying on the grass coolly asked in return, What do you want? The hooded figure coldly informed him, This is a mobilization order from Count Desmond. Looking at the man lying on the grass, he called softly, Lord Victor. Victor lay there in silence. A moment later, he reached out and grabbed the iron helmet beside him and slowly put it on. Carrying a fishing rod over his shoulder, Victor walked step by step into the wooden house. Let's go. And inside the house, it had long since become a mess filled with the bodies of soldiers, along with that burly white-haired man. Victor's eyes beneath the iron helmet flashed sharply as he said coldly, I'm bored to death. At this moment, Walter was sitting before a long table in deep thought. He lowered his head and trembled as he picked up the letter. Written on it were the words, My son, Degat, has been killed by Gitlin Podium, and therefore I will have my revenge. Walter closed his eyes and reluctantly gave the order, Summon the troops. He said in a heavy voice, This is a declaration of war. Randon roared angrily. Those Degat bastards must be insane. They actually dare claim that Duke Gitlin killed Jinmo. He shouted, Using that excuse to start a war, we have to teach them a lesson. Who would have thought they'd suddenly turn on us? For all these years we've been part of the Northern Alliance. What exactly are they hoping to gain from this war? Walter remained silent the whole time. Suddenly, a voice rang out and jolted him awake. It's because of the rune stones. Gitlin calmly continued. Didn't Father say that while I was at the Magic Tower, 2 of our subordinates went to Degat as envoys? They must have leaked the internal situation of our territory. The others were immediately shocked when they heard that. Our subordinates betrayed us. How can you dare say something so dangerous? Walter lowered his head and sank into thought. Runestones. Sometimes, actions taken for the benefit of the territory became the very reason the territory was destroyed. He silently guessed. Gitlin, this child seems to have known long ago that this would happen. Randon said firmly, Do we really need to overthink this? Our forces have always outnumbered Degats, and our combat experience far surpasses theirs. Let's make them pay for daring to declare war on us. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. A soldier rushed into the room and reported, My lord, this is bad. Sweat covered his face, and he shouted, They're here. At the same time, not far outside the city, an army had already formed up. They raised high banners bearing the image of an eagle, their momentum overwhelming. At the front stood a man clad entirely in iron armor, with even his eyes hidden behind his helmet. He urged his horse forward step by step. That army numbered nearly 10,000 men. Their trampling shook the ground as they swiftly approached the city gates. Seeing this, all of them were horrified. We only just received their declaration of war, and they're already here. When exactly did they prepare all of this? My lord, scouts urgently delivered one report after another, confirming around 6,000 armed soldiers in addition to 1,000 supply troops approaching. We have also confirmed a large number of siege weapons. They have already begun deploying them. Ambio cried out anxiously. Randon, what in the world is going on? How can the difference in troop numbers be this large? Digat is barely any richer than Podium. How could they possibly mobilize such a huge army? Randon immediately snapped back. That's why I told you before not to reduce our forces. At this moment, Walter finally shouted sternly, "Everyone calm down." He quickly gave orders. Arguing like this will only slow our response. Send all troops to the walls. Tammet softened his voice as he said, "Come with me. Victor, I have something to say to my dear Podium brother." At the same time, atop the walls, Walter shouted hoarsely, "Digat, my brother. What is the meaning of this accusation?" Riding forward slowly on horseback, Tammet sneered. "You ask what accusation? My beloved son, Jinmo Digat, died on this land." He glared and shouted, "It was your son, Podium's heir, Gitlin Podium, who killed him. What parent would not be enraged by the death of their child?" Hearing this, Walter said nothing, but his face had completely darkened. Tammet laid out his terms. "If you surrender immediately now, this can end without any more bloodshed." Hearing those words, Gitlin merely stayed silent. Randon said angrily, "That bastard really plans to lie through to the end." Ambio could not hold back any longer and loudly said, "My lord, there's no point in talking to them any further." Standing at the side, Gitlin fell into thought. We saved Elena, but with Jinmo's death, all of this was bound to happen sooner or later. They even brought siege weapons, which means they truly intend to crush us completely. Gitlin narrowed his eyes, dense killing intent spilling out. Just as expected, at that moment, Walter finally spoke slowly. "My son did not kill Jinmo." He stared fixedly at the other side, his voice full of menace. "That is my only answer. If you still value your life, then leave this place." Seeing the killing intent in Walter's eyes, Tammet could not help freezing, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Victor, standing beside him, thought to himself, Walter Podium truly does have the bearing of a great general who has guarded the North for many years. Tammet let out a long breath, forced himself to calm down, and said in a low voice, as expected of the North Wolf, "How much blood will your foolish decision spill, brother?" He turned and rode away, but did not forget to throw back one final warning. "Don't regret this later, Walter Podium." The sound of hoofbeats gradually faded into the distance, but the expressions of those standing atop the gate remained just as grim. Randon anxiously proposed, "My lord, give all the troops to me. They're nothing more than a mob with poor training. I'll sweep them away." Hearing that, Homerin and Ambio immediately panicked and tried to stop him. "Are you insane? No matter how strong you are, the gap in numbers is far too great. If we lose even once, Podium will be finished." He roared angrily. "But we can't just stand here and do nothing, can we?" The three of them instantly began arguing noisily. "What about asking the other territories for reinforcements? Can we hold out until help arrives? In the worst-case scenario, we'll be forced to abandon the city and retreat to the northern fortress." Walter narrowed his eyes and muttered inwardly, "It's too chaotic. I can't think calmly at all." He only felt utterly baffled. The declaration of war had come suddenly, yet the other side had clearly prepared everything long in advance, and with forces of this scale, Digat absolutely could not have done this alone. Who exactly was backing them from behind? Walter's heart was bitter. What exactly should I do? At that moment, Gitlin, who was standing beside him, suddenly spoke. "We should prepare for a defensive siege battle." Hearing that, Walter turned his head in surprise to look at him. Gitlin calmly continued, Digat has nearly 7,000 troops, while Podium can currently gather only a little over 2,000 at best. The difference in manpower is more than threefold. Gitlin analyzed, they're extremely well prepared, and their morale is very high. In about 15 days, once all their siege equipment is fully in place, they will launch an all-out assault. He concluded decisively, at present, seeking outside reinforcements and holding the city are our best options. Walter nodded. That's right. Under normal circumstances, that is indeed what we should do. But I can't see through what exactly is being hidden behind all this. After hearing that, Gitlin immediately pressed his lips together. Then he bent down close to Walter's ear and whispered something in a low voice. After hearing it, Walter looked at him in surprise. Gitlin silently steeled himself. There are only 15 days left until the final battle. This is our last chance. I will definitely do everything in my power to turn the situation around. The scene shifted to the meeting room inside the camp. Jillian sat with his eyes closed in deep thought, not saying a word. Chow smacked his lips in annoyance. Belinda was the first to speak. So the war has really begun. Gitlin immediately confirmed it. That's right, he said calmly. Now I'll tell you what we must do next. A moment later, a startled cry rang out inside the castle. A surprise red. Gitlin explained in a deep voice. Before their main army advances, we will strike their supply unit first. If we cut off their provisions and supplies, it will be very difficult for them to continue the fight. Belinda asked in confusion. But how? The area in front of the castle has already been occupied by Digat's forces. They have too many eyes and ears. No matter what we try, they'll detect it immediately. He called softly, Chow, Jillian. The two immediately replied, Yes, sir. Chow said gently, Following your orders, we already stationed troops in advance at the Beast Forest outpost. If necessary, they can hide inside the forest without worrying about being discovered. Jillian continued, Per the young master's request, cloaks made from tree bark have also been distributed to the soldiers. That dark material is very suitable for night operations. Gitlin explained clearly. If it were a large army moving, of course it would be easy to detect. But if it is a small elite squad with proper camouflage, then it will not be easy to notice such an ambush. He emphasized, the only problem is that we still don't know where their supply unit actually is. Gitlin gave the order sternly. Belinda, I need you to find the location of their supply unit. Hearing that, her eyes widened immediately, her face full of surprise. Belinda answered decisively, understood. Gitlin looked at her and thought to himself, this is a dangerous mission. Infiltrating the enemy camp could cost her life at any moment. But if it's Belinda, she will definitely be able to do it easily. And in the end, we still need one trump card to bring this war to a complete close. A few days later, inside Digat's supply camp, Pabro, once one of Podium's former subordinates and now commander of Digat's supply unit, happily raised a glass of wine and shouted, The war has finally begun. Before long, someone like me who spent his whole life as a subordinate will finally have land of his own. He clinked glasses with the person opposite him, then said excitedly, As expected, choosing Desmond's side was the right decision. Thanks to the reinforcements they sent, I can stay safely in the rear like this. The other man immediately echoed, It is all thanks to my lord's wise and decisive judgment. Pabro laughed proudly. Farewell, Podium. Before long, part of that land will belong to me as well. Just then, several hoofbeats suddenly appeared outside the camp. A cold voice rang out. Perfect timing. Gitlin and an elite unit wearing dark cloaks were hiding inside the deep, shadowy forest. Belinda observed for a while, then said in a low voice, The weather really is gloomy. Chow added, In this darkness, you can hardly see anything at all. Gitlin adjusted his helmet and asked softly, Isn't weather like this perfect for launching a surprise attack? Very soon after, he tightened his helmet. We don't need prisoners. A cruel light appeared in Gitlin's eyes as he suddenly drew the sharp sword from his back and ordered coldly, Spare no one. Kill them all. The moment he finished speaking, rapid hoofbeats burst out. They charged toward the camp guards like a hurricane. A brutal slaughter erupted at once. With a single strike from Chow, a guard's head flew off on the spot. Immediately afterward, More and more soldiers fell one after another. The troops in the camp heard the commotion and shouted in panic. An ambush? What the hell are those damn guards doing? Gitlin rode straight into the camp, cutting down enemy soldiers who blocked his path while loudly commanding Gitlin's mercenary unit, from this moment onward, act according to plan. Do not leave a single survivor. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous storm of killing sounds shook the entire forest. A soldier rushed in with a panicked report. Count Pabro, emergency! We're under ambush! Pabro roared furiously. I can see that. What are those guards doing? Even with sweat pouring down his face, he still tried to stay calm as he gave orders. But we have over 1,000 men. Don't panic. Stop them at once. The soldier hesitated, then said the problem is, more than 70% of our men have already fallen. Gitlin's forces attacked like a raging storm, never letting up for even a moment, showing mercy to no one as enemy troops fell in great swathes. Gitlin in particular was unbelievably decisive, wasting not a single movement. Every swing of his sword took an enemy head. Seeing this, Pabro froze on the spot, his face full of terror. He screamed in panic, "Run! If this keeps up, I won't even keep my head, let alone get any land." Before he could finish speaking, a sharp arrow pierced straight through his throat. In an instant, that soldier fell to the ground. Belinda suddenly appeared and said calmly, "I didn't expect to find you here, Pabro," former subordinate of Podium. The moment he saw her, Pabro's face darkened and he roared angrily, "Belinda!" Outside the camp, the entire encampment had already been swallowed by blazing flames. Corpses of soldiers littered the ground everywhere, all buried in the sea of fire. At this moment, Pabro had been tied up tightly and dragged before Gitlin. Belinda stepped on him and explained, "This man is Pabro, one of the subordinates sent to Gat as an envoy. He not only sold intelligence, but was also responsible for supplying Gat with necessary materials." Pabro shouted with all his strength, "Please spare my life, Lord Gitlin." Isudaniv. Gitlin asked coldly, "Who bought you?" He hurriedly confessed, "Desmond, it was Count Desmond. They threatened my life. I had no other choice at all." Hearing that name, Gitlin immediately fell into thought. Desmond. So it really was him providing troops to Gat. Pabro still refused to give up. "Even if I've ended up like this, I still served Podium for many years, didn't I? Count Gat would surely be willing to pay a considerable ransom. For you, this would be a profitable deal." Gitlin immediately jumped down from his horse and calmly ordered, "Raise your head." Seeing that, Pabro immediately shouted in delight, "Lord Gitlin, thank you, my lord, for giving me another chance. If you spare my life, then from now on I will definitely devote everything I have to continue serving Podium." Suddenly, a flash of cold steel appeared. Gitlin's sharp blade cleanly took Pabro's life. His eyes remained wide open, full of unwillingness. Gitlin said coldly, "I have never made deals with trash like you." Gitlin stared at him and said firmly, "For anyone who betrays Podium, there's only one path, death." Gitlin's troops quickly departed, leaving behind a camp reduced to scorched ruins in a sea of fire. Belinda glanced at Gitlin as if she wanted to say something. Chow turned back and asked in confusion, "What do we do next, Captain Gitlin?" He answered calmly, "Head straight for the castle." Gitlin judged. By now the enemy has probably already begun assaulting the city. Their full attention will be focused on the castle. He laid out the plan coldly. "And we will use this moment to attack them from the rear and throw them completely into chaos." Gitlin ordered, "Chow, Belinda, once we arrive, immediately reinforce the left wall. I will take responsibility for the right wall." He glanced behind him and called softly, "Jillian." Gitlin said sternly, "The enemy camp is yours. This is still a surprise attack, but you will have to use the few against the many and face several thousand enemy soldiers. Can you do it?" Hearing that, Jillian gave a faint smile. He said decisively, "No problem. If that is your order, my lord." Hearing that, Gitlin smiled in satisfaction. Chow felt a little jealous. That old man always gets assigned the interesting jobs. Belinda asked in confusion, "Young master, who is guarding the city gate?" Gitlin replied meaningfully, "Leave the gate alone for now." Hearing that, All three seemed to understand something at once and froze briefly. Gitlin noticed their gazes and turned a glance at them. He added in a deep voice, "This battle will become an entirely new chapter in Podium's history." At the same time, over by the castle, Walter was loudly commanding, "All troops prepare to engage the enemy." The moment he finished speaking, a wave of catapult shots smashed straight into the city gate, and the walls were damaged at once. Randon quickly directed, "Fire arrows. Don't let them get close." The enemy troops had begun raising ladders to climb the walls. Seeing that, the soldiers shouted in alarm, "They're climbing the walls. There are too many of them." Walter suddenly rushed forward and shouted, "Switch to close combat." He commanded sternly, "You must not let them seize the wall." Meanwhile, beneath the castle, Tammet spread his arms and laughed arrogantly. He clapped excitedly. "How refreshing. I don't even need to look to know this is already over." He gestured to Victor standing beside him. "Catapults, prepare the second wave of attacks. Crush them as quickly as possible." Seeing that, Victor thought to himself, "So this is the fate of the North Wolf. I did have some expectations, but..." At this moment, Walter was fiercely battling that savage soldier. He and Randon were quickly surrounded tightly by a large number of enemy troops. Randon asked anxiously, "My lord, the walls can still be held, but if this continues, the gate will fall very soon. Do you have any orders?" Sweat covered Walter's face as he closed his eyes and fell silent for a moment. Then he calmly ordered, "Ignore the gate. We hold only the walls." Walter turned and asked, "Skovan, where are the reinforcements?" The other man hurriedly reported, "Every territory we sent people to for aid has refused. The Diggit territory and the Rayfort territory both said internal problems have arisen and they cannot send support. The envoys sent to Count Loges have all lost contact as well. There is no news from them at all." Randon cursed furiously. "Damn it, why is not a single one of them willing to send reinforcements? A bunch of ungrateful wretches." At the same time, in the enemy's main command camp, a soldier ran over in panic and reported, "This is bad. My Lord Count, it seems the supply unit has been attacked." Hearing this, Tammet immediately widened his eyes in shock. The soldier lowered his voice and continued, "The men we sent to retrieve supplies still haven't returned. Something must have happened to the supply unit." Tammet tried to remain calm. "Don't jump to conclusions. That's impossible." He let out a cold laugh. "Those podium rats trapped inside the castle. How could they possibly know the location of the supply convoy, much less run out and attack it?" Victor looked at the black smoke rising in the distance and thought to himself, "That smoke over there, there is no doubt it is coming from the supply unit." He marveled inwardly. "I didn't expect Podium to still have someone bold enough to set up a situation like this." A sharp, cold gleam flashed through Victor's eyes as he muttered, "Interesting." Tammet hurriedly asked, "Lord Victor, what should we do now? The war has only just begun. If we have no supplies..." Victor immediately raised a hand to signal for silence. He said decisively, "We do not need supplies because before the sun sets today, we will take this castle." Tammet was stunned. "Today?" Victor fixed his gaze on the castle ahead. A cold light flickered in his eyes. Victor watched the battlefield and thought to himself, "The attacks on both walls have gone on for a long time, yet they still have not broken through. Walter's elites, including the North Wolf, must all be desperately holding those positions. But compared with those, the main gate..." He seemed to realize something and nodded. "I see now." Victor quickly pointed his sword forward. "All troops advance." The army immediately moved like thunder, battle spirit surging high. Victor shouted decisively, "Today we will smash open their gate." Victor spurred his horse forward majestically. He glanced behind him and called in a deep voice, "Aiden." The moment he finished speaking, a burst of hoofbeats rang out. A man wearing an iron helmet immediately appeared. He raised a gigantic spear high. The soldier, named Aiden, quickly came forward from the rear and respectfully awaited orders. Victor said in a deep voice, "I will personally break this gate." "So," he instructed, "you stay here and hold this position." As soon as he finished speaking, the two went off in different directions. At this moment, on one side of the city gate, Enemy troops were still taking turns climbing up the wall one after another. Podium's men were still fighting with all their strength, not resting for even half a moment. Scovan suddenly noticed something and immediately shouted, "My lord, over there!" Looking in the direction he pointed, they immediately saw two enormous siege towers rumbling closer. Walter blurted out in shock, "Damn it! How did they know the height of the wall?" Randon was just as anxious, and they completely outnumber us. If those siege towers get here, we're finished. Walter shouted loudly, "Are the catapults ready?" The soldier immediately reported back, "Just finished setting them up." He instantly ordered, "Fire! Stop those siege towers!" Seeing the giant boulder hurtling toward them with a roar, the enemy troops cried out in alarm. "Stone shot? Those podium bastards set up catapults too? It's about to hit!" Suddenly, something sliced across the sky. A gigantic arrow shot forward at astonishing speed. Before everyone's eyes, it slammed directly into the middle of that massive boulder. Seeing this, everyone was utterly horrified. The stone shot was stopped. They were furious to the extreme. What kind of monster did that? Walter suddenly realized something. Looking at Victor below the gate, he murmured to himself, "Could it really be him?" Victor slowly gripped the hilt of the sword on his back and said contemptuously, "It's useless, people of Podium. No matter how you struggle, your defeat has already been decided." He gave the order decisively, "Push the battering ram forward." A crowd immediately worked together to shove the enormous battering ram, charging straight toward the gate on command. In the blink of an eye, the gate was smashed open, and the enemy troops immediately surged inward. "My lord!" The impacts of the siege attack became more and more violent. Walter's expression changed drastically. He called softly, "Gitlin." The gate was continuously slammed by the gigantic battering ram. At the same time, elsewhere inside the castle, all of the mages had their hands and feet bound as they sat in a circle around a magic formation. One man shouted angrily, "Let us go, you low-born commoners." Ambio roared, "We are mages. Who would want to get dragged into this war over a scrap of land?" Fergus replied calmly, "This is the young master's order, so please calm down a little." The man immediately snapped back, "Are you blind? Do I look calm to you?" He said firmly, "Look over there. The battering ram is already that close. This battle is definitely lost. This castle is finished." Hearing this, Vanessa glared at him in great displeasure. She stepped forward and said softly, "Ambio, don't worry. The young master will definitely resolve all of this." Ambio let out a disdainful sneer. "Don't make me laugh. Don't mention that Grand Duke in front of me. It's because of that bastard that I was dragged down into hell, and now I'm about to lose my life too. Resolve everything? What the hell can he resolve?" Vanessa tried to persuade him. "No matter what, the young master definitely will." He roared furiously, "Shut up. Are you really planning to obey a madman?" Vanessa retorted firmly, "No, my lord is not mad. The young master is..." A few days earlier, Vanessa had been trying to control her magic, but the magical power she could gather was still only a tiny amount. Seeing this, Vanessa said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, my lord. I finally learned how to use magic, but for now, this is all I can manage." Gitlin smiled and comforted her. "It's all right. As long as you can use magic now, that is already enough. The lacking magical power will gradually accumulate over time. Come with me. There's something I want to show you." With that, he led her somewhere. There, more than a dozen mages were sweating profusely as they buried something, each of them so exhausted that they were panting heavily. Seeing this, Vanessa's heart stirred slightly. They're burying rune stones. Just then, a voice rang out, "Grand Duke." The moment she saw who had arrived, she was startled. "Ambio," he roared in anger. "Why are you making our mages dig this up? Don't you have soldiers to do this kind of work? Huh? If you were planning to hide these rune stones, why not move them outside the castle long ago?" A soldier, enraged that he had spoken out of turn, immediately rushed forward and grabbed him by the throat, warning, "No talking while you work." But Ambio still shouted with all his might. "You," Vanessa asked in confusion. "My lord." "This is," Gitlin replied softly. "This is a preparatory step," he explained calmly. "In war, the simplest tactic is often the most effective. overwhelm the enemy with superior numbers. No matter how hard we try, we cannot stop their endless waves of attacks. The city gate will be breached, but that doesn't mean we have no way to win. Hearing that, Vanessa immediately fell silent. It was as if she suddenly understood something, and she asked, "You mean?" Vanessa tightened her grip on the staff in her hand, silently asking herself, "Can I really do this?" She stopped thinking and abruptly slammed her staff into the center of the magic formation. In an instant, a powerful force spread outward. Ambio cried out in shock. "This magic formation impossible!" He shouted in panic. "Magical power transmission!" Vanessa's eyes filled with determination. She remembered Gitlin's words of encouragement. "You can do this, Vanessa." At that moment, Victor stood outside the city, silently watching the strange phenomenon appear within. The enemy army was still battering the gate like mad. The soldiers inside the city quickly raised their bows and reminded one another, "Damn it, the gate. Hold the line until the signal comes down." Randon suddenly noticed something and immediately shouted, "My lord, look over there!" In the distance, a mounted force was charging toward them. Walter froze and murmured, "That army." When he recognized the familiar armor, he could no longer suppress his joy and blurted out, "Gitlin." Victor turned around warily. A soldier ran over and reported in a low voice, "Lord Victor, report. A cavalry force of unknown origin has appeared on our rear flanks and launched a surprise attack." At that moment, Chow and Belinda were slaughtering enemy troops like a raging storm, terrifying them into scattering and fleeing. Gitlin raised the long sword in his hand. He swiftly unleashed that unfathomable, ghost-like speed, and in the blink of an eye, he cut down more than a dozen soldiers at once, leaving the enemy no time to react. Everyone shouted in panic, "An ambush! Weren't we told Podium had no reinforcements?" They all fired arrows at him at once. "Shoot! Hurry and shoot! Don't just stand there. Kill them before they get close." Gitlin swept his cold gaze over them. The very next moment, with a whoosh, both he and his horse vanished from where they stood. 1 second later, Gitlin had already leaped over the enemy ranks on horseback, making everyone cry out in horror. What? Did he just fly? At that moment, there was nothing left in Gitlin's eyes but cold, ruthless cruelty. He swung his sword, and in an instant, every enemy soldier below was wiped out. They all collapsed to the ground. The remaining soldiers saw this and trembled as they spoke. "He killed that many people in an instant? Is he some kind of monster?" Gitlin raised the long sword in his hand, and his voice rang out, "Soldiers of Podium, rise. From this moment on, it is our turn to strike back." Gitlin shouted again, "Soldiers of Podium, get up. From this moment on, it is our turn to counterattack." The moment his words fell, the soldiers on both sides were instantly filled with fighting spirit and charged viciously at one another, ready to kill. At the same time, inside Dgat's main camp, explosions sounded one after another, and the enemy banners came crashing down. At the same time, as the soldiers saw Jillian drawing ever closer, wave after wave of alarmed shouting broke out. "We've been ambushed. The main camp is under attack." Jillian quickly gave the order, "Gordon, Toden, I'll draw their attention. The two of you split up and destroy every important structure." The two answered in unison, "Understood." Toden sneered, "Look at those bastards. They're in complete chaos." Gordon added, "By the time they make it back to camp, the place will already be ashes." Tammet, seeing all this with his own eyes, could not help but freeze in shock. What the hell is going on? Why are we the ones being ambushed instead? That soldier hurriedly urged him, "My lord, you need to withdraw first." Before he could finish, Jillian had already ridden straight up in front of them. He spoke coldly, "Enemy Supreme Commander, Count Dgat Tammet, I intend to take you alive." Hearing that, Tammet immediately broke out in a cold sweat and cried out, "Huh." Just then, an arrow carrying immense magical power shot in from nowhere, flying straight toward Tammet. Jillian instantly sensed that something was wrong and cast a sidelong glance. He quickly raised his spear and blocked the arrow. At that moment, Aiden and Jillian stood face to face. Jillian studied the man before him and thought, "This one is very strong." Aiden nodded in approval. bringing only that many men and still daring to charge straight into the main camp. You've got some nerve. He promptly introduced himself. I am Aiden. State your name. Hearing that, Jillian narrowed his eyes as killing intent flared. He said coldly, I have no name. I am merely a weapon under Grand Duke Podium. At that moment, on the left section of the city wall, Belinda shouted, Chow. She quickly hurled that soldier toward him. Chow broke into an excited grin. The next moment, he swung his sharp blade and split the man's body in two. Belinda complained, Did you really have to spray blood all the way over here? Chow paid no attention to her. Then dodge it yourself, old lady. I don't have time to worry about that. Hearing that, she instantly flew into a rage and shouted, What? Old lady. At the same time, on the right side of the wall, Gitlin was fiercely fighting off the ever-increasing number of enemy soldiers rushing at him. The enemy troops had begun to panic. We can't stop him. We're going to die, run. Seeing this, Gitlin immediately shouted encouragement. Everyone charge. The enemy is already in disarray. Now is the chance to wipe them out. He declared decisively, I will destroy their siege tower. Hearing that, Gordon and Toden were instantly fired up and shouted, Follow Captain Gitlin. Crush those bastards. Seeing the enemy soldiers beginning to break and flee, the mounted man immediately mocked them. A bunch of useless idiots without a shred of discipline. What kind of fool turns his back on the enemy on a battlefield? He gave the order, Spearmen, block the front. Everyone answered in unison, Yes, my lord. Gitlin said quietly to his warhorse, Avoid them yourself. The enemy spearmen all thrust at Gitlin's horse at the same time, but the horse dodged every single attack. Everyone was horrified. What? Where did he go? By then, Gitlin had already used the momentum to leap high into the air. The moment he landed, he casually seized an enemy soldier standing there by the throat. Then Gitlin swung up his longsword. With a single blow, he killed every one of those spearmen. He circled behind them and launched a sudden attack, leaving all of them unable to react. One soldier's head had already been severed and sent flying into the air, his eyes still wide open. Gitlin suddenly realized something was wrong. He silently looked at the enemy forces still surging forward like a tide through the smoke and flames, continuing their assault on the city. Gitlin thought to himself, the condition of the wall is even worse than I expected. Is it because of that siege tower? At this rate, the wall may collapse before the gate is even broken. My cavalry is attacking with everything they have, but the difference in troop numbers is simply too great. It will be difficult to completely turn the tide. If I hesitate any longer, we'll end up surrounded instead. That commander gave a stern order. Stop that man. The siege tower is already in position, and the wall is about to fall. It doesn't matter if you can't kill him. Just hold him back. Gitlin muttered inwardly, There's no time left. I have to act before we lose our momentum. I'll personally shatter their formation completely. The next moment, he decisively swung his sword and charged straight into the middle of the enemy formation, splitting that man's head in two with a single slash. Seeing this, another man immediately rushed forward cursing, You bastard! But with one more sword stroke, he too was easily killed. Then another followed. Gitlin swiftly blocked that man's blade. Then the instant his opponent left an opening, he slipped behind him and struck again, sending the soldier straight to the grave. The other soldiers kept urging one another on. Fire arrows. He's aiming for the siege tower. Don't let him get close. Arrows rained down thick and fast, but Gitlin dodged everyone. The commander froze in place the moment he saw Gitlin close in. Gitlin wasted no words and thrust his sword straight through the man's chest, then casually lifted him up and hurled him directly at the siege tower. The longsword itself struck hard against the tower's frame as well, making the enemy scream in terror, Wah! Gitlin immediately channeled his magical power. He shot forward like an arrow, used the momentum to leap high into the air, and then pulled his sword back to himself with magical power. Before everyone's eyes, Gitlin swiftly caught his sword again. They were all too frightened to speak. Gitlin raised his long sword high, his eyes full of ruthless intent. With a clang, his sword smashed down into the center of the flooring inside the tower. He unleashed a terrifying power, enough to destroy the entire towering structure. The soldiers cried out in horror, The siege tower! this truly was a foolish move. Watching the scene, Victor became suspicious, using his own body to destroy a siege tower. Is he the commander? In the blink of an eye, the entire tower came crashing down. Gitlin trudged away in exhaustion. Victor turned and asked his subordinate, "The gate still hasn't been broken?" The subordinate immediately reported, "The gate is sturdier than expected. The obstacles inside slowed us down a little, but in about 10 more minutes, we should be able to break through." Victor said nothing after hearing that. He merely lowered his voice and ordered, "Cut it to 5 minutes. Before that, I'll go deal with their commander. No matter what, that gate must be broken." Victor threatened coldly, "Unless all of you want to die by my hand." The subordinate immediately trembled in fear and answered in a stammer, "Why, yes, my lord." Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. "Hey, you in the winged armor over there." A man slowly walked forward and calmly continued, "You're not going anywhere." Victor glanced back over his shoulder, then asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" The other man introduced himself casually. "Chow, commander of the Ager Marauder Mercenary Company." Chow flashed a wild grin and loudly provoked him, "Let's have a round." As soon as he finished speaking, he spurred his horse forward. On the other side, a man clad in iron armor, his warhorse fully armored as well, was also riding toward him head-on. "Come." That man yanked hard on the reins and gave a low shout. Chow was struck hard in the chest by the front hooves of the armored warhorse, and his own horse let out a shrill neigh. Immediately afterward, a slash grazed his body. In the next instant, Chow quickly twisted aside and dodged the heavy, mountain-like strike of the iron-armored knight. Then he sprang forward and brought his blade down toward where that knight stood. The moment the blade fell, it was firmly blocked by the enemy's sword. Chow gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with even greater fury, then pressed down with all his strength against the knight's blade. Chow watched tensely through clenched teeth. This guy, he blocked every one of my attacks? In the next moment, the knight sprang upward again, bringing his sword down as he spoke. "I've seen plenty of your type, enough to fill a whole cart. Pitiful mercenaries like you always think you're strong." The man suddenly swung his sword and smashed it hard into the middle of Chow's body. Chow instantly raised his sword horizontally in front of himself, straining with all his strength to block it. But his sword could not bear that weight and immediately snapped in two. Blood burst from Chow's body at once, spraying everywhere. The eyes behind the helmet shone with savage light, as if they were on fire. He said coldly, "There is nothing easier to deal with than a beast that only knows how to swing and slash on instinct." The iron-armored knight still sat firmly atop his horse, the great sword in his hand still dripping blood. Chow was blasted backward. Clutching his shoulder, where blood was still pouring from the wound, he gritted out, "Damn it, this guy is absurdly strong." Just like the captain said. A voice came from ahead. "His name is Victor, the hidden trump card Count Desmond kept in reserve, and also one of the forces targeting Podium." Standing behind, Chow looked over with a questioning gaze. "He's even stronger than the captain?" Gitlin Podium said in a grave voice, "Of everyone I've ever met, aside from myself, he is the strongest." The scene of the fortress under assault appeared before him. Black smoke filled the sky. That man clearly intends to use his numerical advantage to force us to commit all our strength to defending the walls. And then, when our defensive line is at its weakest, break the gate and launch a full assault. A face appeared in his mind. Aiden turned his head slightly. "Everything is proceeding exactly as I predicted." But Chow knelt on one knee on the ground, his face dark, recalling those words. "The moment Victor leaves the gate, the entire plan may collapse." He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the captain's instructions echoed again in his mind. "Cow." Victor, mounted on horseback, appeared powerfully before him. "When that time comes, hold him back." After calming himself, Chow picked up half of his broken sword. "You're serious about this?" One hand clutched his wound, while the other thrust the broken half-blade forward, yet the corners of his mouth still curled into a huge grin. "At least give a man some chance of winning, will you?" All around the city, thunderous explosions rang out, and white smoke spread thickly through the air. Slashes of light streaked across the sky. Two huge, powerfully built men were fighting each other savagely. Stop that, big man. I didn't get farther back. It's too dangerous. You'll get caught in it. The surroundings were utterly chaotic, with endless screams ringing out. Kill as many enemies as you can. Don't get in Lord Jillian's way. Jillian's expression darkened. What a nuisance. I don't have time to waste here. Standing before him was an iron-armored knight covered from head to toe, wielding a great sword and a massive golden shield. That giant shield could block attacks from every direction, leaving almost no openings at all. It's been a long time since I've met such a troublesome opponent. Jillian raised the battle axe in his hand, but in the very next instant, he smashed the axe down hard onto that golden shield and roared, "I can't keep wasting time on you." The iron-armored knight showed no fear and said calmly, "Useless. That last blow was indeed powerful, but you will never break through my shield." As soon as he said that, he twisted aside to evade Jillian's attack and immediately swung his sword at him. The sword point chopped straight down, then suddenly flicked upward, slashing across the warhorse. The horse was instantly wounded, and blood sprayed into the air. Jillian's eyes turned cold in an instant, while the horse neighed in agony. The iron-armored knight remained seated imposingly atop his armored warhorse, looking down at him from above. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he said icily, "Get lost." With that, he slammed the shield in his hand hard into Jillian. Jillian had to use all his strength just to withstand it. Elsewhere, Chow was also fighting desperately. Suddenly, something fell from above. A heavy object slammed into the ground right in front of everyone, making them all turn in shock. An iron-armored knight appeared, and beside his helmet hung an extremely mysterious cloak. Meanwhile, on the other side, a woman was raising her staff and exerting her power. The bespectacled man, tied up on the ground, struggled and shouted, "Hey, the city gate has been broken. You're drawing out magical power. Do something already." But the woman remained calm, focusing all her mind on her work. "Not yet. Just a little more. Only a little more." The iron-armored knight lowered the tip of his sword and shouted, "The gate is open. All troops attack with full force." At the command, all the soldiers surged toward the gate in a great flood, shouting in unison, "Take the city." The armored commander immediately ordered, "Bring Count Gitlin Podium to me. I'm going to deal with their commander." The subordinate behind him immediately accepted the order. "Yes, understood." Though already wounded, Chow still said with a trembling voice, "No." He forced himself to stand. "You're not going anywhere." Victor cast him a glance. "You're Chow, aren't you? With your strength, you should know where a man ought to die and where he ought not to die. So why do you keep charging it again and again?" The other man said, "Look, the city gate has already been broken." Jillian was kneeling beneath his horse's hooves. The iron-armored knight said coldly, "You've lost." Though they were in two different places, Chow and Jillian were both extraordinarily calm, their eyes dark and grim. "Your bold surprise attack truly was beyond our expectations, but the outcome will not change. Stuffing a bunch of useless mercenaries into an elite unit. That was the mistake that decided your family's fate." Victor's gaze was ice-cold. "Mercenaries ought to know when to retreat once the situation turns." On the other side, the armored knight also said coldly, "No matter how clever you are, you can never defeat properly trained knights." Chow and Jillian stood beneath the horse's hooves of those knights. "There was never any reason for you to throw your lives away." A dangerous peal of laughter rang out. A savage look appeared on Chow's face. "So what?" Chow and Jillian burst out laughing at the same time, their eyes resolute. Mercenaries or knights on the battlefield, there is only, in two different places, both of them charged at the knights at the same moment. Victory or defeat. The knight raised the sword his hand high. The excuses of losers are not worth hearing. As soon as he said that, he viciously brought his sword down on the battle axe Jillian had raised. The two weapons slammed into each other violently, then were forced down to the ground by sheer strength. Jillian swiftly twisted the battle axe, and the mechanism inside the shaft immediately began to move. The knight sensed something was wrong and was startled. In the next instant, Jillian burst forth with power and directly knocked the sword from the knight's hand into the air. The heavily wounded armored warhorse collapsed to the ground, and the knight crashed down with it. The knight flew into a rage. "You beast! You're nothing but a lowly mercenary, and you dare." Before he could finish, Jillian leaped high into the air. Putting all his strength into it, he brought the battle axe down without hesitation and smashed it straight at the knight. Jillian said calmly, "No matter how solid a defense is, there will always be an opening." Then, he drew the long sword from his back. "I offered this life long ago as a weapon in the Grand Duke's hand." The long sword was lifted high into the air. Therefore, in the next instant, Jillian drove the sword into the knight. "The only meaning of my existence is to bring victory to him." The knight's eyes immediately filled with panic and horror. The long sword pierced straight through his body, and blood sprayed into the air. On the other side, Chow was also charging toward Victor. He gritted his teeth. Though his heart was anxious and uneasy, he still rushed forward with absolute determination. "I know that bastard is stronger than me. I know I might die too, but..." Chow recalled what Gitlin Podium had once told him. "Hold Victor back." He calmed down, and a glint flashed in his eyes. "Just once. I only need to land one hit." Chow gripped his sword and charged at Victor. Though tense, he was utterly resolute. "I know that bastard is stronger than me, and I may die, but..." Chow's gaze steadied, filled with determination. "If I can swing out one strike, if I can do it." A voice sounded in his mind. "Want to know how I did it?" Gitlin Podium turned his head back. "How?" Chow stood behind him, both hands raised overhead. "You know, that move, the one from when we made that bet. No, the one where you dodged first and then counterattacked so beautifully." When the other man did not respond, Chow awkwardly turned his head aside. "Come on, teach me." Gitlin smiled faintly and said, "The move itself isn't the important part." As Chow rushed at Victor, he remembered those words. When someone fights you for the first time, they'll probably all think that way. Victor showed no fear at all. Raising the sword in his hand, he said calmly, "He's nothing but a beast, one that only knows how to lower its head and charge forward." Chow's eyes suddenly turned razor-sharp, his resolve flaring fiercely. "They'll look down on you." Then the two of them clashed head-on, blades colliding as dust billowed up. Chow was struck, his face knocked to one side, but he immediately hurled his sword at Victor. Victor did not panic in the slightest. He merely gave a faint snort. Chow's sword was easily knocked aside and sent flying upward. Victor still spoke calmly. "Fools always make hasty decisions the moment they think they have nothing left, without realizing that it will be the final choice of their lives." As he spoke, he raised the gleaming cold sword in his hand. Victor coldly thrust the tip of his sword toward Chow and declared, "Die." At that razor-thin moment, Chow remembered those words. But he stared wide-eyed at the sword tip stabbing toward him. Yet there was not the slightest fear in his heart. If you can hide your true intention within that motion, at the most dangerous instant, Chow suddenly twisted his body. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed the knight's arm and used the force to launch himself into the air, still holding half of a broken sword in his hand. Victor was momentarily unable to react to that sudden move. "Chow straight down. Then at the very least, you'll definitely be able to strike a fatal wound." The sword point suddenly stabbed toward Victor. The warhorse let out a frenzied scream the moment it was stabbed, blood spraying through the air. Chow took advantage of the moment and drove the sword in deeper. Seeing the warhorse lose control, Victor leaped off its back, while Chow fell with it and slammed heavily onto the ground. Victor looked at Chow and thought to himself, that chaotic, formless technique. After throwing away his sword, he grabbed it again in midair. Even while at a disadvantage, had you already secretly laid the groundwork to turn the battle around? This was a realm that only someone prepared to die could reach. He stood on the ground, looking down at Chow lying there. "It seems you're not just some mindless beast." Chow slightly lifted his eyes, breathing with difficulty. "Well done." Victor walked toward him step by step. Sometimes at the line between life and death, people break through their own limits. Unfortunately, you only brushed against it. The knight still gripped his sword tightly, a dense aura of death radiating from him. "It's just that you picked the wrong opponent." Victor lowered the tip of his sword to point at the ground. "Any last words?" Chow lay face down on the ground without saying a word, his expression dark. The knight was somewhat surprised, because Chow finally spoke. This is it. Chow curled the corner of his mouth, a hint of delight in his eyes. I hit it. Victor lowered the sword tip. What? Suddenly, something shot down from above. Hearing the movement, Victor immediately stepped back. A disturbance struck the ground the next instant. A woman swooped down from the sky. Belinda's eyes were icy cold as she raised her hand and fired an iron arrow. The hook on the arrow caught onto Chow's clothing, and then she flipped directly over Victor's head. Belinda quickly landed back on her horse, grabbed the long rope attached to the hooked arrow, and yanked Chow up into the air. Victor did not pursue. He merely stood still and watched them. So that's it. The thing you hit was this. He looked at the retreating figures of the two of them. That strike just now had indeed made him lose balance for a moment. If that woman had not acted in time, he should have died already. That man had never been foolish enough to trade his life for a single move. Chow was dragged behind Belinda's horse. The two of them retreated while talking. That bastard really nearly died. Andy, should I give him another hit? Victor recalled Chow's string of attacks just now, and a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. In that case, was everything he did truly worth gambling his life on? Then he turned his head to the side, as if he had discovered something, and he was slightly startled. Ahead of him, a large number of knights under his command were surging into the city gate. Don't tell me. They quickly passed through the gate. On the inner side of the city gate stood a figure wrapped in strange light. The young girl wore an extremely serious and composed expression. Victor shuddered slightly. So the point was simply to hold me here. The girl's expression was firm beyond compare. The city gate had already been broken, and the enemy had reached the entrance. She recalled Gitlin Podium's instructions. With her magic, she could reverse the situation in an instant. The black-haired man standing beside her looked at her. Can I really do it? Gitlin smiled faintly. You can. At this moment, a powerful enemy army stood before her. The girl stood within the magic circle and shouted, Vanessa. Strange light shone down on those knights. Her eyes flashed. Flame spear. The strange light surrounding the knights instantly turned blazing red. In the next instant, a massive explosion erupted violently. Thick smoke billowed, flames spread madly, and fire even burst out beyond the city gate. It was as if the whole space had been blown apart, fragments shooting up into the sky. Everyone present stared at the scene in horror. Gitlin Podium's grave and steady face appeared. The knights, swallowed by the raging fire, screamed miserably. It's too hot. Spare me. Because the flames were so terrifyingly powerful. They quickly began to break down and flee. Retreat. Everyone withdraw from the city immediately. The knights also turned their horses and fled in panic. Seeing that, Gitlin immediately shouted, Seal off the city gate. As the flames burned ever more fiercely, the knights fled all the more desperately. Don't let a single one escape. Amid the sea of fire, Victor's figure still sat firm and unmoving. A knight rushed to his side. Lord Victor. He raised his shield to cover his face, trying to lessen the scorching heat. Report the situation. The situation is terrible. Most of the soldiers have already been burned alive. Please give the order to retreat. Victor did not turn his head. He only said irritably, This is infuriating. He looked at the flames continuing to spread around him. This had originally been a war secretly prepared over many years, each step carefully calculated. I already cut off every path of survival for Gitlin. As he continued speaking, he recalled Chow's smug face and the mage inside the city. And yet their mobile unit, that rabid mad dog of a man, plus a high-ranking archmage capable of burning 1,000 people to death in the blink of an eye. Victor let out a soft breath. All of those factors fit together so perfectly. If I call that coincidence, it would be laughable. Could it be? He forcefully pulled the sword stuck in the ground back up. Did I walk straight into a trap? Right after that, Victor turned and strode past the soldier, ordering the whole army to withdraw. Pull back for now. He walked forward through the firelight. There is no forest in this area. As long as we break out of the sea of fire, we can regroup at the base. Conquering this place will take more time than expected, but that's the only option now. The eyes behind the iron helmet were still cold to the bone. Summon Iden here at once. Just then, a figure appeared in front of Victor. That person carried a helmet in one hand. Jillian stepped out powerfully, a great axe resting on his shoulder. A brilliant light shone in his eyes as he looked toward the people opposite him. "Are you DGAT's commander?" Victor immediately froze. He lowered his head to look at the familiar helmet in the man's hand and asked in a low voice, "Sidon?" The iron helmet was immediately thrown to the ground, and a voice rang out at the same time. "Your army and your main camp are both finished." Jillian pointed the axe blade at Victor and declared forcefully, "Surrender." All around them, soldiers were still hacking at the enemy while being driven into disorder by the spreading fire. A quiet laugh sounded in the air, yet Victor remained composed and said mockingly, "Don't make me laugh." He turned the tip of his sword toward Jillian. "Do you think my war will end like this? I will slit all your throats with my own hands and finish everything myself." The two faced each other, the weapons in their hands radiating bleak, killing intent. Victor suddenly charged out, his whole body overflowing with an aura of death. "My war begins now." Both sides charged at each other at the same time, and the battle became more and more intense. Gitlin commanded the soldiers to fire their crossbows. Fire! Crossbow bolts sank into the enemy soldiers' bodies one after another. They were no different from rats trapped in poison. Don't let a single one escape the sea of fire. The cavalry desperately hacked down the enemies who were raising shields to defend themselves. Gitlin raised his blood-stained sword high and shouted, "This is our best chance to turn the tide of the battle. Leave not a single one alive." The battle had entered its fiercest stage, both sides fighting with their lives on the line. Belinda rode up with reddened eyes and called out loudly, "Young master." Filled with worry, she asked Gitlin, "You're not hurt, are you?" He replied softly, "No." "What about you?" Belinda stammered as she glanced at the body lying draped across the horse's back, trembling non-stop. Chow was covered in wounds, drenched in blood from head to toe, yet he still barely managed to raise a thumbs up to show that he was fine. Gitlin looked at him and smiled faintly. Belinda could not help complaining. Just a little more off, and he'd have been done for. "When we heard your plan, we all thought you were completely insane." Gitlin merely smiled and said, "But in the end, it worked, didn't it?" Belinda recalled it for a moment, then said in a rapid burst, "I swear I'll never do that again." All the rune stones we worked so hard to save up were gone in a single strike. Make sure to praise Vanessa later. This time, Gitlin frowned slightly. "But where's Jillian?" Belinda was immediately startled. Gitlin spurred his horse past her at once, ignoring her calls from behind as he galloped straight ahead, his heart full of worry. "Jillian." The eyes behind the iron helmet flashed with cold light. Jillian used his battle axe to block a heavy blow from the opponent's greatsword. That helmeted man charged up once more, bringing down another powerful slash. Jillian defended with extreme difficulty, his body forced backward step by step. Too heavy. At this rate, the helmeted man suddenly roared, "You filthy mercenary rats! You've only had a little fun, and you're already so full of yourselves?" Jillian did not answer, only swinging the whole battle axe straight at him. Yet the opponent easily blocked it again with his sword. Jillian realized something inside the axe shaft. The helmeted knight had wedged his sword into the battle axe structure, and with a single move, he flung Jillian's battle axe far behind him. He roared, "You bastards have truly gone too far." Jillian, expressionless, faced what came next. The other's blade seemed to pierce straight through his body, blood gushing out and spilling onto the ground. The violent pain made Jillian's whole body convulse. The helmeted knight looked down at him with cold, inhuman eyes and spoke. He twisted the blade, avoiding the vital spots. "It seems you killing Aiden wasn't entirely due to luck. There is only one other man, just like you, who could withstand my attacks so well. You were clearly already exhausted from dealing with Aiden, yet you still came to face me. A truly foolish choice. But even he, if he could die by the hands of someone like you, probably would have no regrets." Suddenly, he sensed something rushing at him from behind. He immediately tilted his head to look and quickly dodged aside. A streak of sword light plunged deep into the ground between the two men. The helmeted knight roared, "Who's there?" Rapid footsteps quickly approached. Gitlin stepped forward. The helmeted knight stood frozen in place, staring at him, and hesitated as he said, "You are?" Jillian panted with difficulty. Gitlin picked up his battle axe, tested its weight with a swing, then rested it on his shoulder and slowly approached. The helmeted knight's pupils shook violently. Black horn. Gitlin moved. Core release. He stomped down hard on the ground. His body immediately shot forward, so fast it dazzled the eye. In the next moment, he leaped high into the air, using the momentum to bring the axe blade down in a savage chop. The helmeted knight raised his sword horizontally above his head to block, but he appeared to struggle. He shoved Gitlin back with force. The two of them once again swung the weapons in their hands. Gitlin used the axe blade to stop the helmeted knight's slash. This time, it was Gitlin's turn to counterattack. He swung his arm hard backward to gather momentum, then chopped forward. The helmeted knight leaped high to avoid that strike, then used the motion to spring into the air, both hands gripping the sword hilt as he poured all his strength into a vicious blow at Gitlin's head. Gitlin gripped the end of the axe shaft and blocked the heavy slash. Gitlin's eyes glowed with an eerie violet light. He held the battle axe fast while delivering a fierce kick to the helmeted knight's body. The man was sent flipping backward, crashing awkwardly to the ground as his body endured a heavy shock. He quickly sprang back up, his mind trembling. That movement had been completely impossible to predict. One tiny mistake would mean death. Podium was actually hiding a powerhouse of this level. Gitlin suddenly spoke. I know who you are. Your strength, your strategies, even the force backing you. I know it all. The helmeted knight was immediately thrown into inner turmoil. A trap? Bracing himself with his sword, he forced himself upright and charged at Gitlin. He roared impossible. He launched one ferocious attack after another at Gitlin, trying to suppress the turmoil in his heart. Podium could not possibly know about this top-secret operation. From beginning to end, Gitlin used only his battle axe to block his attacks. Then he smashed a heavy blow toward the helmeted knight. As he defended, the man thought to himself, I'm the hidden trump card Count Desmond, kept in reserve. He swung his sword and knocked the axe blade aside, the tip of his sword pressing forward, and growled furiously. Do you think a cheap trick like that could fool me? But his sword still struck only the battle axe. The helmeted knight froze at once. Gitlin's body flipped through the air, and the axe blade dropped beneath the helmeted knight's feet, barely grazing past him. The helmeted knight swung his sword again, but this time, too, he hit only the battle axe, and immediately after that, he took another kick from Gitlin. He let out a low roar and looked up, only to see Gitlin fiercely swinging the axe down at him. The same scene repeated itself. Once again, his sword could only barely block Gitlin's axe blade. The crimson-red blade burst with power as if it were exploding. The helmeted knight's helm flew off on the spot, finally revealing his face. Blood streamed down from his broad forehead, and he looked utterly bedraggled. Gitlin slowly walked toward the figure kneeling on the ground, grabbed the sword embedded deep in the earth, and said, As expected, axes aren't bad, but this suits my hand better. The helmeted knight panted and asked through gritted teeth, What kind of monster are you? Gitlin replied, Me? I am Archduke Podium Gitlin Podium. Gitlin tossed the helmet to the ground and said calmly, I am the Archduke of Podium. The helmet hit the ground. At the same time, his name echoed out, Gitlin Podium. Hearing that, the helmeted knight went still for a moment. Gitlin Podium. Then, he let out a mocking snort. The next moment, he burst into wild laughter like a madman. Even though he had been beaten into the dirt, the helmeted knight remained arrogant and defiant. So I, the greatest knight of the North, was defeated by some gutter rat. Gitlin answered indifferently. That's right. Today, you'll learn who truly stands at the top of the North, Victor. The man named Victor gave him a scornful smile. How arrogant. I won't ask how you set your trap and schemed against me. On the battlefield, using every means possible for victory is only natural. No matter the process, the one still standing at the end is the winner. Victor tightened his body, his aura erupting violently. He sneered and stared at Gitlin with eyes full of murderous intent, as if he wanted to devour him alive, then finished in a low voice. Isn't that right? Gitlin also raised his sword. Of course. Gitlin was no less imposing. his own aura exploding as well. He issued a challenge. "Come at me." The figures of his comrades and the faces of his friends flashed one after another through Gitlin's mind. The two men glared at each other as if their eyes alone could spark fire. Then, after that long stare, they hurled themselves at each other. Their sword blades crashed together, throwing off sparks. Victor used his sword to block Gitlin's downward slash. The two of them kept swinging at each other relentlessly, like a pair of street thugs brawling in an alley. Gitlin suddenly leapt backward. The shriek of grinding metal was chilling. Victor thrust his sharp sword straight forward. In response, Gitlin brought his own sword crashing down onto Victor's blade above his head. Victor clenched his teeth and swung his arm hard. He forced Gitlin's whole body backward. Gitlin raised a foot and stepped on Victor's sword hilt, balancing on it with one leg. Then he kicked straight at Victor's face. Victor's head snapped violently back, leaving him in a sorry state. Gitlin seized the chance to press the attack. Victor flew into a rage. Using all his strength, he gripped his sword with both hands and blocked the blow. The impact threw Gitlin backward. He desperately braced himself to keep his balance, but he still slid some distance across the ground. Gitlin frowned as he looked at the wound on his hand. Victor smiled when he saw that he had managed to cut him. The two of them simply stood there, staring at each other. Then they charged once more. This time, it was Gitlin's turn to block his opponent's slash. He immediately returned a strike of his own with effortless ease. Suddenly, Victor's body closed in. Gitlin gritted his teeth and leapt high into the air. From above, he slashed down at his opponent. So it continued, one attacking, the other parrying over and over. The two fought with exhilarating ferocity, utterly heedless of heaven and earth around them. Their swords clashed once again. Gitlin and Victor looked straight into each other's eyes. The two exchanged an intense gaze. Their swords slammed into the ground at the same time, sending dirt and gravel exploding in all directions. Gitlin instantly caught Victor's next move. Following the motion, he swung his sword upward. Victor's sword grazed past him. Gitlin drove a direct punch into his chin. The two of them were knocked apart at once. Gitlin charged forward again. Victor rolled backward across the ground. His sword skimmed close to the earth, launching an upward attack from below. Sand and dirt flew everywhere. Gitlin raised a hand to shield his face from the dust. Victor came charging in fiercely, the tip of his sword aimed straight at his face. Yet even then, Gitlin still had enough composure to admire him inwardly. "You truly are strong, Victor. Even with my power amplified, the gap between us is nowhere near absurd. Back then, when I ignited the war and attacked Count Desmond's house, the one standing in my way was you as well." Gitlin recalled the battles of the past and the moments when death had nearly taken him. Then he reached a conclusion in his heart. Only at the very end can I finally let go of that hatred. I've wasted far too much time. Someone like you, who sought to destroy Podium, was destined only to fail. I made that resolve long ago. Returning to the present, Victor rushed at Gitlin. The two faced each other head-on, neither trying to dodge. Gitlin said decisively, "All those who dare covet my house, what awaits you is only death." Both thrust their swords straight at each other, yet the expressions on their faces were completely opposite. Gitlin's sword pierced straight through the center of Victor's body, while Victor's sword caught beneath Gitlin's arm. He muttered softly, "Desmond, Count." His body crashed heavily to the ground. Gitlin stood there, looking at the limp body lying on the ground. Victor gave a bitter smile, his eyes turned toward the distant sky. Gitlin looked at him silently. Then he turned and walked away. But when he heard Victor speak, Gitlin stopped. It was only one sentence. "I just want to ask one thing. What kind of monster are you, really?" Gitlin turned his head, but did not answer. Victor continued. "The Gitlin I knew was Podium's shame, the North's trash. Now none of that matters anymore. How interesting, Gitlin Podium. Corpses were piled atop one another, and the battlefield had been dyed red with blood." Gitlin supported Jillian's body and walked toward the fortress. The two of them looked ahead, where that army was welcoming their return. At this moment, Randon, Walter, and the others all stared wide-eyed, watching them approach step by step. Gitlin glanced to the other side. Belinda and Chow were also staring at him with wide eyes. Gitlin let out a relieved smile and said, "So everyone's alive?" A moment later, everyone rushed over. "Young Master, Captain Gitlin." They crowded around Gitlin and Jillian, talking over each other in excitement. "I've been a mercenary for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever seen a battle like that. What in the world was that magic? It gave me goosebumps." Gitlin only said softly, "Thank you all for following orders. You all did very well." Holding his injured shoulder, Chow teased Jillian, "Hey, old man, don't tell me you're planning to whine to the captain over a little scratch." Jillian replied expressionlessly, "It's nothing serious." Belinda, however, was far from calm and raised her voice. "Nothing serious? Blood's pouring out like a stream. Stop pretending you're fine. Let's take a look." Gitlin asked Belinda, "How is Vanessa?" A bit flustered, she replied, She's completely exhausted. Mr. Fergus has already taken her and the mages into the city, so they should be safe." Hearing a loud shout, Gitlin turned around. "My lord!" Randon rushed over and hugged him, beaming brightly. Well done," as expected of Podium's heir. Gitlin looked a little embarrassed. "You worked hard too, Captain of the Knights. And you too, Father." Walter looked at him, his eyes seeming to hold countless emotions. He stepped closer to Gitlin and embraced him tightly. In a voice both soothing and praising, he said, "You did very well. When I first heard this plan, I thought it was far too absurd. And yet you really did it." Gitlin denied it. "It's because you held the city, Father, that the plan succeeded." "Father," Walter calmly answered, "No, this was all because of you." He grabbed Gitlin's hand and raised it high. "We won. This is Podium's victory." Walter smiled brilliantly in triumph. The soldiers raised their banners high and cheered for victory. Everyone rejoiced in this triumph bought with countless lives and oceans of blood. Gitlin stood there like a statue, looking at the victorious scene before him. A faint smile slowly appeared at the corner of his lips as he murmured inwardly, "Yes, this is it. This is the reason I came back. But the war is not over yet." His eyes were still filled with fury. Randon asked Walter, "My lord, what should we do now?" "I'll go confirm the state of the troops first." Walter said to Gitlin, "Call your people back as well." "Gitlin, we still have a lot to do, so rest whenever you can." But when he heard Gitlin's reply, he stopped short. "No, there's no time left. We must force Count Degat to formally surrender as soon as possible." Walter tried to soothe him. "Don't rush. We could talk about that tomorrow." Gitlin cut off his father's words. "By then it will be too late. I will immediately lead the mercenaries into Degat territory. Therefore, please grant me the authority of acting lord." Randon froze. The authority of acting lord? Walter hesitated somewhat. "The war has only just ended. You and the soldiers must be exhausted. There's no need to hurry like this." Gitlin answered, "Father, the war is not over." Walter was startled and looked at Gitlin. Gitlin said calmly, "Count Degat declared war to break our alliance and seize our lands. We cannot give him time to think of countermeasures, or he may attack again at any time. We must strike immediately and demand compensation on our terms, leaving him completely unable to betray us ever again." Walter thought to himself, "I assumed he would enjoy the victory first, but instead he was already one step ahead and had planned everything." In the end, he still agreed. "Do as you wish. Press the advantage and end this matter once and for all." Gitlin lowered his head and said, "Thank you, Father." Walter then added, as Gitlin had already turned halfway to leave, "However, Count Degat was once our ally after all, and he once swore loyalty to the king. So you should still try to show some restraint." Gitlin smiled faintly. "Don't worry, Father. Ciao, Belinda. Can the two of you still move?" "Gao Lauget." "Just a few scratches." He turned and leapt onto his horse, urging them on. "Good, then let's move. Full speed ahead, straight to Degat territory." Degat Castle. An angry curse rang out from inside the castle. "Damn it! How could this happen?" Count Degat roared furiously. "I accepted the secret pact because Desmond was renowned for his strength. And yet he lost to that bunch of podium trash. What a joke." Lowell's face had gone deathly pale, but he hurriedly tried to remain calm. "My lord, please calm yourself. Count Degat shouted even louder. Shut up, Lowell! Do you think anyone can stay calm in a situation like this? Why are you still standing there? Go prepare the surrender terms. Tell those officials to prepare the indemnity payment. Lowell stammered. Indemnity? Count Degat forced out a stiff smile. Count Podium is a fool who never stops talking about tradition and honor. So he will definitely agree to negotiate. Our territory is nearly out of money as well, but if we just scrape together some compensation, it'll be enough to get us out of this. After that, we can throw all the blame onto Count Desmond. There was not a trace of blood left in Lowell's face. He looked like a walking corpse. But we poured all our money into the war. Where are we supposed to get money for compensation now? Count Degat flew into a rage and seized him by the collar. He barked, "You idiot! Just how have you been handling the administration? Squeeze it out of the commoners for me. What, do you feel sorry for them because you're lowborn too? Which matters more, those pigs or me?" Lowell did not even dare resist. "My lord," Count Degat clicked his tongue, then shoved him away. "You dare fail to recognize your master? Get out." Lowell lifted his head and even coughed up blood, fear filling his heart. "I've always ruled Degat with a heavy hand, but even I can barely endure this kind of tyranny anymore. This time, I'm afraid rebellion really will erupt." A soldier suddenly rushed in with a report. "Bad news. My lord, Podium's army has arrived." Soldiers stood in 2 rows on either side, looking at one another. Count Degat sat there with one hand propping up his chin. His face had turned pale as well, and he thought to himself, they came so fast. And what is with this atmosphere? But things won't go the way you want. "Come in, Walter Podium." Footsteps echoed. Gitlin led the way, with Belinda and Chow behind him. Gitlin spoke. "Are you preparing to negotiate your surrender?" Count Degat trembled as he sprang to his feet. "You? Why didn't Walter come? Why did he send his son instead?" Gitlin answered calmly. "My father is occupied restoring the territory. As his delegate, I am in charge of the negotiations. Bring him out here." A few hours earlier, Chow clicked his tongue. "That Degat bastard sure runs fast. He's a lord, yet he abandoned his army and fled back to his territory first." A soldier behind them spoke anxiously. We let him escape." Chow gave them a slightly twisted grin. "No, to be exact, the old man deliberately let him go, so it's not your fault. That was intentional." Gitlin thought to himself, "Next time I make a bet, should I drag Jillian into it too?" Chow rode his horse a little closer to Gitlin. "But, young master, this so-called surrender negotiation means we're going to spare that count's life, right? Then why do that?" Gitlin replied, "Everyone knows Count Degat is a bastard who wants to seize Podium, but in outsiders' eyes, this affair is only revenge for the heir. So if we demand excessive compensation, it will instead put us in an unfavorable position. Most likely, they'll haggle over the indemnity. And then things will end just like that." Chow curled his lip. "Most likely, they'll haggle over the indemnity, and then things will end just like that. Then why not just charge straight into their territory and kill them all?" Belinda looked at Chow with pity in her eyes. "Do you think wars between nobles are as simple as your street brawls? Use your brain a little. Gauss not. Mercenaries or nobles, they're all people anyway. Do those nobles really think they're gods? They were the ones who attacked first. So why should we still preserve their dignity?" Riding in front, Gitlin turned back and said, "Don't worry too much, Chow. That's what my father would do, after all." Cold sweat broke out on Belinda's forehead. "Then what about you, young master?" Gitlin bared his teeth in a grin. "I'm different. I'm going to swallow Degat whole and make it my territory." Back to the present. Count Degat looked as if he had seen something utterly terrifying. "You are." Gitlin strode in with Belinda and Chow, his presence overwhelming. He said, "You have prepared to negotiate your surrender, haven't you?" Count Degat sprang to his feet. "Why isn't Lord Walter here? Why is it you, his son, who came?" Gitlin answered calmly, "My father is busy restoring the territory. As his delegate, I am responsible for the negotiations. Force him to kneel." Chow and a soldier stepped forward and forcibly pinned him down. Count Degat struggled. "What are you doing? Let me go, you lowborn peasants. How dare you touch me with those filthy hands?" He was dragged down onto both knees in front of Gitlin. Belinda said to him in a low voice, "Young master, will this really be all right? If Lord Walter blames me later, This truly wasn't my idea. Gitlin gave only a short reply. Count Degat roared. I'm a man who swore loyalty to the kingdom. Do you think you can treat the king's subject like this without paying the price? Show me respect at once. A sword point was immediately pressed close to his face. Gitlin spoke. Tamit Degat, you are a traitor. You broke the alliance and tried to seize Podium, whether because you were bewitched or because you were lured in by the enemy's sweet words. Death is all that awaits anyone who points a blade at Podium. Degat still stubbornly retorted, Impossible. You can't really be planning to kill me, can you? Gitlin answered, If you threw countless lives into war, then you, too, must stake your own life on it, or pay a matching price. Degat wept with tears and snot running down his face, screaming inwardly, This madman. He's serious. He shouted, Wait. As long as I pay the price, that's enough, right? Fine. I'll give up my territory. When Belinda and Lowell heard those words, it felt like a thunderclap striking them. By contrast, Gitlin merely curled his lips into a faint smile. He thought to himself, I knew you would say that. Gitlin continued, But to inherit a territory, one must be a member of the family or a lawful heir. Otherwise, it violates inheritance law. As a count, you should know better than anyone that land is not something that can be casually bought and sold like merchandise. Degat immediately said, I'll take care of that. You don't need to worry. Fine, we'll just say you're a distant relative of mine. I'll have inheritance papers forged. You only need to take them, and it'll be done. What are you still standing there for, Lowell? Bring pen and paper here. Quickly. Gitlin lifted his eyes coldly. That still isn't enough certainty. Degat gritted his teeth. I'll add money as well. I don't have cash on hand right now, but I'll collect taxes from the commoners and deliver the money immediately. Just give me a little time, so please spare my life. Gitlin frowned. Is your life really worth that much? Very well. I'll give you a chance. He immediately grabbed Degat by the collar. Gitlin dragged him out of the castle and threw him straight onto the ground. The commoners began murmuring. What's going on? Isn't that the Lord? What in the world happened? Count Degat turned his head and said to Gitlin, Hey, young master, do you know what you're doing in front of the commoners? Gitlin threatened. You'd better keep your mouth shut. After all, the one standing before you right now is the man who holds your life in his hands. People of Degat, I am Gitlin Podium, descendant of Podium. Count Degat declared war on Podium for revenge, and the result was defeat. After that, he declared that he would collect war indemnities from you, his own subjects. Is anyone willing to pay voluntarily? The commoners exploded in anger. What? Last time, because of the war, they already stripped us of everything, and now again? Do you think we'll obediently hand over money? Settle your nobles' affairs yourselves. Gitlin declared, As Podium's acting lord, I generously offer you a choice. Either pay a large sum to keep your count alive, or kill him and become part of Podium. That way, you will no longer have to bear the burden of war. Count Degat trembled like a stray dog. You, Gitlin, you bastard, how dare you humiliate me like this? A stone flew straight into his temple. Immediately after that, several more stones were hurled into his face one after another. The commoners closed in step by step. You bastard, you robbed us of everything. You didn't even spare my mother's keepsake or the loaf of bread meant for the children. Do you know how many people here have suffered because of you? He was instantly beaten and kicked from all sides. Gitlin returned to Belinda and Chow. The two of them silently looked at him. Gitlin smiled. Let's go back. The war is over. Belinda, for my father, Belinda stammered. Why, yes, of course I believe that whenever you act, my lord, you always have a good reason. I'm not worried at all. Podium Castle. Walter and the officials all wore the same expression. What? Gitlin calmly repeated. As I said, Count Degat is dead. Walter said uneasily. Have you forgotten what I told you? You were to make every effort to show him respect. Gitlin replied, I didn't forget. It's just that after seeing everything with my own eyes, I felt this would be better. If I gave him a chance to surrender, sooner or later he would point his blade at Podium again. The officials were horrified. Again, he would attack us once more? That can't be. Gitlin continued. Degat led 7,000 troops in an attack on Podium. You should all have noticed that this number far exceeded DGAT's original capacity. Desmond provided the troops, while Rayfort manipulated matters from behind the scenes. The officials began murmuring again. Desmond and Rayfort? Do you mean those two great territories are targeting us? Has House Desmond, which has always remained neutral, really done this? Is Rayfort acting because of what happened before? Gitlin thought the reinforcements from our allied territories could not arrive in time. That must have been Amelia's doing. Killing messengers and blocking all information has always been her preferred method, completely isolating the prey. But if I take hold of DGAT, the situation changes. Because my territory would border Podium, they would not be able to attack Podium immediately. And the moment there was any movement, I would also be able to respond in time. Walter sighed. So that was why you killed Count DGAT. But even if the Lord dies, that land cannot simply become ours on its own. You know that well enough. It has to go to an heir of the same bloodline or a lawful heir, correct? Gitlin took something out. Take a look, Father. Walter read it silently to himself. This document clearly states that Gitlin is a distant relative and also the first lawful heir to DGAT territory. Gitlin said, Count DGAT personally handed this over to me. With this, most of the problems involving the territory and the inheritance rights are settled. Someone spoke up. My lord, Walter said sternly, Gitlin, governing a territory is no simple matter. Do you have enough people to manage that land? Gitlin smiled. Don't worry, Father. I came up with a perfect reason long ago. Siren Kingdom, Auten territory. Inside a tavern, everyone was noisily drinking. A group of people chatted excitedly. Is he really planning to go that far today? I'm betting that at this rate, he's about to say goodbye to his right arm. When that happens, he'll definitely cry and howl miserably. Several dice lay on the table. A nimble hand swiftly covered them with a cup. That hand skillfully shook it a few times, then set it down. A bald man who looked like a gangster said, You know what happens if you're caught cheating, Claude? Claude pressed his lips into a smile. Oh my, come on now, smile a little.